I became the crown prince of the Mexican Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Ports and Shipyards. 7. In 1831, the port of Galveston in Texas was filled with long lines of immigrants. They were people who had heard in Europe about the Mexican Empire's immigrant colonization program and who decided to embark on this new destination. There was a great diversity of nationalities. The most numerous were Spanish, Irish and German, but there were also a considerable number of Italians, Poles, Swedes, and Norwegians. "Mom, where are we going?" asked a little boy. "We were told that when we get here, the government of the Mexican Empire will assign us a settlement." "Honey, could you ask how long the process will take?" the mother said to the father, who, with 3 children to care for, could barely keep calm. "Yes, give me a moment, I'll go find out." Harry approached an employee at the immigration office. "Do you know how long it will take for the settlement to be assigned?" he asked. "We have been receiving a lot of migrants lately, so it might take a while. However, they should not wait more than a day." Harry's family was assigned to temporary housing for migrants. From the outside, the huge complex had a grim appearance, like a camp or detention center, but inside it was acceptable for a short stay. The next day, the immigration officer returned with news. "You're lucky. Your family was assigned right here in Texas. If they had been assigned to California, they would have had to make a very long trip. They will have to help build the settlement, but at least there is a city nearby, so they won't be completely isolated." "Thank you so much." The official gathered the families assigned to the same settlement. There were people of different nationalities, and the language barrier was a problem, but fortunately, in each group there was someone who spoke Spanish. Those who spoke Spanish quickly became the natural leaders of their groups. Observing this, Harry decided that learning Spanish should be his priority. "I heard it wasn't that far, but I didn't expect to be taken by stagecoach," Harry said in surprise. "Yes, love. Everything seems to be going as promised in the immigration company's brochures," his wife replied. They received all the benefits that the immigration company had advertised, and the settlement process was moving along smoothly. Officials and architects soon arrived and helped build the new settlement. In addition, the Rias Express Company facilitated transportation to and from the nearby city of San Antonio. Time passed quickly. 2 years later, in 1833, his wife came to him, looking uneasy. "Honey, I heard something strange today. Do you think it's true?" "What did you hear?" Harry asked, noticing that his wife's tone was more reserved than usual. "It is rumored that the lands assigned to immigrants arriving from Europe are different from those received by those coming through the United States." "Is that really what they say?" Harry thought back to the times he had traveled to the city. The comings and goings were the responsibility of him and other men in the village. He thought about what he had seen. There were many farms around the city. Now that I think about it, it's strange. They had been allotted 120 acres of land. When the immigration company announced that they would be giving out between 100 and 160 acres, Harry had assumed that they would only receive 100 acres, so he was satisfied with 120. The officials had explained to him that the quality of the land, the proximity to the city, and the fact that it was an initial settlement were all factors that had been considered in giving them that amount. However, the farms he had seen around San Antonio seemed much larger. Maybe those who came from the United States really did receive larger lands, he thought. Harry gathered the men of the village. "Ah, Harry, I heard that rumor too," said one of the men. The rumor seemed to have spread quite far by now. "I checked it out, and it seems to be true." Nick, who was known in town for his good command of Spanish and for being something of an informant, was the one who spoke. "Nick, is it true? Why didn't you say anything earlier? This is completely unfair." They were immigrants just like them, but those who came from the United States received larger plots of land. Why did it have to be that way? Nick, with a serious face, replied. "Actually, they gave me a warning." "A warning?" "Yeah. Like you say, it's not fair, so I went to investigate. After a couple of days of asking around town, some big guys came up to me and threatened me, telling me to stop snooping around. So I just had to go back, and that was yesterday. So, do you think it's true? I'm pretty sure. Those guys are Stephen Austin's Texas militia. I've seen them before. Wow. Stephen Austin, the Texas colonies were exposed to multiple dangers. Criminals and gangs were a constant threat, as were the native Texans, but the most feared enemy was the Comanche tribe. Although in each town there were officials sent by the government, a small force of guards and some local vigilantes, the real threat required a greater defense. When the Comanches attacked, they did so in groups of 1,000 warriors or more. That's why a larger force was needed, like the Texas militia, a group that had been founded by Stephen Austin, the pioneer of the colonization of Texas. Although it was initially created to defend against the Comanches, over time it had become a force that controlled much of the security in Texas. It is public knowledge that the governor is also in Austin's pocket with bribes. There is no hope with that, Nick lamented. Should we go to Mexico City and report the situation? And what would you tell them? That they give us back our lands, because ours are smaller. The Mexican government knows that Austin is keeping the Comanches at bay, so they let him do whatever he wants. You're right, damn it. Although there was resentment toward Stephen Austin, it was undeniable that his militia kept the Comanches in check. Brian Taylor, an American, had entered Texas posing as a merchant. Following orders he had received, he spread rumors and achieved his goal, meeting the influential Stephen Austin. They say you sell weapons, is that true? Austin asked. Yes, it is, Brian replied. For Austin, the number of weapons available was crucial. Although he managed to divert some weapons by bribing officials and the governor, they were not enough to meet the growing need for defense. It seems you have found a way to get weapons from the United States. I will buy all of yours, but I would like you to supply me exclusively. Austin, without thinking twice, asked for exclusive supply. Always so direct, worthy of the father of Texas. I agree. They are old weapons, but I have several hundred muskets ready to sell. Do you want to buy them all? The title father of Texas was only used by Austin and his inner circle, but Brian used it as if it were common knowledge, which pleased Austin. Yeah, buy them all. Do you have enough bullets? Austin, in a good mood, asked with a smile. Yeah, if he buys all these guns, instead of being known as the father of Texas, they could call him the master of Texas. Ha ha ha, the master of Texas? You're flattering me too much. Who would dare challenge Stephen Austin in Texas? Although, when the railroad is finished, things might change. The railroad. When the railroad connected Mexico City to Texas, circumstances would change considerably. That was the implication. I already have enough problems with those from Rias Express. Over the past 3 years, the Rias Express gang had expanded its operations into Texas, further complicating the situation by having its own armed guards. The local Texas militia and security forces in the towns could be easily controlled with bribes, but the Rias Express gang did not fall into those traps so easily. They're a nuisance, Austin thought. With the combination of local forces, village militias, and the River Express guards, most threats could be neutralized. This meant a decrease in Stephen Austin's influence. It was a good deal, Brian said, without revealing too much of his true intentions. He had already managed to plant 2 key ideas in Austin's mind: the master of Texas and the railroad. With a handshake, Brian left without regret. Stephen Austin, however, was lost in thought. He called Jonathan and Michael, the 2 top lieutenants of his militia. With the air filled with the smoke from his cigar, Austin broke the silence. When the railroad is finished, what do you think will happen? Although he did not mention anyone directly, the question was directed at Michael, the third in command, who was the brains of the militia thanks to his university education. If we look at the centralizing policy of the Mexican Empire, many things will change. Be more specific, Austin ordered. Most likely, the central government will want to disband the militia or incorporate it into the regular army. Damn it. Those people in the central government never helped us against the Comanches, and now they want to interfere? Austin said, conveniently forgetting that he himself had blocked the governor's requests for more troops. For Stephen Austin, neither he nor his people really considered themselves Mexicans. His concern grew. Major Ricardo's story was truly a roller coaster. Wow, that was terrible. You did a great job. Thank you. Captain Ricardo and his crew had left Texas in the spring of 1830, supported by horses, and arrived safely in Mexico City. Wow, that was quite an odyssey, I thought. It had taken them 2 years to get back from New Orleans to Mexico City. Their journey through Texas had been full of obstacles, clashes with bandits, attacks on villages. They passed through total chaos. It's a miracle that no one died. Yes, we were very lucky. The situation in Texas does not seem normal at all. Did no one listen to your reports? I made reports to my superiors, but they were ignored. After that, he was reassigned to Veracruz, where he had been busy with the new naval fleet. This superior deserves to be punished. The situation in Texas is serious. Stephen Austin was violating his agreements with the government of the Mexican Empire. Among the conditions was the obligation to settle Mexican and American immigrants in a 1:1 ratio, as well as the mandatory use of Spanish. He also seemed to be ignoring the reduction in land area that I had established. The Mexican Empire sent governors and officials to the region. If they have not reported on this, then it appears that Stephen Austin has been bribing the governor and officials. Yes, I think so too, Ricardo replied. The United States had tried to buy Texas at all costs, even offering bribes. Meanwhile, Stephen Austin was behaving as if he were the king of Texas. Combining these two factors, a feeling of ominousness began to arise within me. I'm very glad you survived, Ricardo, I said. Thank you, Your Highness. No incident has broken out yet, so this time I'll be able to act early. Major Ricardo, I have a task that only you can do. Whatever, Your Highness. Just give me the order. I adopted a serious tone, and Ricardo responded with equal seriousness. I want you to take charge of our intelligence agency. Intelligence agency? Does the Mexican Empire already have a secret agency dedicated to intelligence? Ricardo asked with a mix of expectation and surprise. No, I plan to create it now. You will be the first director. I swear on my life that I will fulfill the mission. Although Ricardo seemed puzzled for a moment, he quickly accepted the reality. It was the obvious choice, as he was the only one with any experience in intelligence-like activities. Esteban, who accompanied me to Cuba, could also have been an option, but his mission there was not exactly an espionage operation. Esteban had spent some time disguised as a dock worker, but all he did was count numbers and return with little valuable information. Ricardo, on the other hand, had accumulated much more experience. Although their mission in Cuba failed to transmit the information in time, that was due to a natural disaster. It was not their fault. Initially, he had sought out Esteban thinking he needed someone with intelligence skills, but now that he had found a better option, there was no reason to wait. It's obvious that the Americans are up to something. At this time, the United States also did not have a centralized intelligence agency, and they certainly lacked experience in espionage operations. The best strategy was to crush any clumsy attempts at conspiracy from the start. Chapter 52, Texas. 1. After sending Major Richard to Texas, the prince called his chief architect. The chief architect entered the room. Your Highness, have you called me? I'll have to be away from the site for a while. You'll have to take care of the work temporarily. Yes, Your Highness. May I ask how long your absence will be? He would probably mobilize the army, just as a precaution. However, it seemed that this time it would be shorter than the campaign in California. Taking the army to Veracruz by train, and then embarking for Texas would not take even 2 weeks. Now that I think about it, how foolish it was to go to California and come back. About 3 months should be enough. Yes, I think we can handle it in that time. Okay. I won't be leaving right away. I'll arrange everything to leave tomorrow, so don't worry too much. Thank you. First, let's review the current status of the works. 10 months had passed since his arrival in Veracruz, and many things had changed in that time. The prince and the chief architect approached a large table. On the table were maps of the port of Veracruz, construction plans and documents detailing the progress of the work. The chief architect pointed to various areas of the table as he explained. Your Highness, the expansion of the port city and the construction of the shipyard are progressing rapidly. Construction materials and workers have been supplied without problems, and the work is proceeding according to plan. I understand. Many agricultural workers from the Yucatan Peninsula, beginning with those of the Escalante family, had been relocated to Veracruz. Deputy Escalante has been a great help. With a very low introductory rate, they managed to attract the farmers of Yucatan. When the Crown Prince asked for support, and with the collaboration of the powerful Deputy Escalante, the landowners did not hesitate to free many peasants whom they did not really need. Thanks to this, more than 50,000 workers have arrived from Yucatan in the last 8 months. We couldn't employ everyone on the port works, so we had to distribute many to other construction sites and companies. Of the workers who arrived, only those needed for the works in Veracruz were hired. The rest were sent to railway projects, dam construction and other companies throughout the country. The newly formed intelligence service would continue to monitor, but it seemed that these measures had prevented the possible caste war in Yucatan. We managed to stop a potentially dangerous rebellion more easily than expected. So how much progress would you say we've made? The expansion of the port city is 30% complete and the construction of the shipyard is 20% complete. I see. It seems that the entire project will not be short. At this rate, after 10 months, it meant that the work would take almost 3 years in total. Workers are already getting used to construction work, and training in the metric system has been completed, so the speed will increase. Understood. Let's go to the site to check the progress personally. It was as if the entire city was under construction. Everywhere you looked, you could see indigenous Mayan workers. The city is full of life. Veracruz, Mexico's largest port, was already a bustling city, but now, with so much construction underway, it was experiencing a boom. All accommodations and restaurants were always full, and local shops enjoyed a period of great sales. The chief architect and I meticulously inspected all construction sites in the city. Everyone is following the design to the letter. Thanks to you assigning the right architects at the right time. No, it is thanks to His Majesty's excellent guidance. The next day, we reviewed the progress of the construction of the port and the shipyard, making sure that things would move forward in my absence. Cecilia, it looks like I'll have to go to Texas for a moment. Can I go with you? No, don't worry. It will be a short trip. In the meantime, stay in Mexico City. I will also pass by there before leaving for Texas. Alright. Diego, help me pack. Yes, Your Majesty. We left the small house, where we had lived as newlyweds for the past 10 months, and had grown fond of it. Since we would be returning soon, we did not take all our belongings with us. As we were returning by train from the Veracruz station, Cecilia asked me, "Honey, what happened in Texas?" Nothing has happened yet, but I have a feeling something is about to happen. As soon as I arrived in Mexico City, I looked for my father. Hey, Jerome, have you finished building the shipyard yet? No, father. I came because I need to ask you a favor. A favor? Why did you come in person instead of sending a letter? What happened? Since we always communicated through letters, my father looked at me intrigued. There are disturbing signs in Texas. Disturbing signs? Something like what happened to the natives in California? As soon as I mentioned the disturbing signs, Agustín I frowned, as if he already had a headache. This time there was no incident like the one with the Chumash, but seeing the situation, I have a bad feeling. Thank goodness nothing serious has happened yet. If we intervene quickly, we'll be able to control it more easily. But what do you mean by the situation? I summarized what Major Ricardo had told me, starting with his mission as an informant in Cuba and the investigation into the situation in Texas. I have been following this matter for a long time, and if I had not, perhaps we would only have found out about it after something bigger had happened. We need measures to prevent these scenarios. Measures? From the way you talk, it seems like you already have something in mind. Tell me what you've thought of. I think we should create an institution to collect information about what is happening within the empire. An institution to collect information? Agustín I had been a military commander. He knew very well how vital it was to obtain information. He was not just any commander, he was someone worthy of being called a brilliant strategist. Certainly, now that you mention it, it would have been helpful to have foreseen California. Do you have any ideas for the institution yet? Yes, father. I think it should be attached to the military, at least for now. I was thinking of calling it Military Intelligence Unit. The Army? I understand. It's to prevent the deputies from finding out, right? Creating a new government agency required going through a legislative process or at least an executive order. Among the possible security risk factors, some MPs could be involved. We cannot allow them to know this in advance. If they find out what this agency is about, they will put up defenses. We cannot allow that to happen. The only way to prevent it is through the military. The military is the only institution that my father can completely control. In the army, my father does not need to ask permission or inform anyone if he decides to create or disband a unit. Therefore, if we compose it only with loyal people, there will be no risk of information leaking. Yes, although it will officially be called the Military Intelligence Unit, it will not be limited to collecting information only related to military matters. It will be an agency responsible for gathering any information that could pose a threat, however small, to security. I know there will be difficulties in locating such an agency within the military and not in an official government department. There is a risk that military power will expand too much. For now, there is no problem, as Agustín I, being an emperor who comes from military ranks, has overwhelming authority. But in the future, this could be dangerous. When the time comes, it will be necessary to make it independent as an official government agency and call it the Intelligence Department of the Mexican Empire. I explained to my father my vision for the intelligence unit I had been planning. In short, it would go something like this. Its primary mission would be to detect security threats. At first, the focus would be limited to domestic threats, but eventually it would include gathering information on foreign threats. The headquarters would be in Mexico City, with branches in each state, to collect information at both central and local levels. Communication would only take place through meetings in secret locations, or by coded letters. Agents would be selected under strict criteria, and would need to master skills in espionage, code breaking, language learning, self-defense and shooting. I also told him about Major Ricardo, who would lead the unit. You've thought of everything in great detail. Very well. So, can I take charge of selecting the rest of the staff, apart from the boss? Yes, father. Please make sure they are loyal people. Okay, I'll do it. To solve the problem in Texas quickly and effectively, I received an army. It was a force consisting of 1,000 infantrymen, 1,000 cavalrymen, and 500 artillerymen. We took these troops by train to the port of Veracruz, where we embarked them on the transport fleet waiting in the harbor, ready to sail to Texas. You're making a great effort. My father patted me on the shoulder. After several years, I visited the company Vega Defensa again, which Eduardo directed. I thought that by then they would have developed some of the new technologies I had suggested, along with a basic structure. EDUARDO, tell me which ones are ready for mass production. The breech-loading rifle and revolver are ready for mass production, Your Majesty. With a confident expression, Eduardo led me to the warehouse. The breech-loading rifle is bolt action, right? Yes. After following the experiments as directed by His Majesty, we finally succeeded. Both the bolt-action rifle and revolver should have been released by this time in the original story, and I provided the basic build for them as well. And the breech-loading cannon? No, not yet. We have not managed to build a proper closure. I thought so. In the original story, there was still time before a functional breech-loading barrel was developed. The mechanism that seals the rear of the breech is key, but while I know how the bolt action works, I have no clue as to how to build a barrel lock. Eduardo handed me a revolver, and I was filled with a feeling of satisfaction. Finally, something I suggested is taking shape without me having to invent it myself. It's gratifying to see that the days I spent obsessing over developing this technology, almost as if I were an engineer and not a crown prince, were bearing fruit. The revolver was very similar to the modern models he knew, with a beautiful design combining iron and wood. This will be useful for infantry, but will be especially valuable for cavalry. Among the weapons available, there is nothing that compares to these in close combat. The breech-loading rifle, with a reloading speed overwhelmingly superior to the muzzle-loading ones, and the revolver, which although it has less range and precision, can fire up to 6 times in a row. Just seeing these two weapons made me feel more confident. We had not yet received a formal order, but I took 300 units of each that had been produced for mass production tests. I'll pay you later, so don't worry. I'm not worried, Your Highness. Haha. Good. A big order is coming soon, so get ready. Yes, Your Highness. If everything goes according to plan, we won't have to use these weapons. But if it doesn't, then we will crush them with brute force. Chapter 53, Texas. 2. After receiving detailed instructions from the Crown Prince, I immediately set out for Texas, and arrived at the port of Galveston. Straight to San Antonio, I thought. Not only was San Antonio the largest city in Texas, but he also had some contacts there. Take me to San Antonio, I asked the driver. As in Mexico City and Veracruz, Rios Express also operated transportation services in Texas. Wait a minute, Rios Express? Although he had already clear objectives and a mission plan, he still did not have a false identity prepared in advance. In this operation, disguising himself appropriately was one of the key aspects. Working as an employee of Rios Express, a company that has an office in virtually any town of considerable size, would be a convenient way to avoid raising suspicions as an outsider. I asked the driver, is Rios Express hiring by any chance? We don't have enough employees. Most people prefer to farm the land they have been given. Are you interested in working as an office worker, a coachman or a security guard? Being a coachman was not an option. I needed to stay in one place for several months. What position allows you to move between towns, such as administrative employee or security guard? Move. Administrative employees, like me, rarely get transferred. Although there is no clear policy, guards can request to be transferred. The employee looked at me, as if it seemed strange that I was asking about transfers, but he replied politely, suggesting that they really did need staff. So, I'm applying to be a security guard. Have you fired a gun before? If you haven't, you'll need to get training. Yes, I have shot before. Really? You're not a criminal, are you? The clerk looked at me suspiciously. Those who used guns were usually hunters, criminals, or soldiers. My hat covered my face, which seemed to increase his distrust. I was a soldier. Okay. If that's the case, perfect. Wait a moment. There are some procedures to follow. Understood. The clerk went through a pile of papers until he found the right form. Fill this out. Yes, of course. The form asked for personal information, and I entered the fake details I had prepared in advance. In Texas, at least, I'll be Alejandro Martinez. You can read and write, huh? Were you an officer? Yes. Wow, maybe it's too close to reality, but I have no choice. After filling out the form, the process moved quickly. I was assigned as a guard in San Antonio, right where I had applied. It seems like they are really desperate for staff. I got the position I wanted straight away. I arrived in San Antonio on a Rios Express stagecoach. Before I started work officially, I had something important to do. I went straight to a farm I had been looking for. This must be the place. The information on the letter didn't make it easy to find. I knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? A familiar voice echoed. Ricardo. It was the voice of a comrade with whom I had shared many hardships. Captain. I exclaimed as I opened the door. Ha ha ha. Captain? You still call me that, Juan. Juan walked out the door and greeted me enthusiastically. Once it sticks, it doesn't come off so easily, Captain. Anyway, welcome back. What a pleasant surprise. Of course, after so many difficulties, it is normal that he still calls me Captain. The sailors had been surprised to hear about immigration policy in Texas and the possibility of receiving land. They wanted to settle in Texas, but they couldn't do it without their families, so I helped them get through Cuba to reunite with their loved ones before moving to Texas. I thought I would never have a connection like that again in my life, so I continued to write letters to him regularly. Juan, a mestizo from Cuba, had managed to successfully establish himself in Texas. How are the other colleagues? I asked him. Everyone is doing well, scattered around various parts of Texas. We meet at least once a year in San Antonio to catch up. By the way, it's good to see you, but what brings you here? Do you remember that I was an officer in the Mexican Empire's Navy? Of course. I need your help, but it won't be an easy task. Help? I don't know what it is, but if it's the captain's request, I'm willing to help. You've saved my life several times already. I appreciate it. What I'm asking you is related to our Mexican Empire. Before I give you more details, I need your confirmation. Are you interested in working for the Mexican Empire? Despite our closeness, I couldn't share information lightly. There were risks in leaking information, and it could also threaten his life. That's why he wanted to employ him formally. The prince also said it would be good to hire informants on the ground. Although I had infiltrated as an employee of Rios Express, Juan, who had been here for several years, had access to much more information than I did. Anything related to the Mexican Empire. The truth is, I'm Cuban, and I now live in Texas, so I don't have a great sense of patriotism towards the Mexican Empire. However, I do miss those times I spent with you, he replied. Despite leading a stable life, Juan must have felt a bit monotonous after having experienced great adventures. Although he was already middle-aged, I sensed that my proposal aroused his interest. After some persistent persuasion on my part, he finally agreed. Damn it. Now that the kids have grown up a bit, I shouldn't worry so much. I only trust you, Captain. Finally, I took the first step. A feeling of enormous relief began to take hold of me. Thank you very much for making this important decision, Juan. The Master of Texas. The words left by the arms dealer warmed Stephen Austin's heart. Thinking of those words brought him joy, but soon the calmness turned to coldness. The railroad. Austin had been deep in thought for the past few days. As his subordinate said, the construction of the railroad would increase the control of the central government. He even considered sabotaging the construction of the railway by stealing the steel used in the works every morning to sell it. That wouldn't last long. After being beaten a few times, security measures would become increasingly strict, and eventually the railroad would be completed. What would happen then? Stephen Austin was a proud man, to the point of calling himself the father of Texas, but he was also aware that many of his actions were not entirely legitimate. It is fine that I have bribed governors and officials, but I cannot hide the fact that I have distributed the lands as I please. There were now increasing numbers of European immigrants roaming the area. Although he had maintained constant patrols with the militia, once the railroad was connected, information control would crumble. He had to decide between taking on a reckless challenge and becoming the master of Texas, or sitting back and losing it all. For Stephen Austin, the answer was clear. There was no room for the option of confessing and asking the Mexican government for mercy. Call the arms dealer. Yes, Stephen Austin sat smoking as he waited. Did he call me? The man appeared, as if he had been waiting. Austin stared at him. Are you from the United States? A look of surprise crossed the merchant's face. At that moment, Stephen felt reassured. You are American. I'm just an arms dealer. Didn't the US government send for you? I'm an arms dealer, but I may have connections to the US government. His ambiguous response was, in essence, an admission. Let's cut the crap and get down to business. How much support can you offer from the United States? Stephen Austin asked directly. I'm not sure what kind of support you're referring to. If you are going to continue talking nonsense, I will have to inform the Mexican government. Maybe if I hand over an American spy, they will forgive me for my own crimes. Austin spat out his words coldly. I'm not an agent of the United States government, but as a patriot who loves his country, I believe I can offer you a significant amount of weapons if Texas joins the American Federation upon its independence. Joining the United States? That is nothing more than changing from a Mexican yoke to an American one. No. It is different from the centralization of the Mexican Empire. The United States is a federal nation that supports local autonomy. For example, even the term of office of the governor and the limitations on his re-election can be decided in each state. Oh, so that means, if I can keep getting votes, I could continue being governor? Yes, as long as you continue to win the support of Texans. That shouldn't be difficult. Stephen Austin was undoubtedly the pioneer in the colonization of Texas. All the Americans who came to Texas did so through his company. Although Europeans had also arrived recently, it could not be denied that Austin was the one who had developed and protected Texas. I need you to send the weapons as soon as possible. I'm sorry, but I can't send the weapons before you bring me popular support. We need to establish legitimacy. This guy, who presents himself as an arms dealer, cares about public opinion. It's ridiculous. Give me a moment. I will soon show you the Texans who long for independence. Alright. Brian, the American, and Stephen, the Texan, shook hands and began to prepare their next move. Fortunately, it was not just Juan. Many of the companions who had gone through the arduous path together decided to join the cause. So, the Americans have full control of cities like San Antonio, right? Yes, Captain. No, wait, that's right, Alejandro. Although they were still inexperienced as intelligence agents, their knowledge of the area was invaluable, as they had put down roots in the region. I see. According to what the superior predicted, if the Americans have a plan, they will definitely contact Stephen Austin. So, we must form an anti-Austin faction. Exactly. And it would be good to infiltrate Austin's ranks as well to obtain information. Juan also contributed an idea. I'll take care of that. I know one of the men in the Texan militia. If I say I want to join, they won't suspect me. He was referring to Carlos, a companion who, unlike other mestizos in Cuba, was white. But what exactly does this anti-Austin faction mean? Another colleague asked. First, we will spread the word about all the corruption and crimes that Stephen Austin is committing. And if, as the superior predicted, Austin falls into the temptations of the United States, we will provoke the Texans to rise up against the government of the Mexican Empire. So you're going to create public opinion that says he's sacrificing Texans for his own greed to stop incitement. Exactly. That doesn't seem so dangerous after all. And yet, it's effective. All of this was suggested by the superior. He's an amazing person. Colonel Ricardo and his colleagues drew up a detailed plan before starting the operation. They added a concrete action plan to the structure of the operations plan that had been assigned to them by their superior. Stephen Austin, you're not getting away with it this time. The companions dispersed towards their respective cities. Chapter 54, Texas, 3, Winter of 1833, in a town in Texas. Have you heard the rumor that there is more land available for immigrants coming through the United States? Ah, that rumor? Yes, I have heard it. It seems Stephen Austin is involved in this. They say the Texas militia leaders own vast tracts of land. Really? It all makes sense now. I always wondered why those guys, aside from Austin, did nothing but hang around. Now I get it. Exactly. Seeing what they have achieved, it is obvious that the rumors about bribing the governor and officials are true, don't you think? Yeah, that makes sense. Damn. Rumors about Stephen Austin's corruption were spreading simultaneously through several towns. But that was not all. In another town in Texas, they say Stephen Austin has an ulterior motive for strengthening the Texas militia. An ulterior motive? Other than to confront the Comanche tribe? What else could there be? Harry, intrigued, showed interest in his neighbor's comment. He had already heard negative rumors about Stephen Austin from his neighbor Nick in another town, which had fueled his discontent towards Austin. If it was just to confront the Comanche tribe, why would they be taking part in security activities? There is definitely a bigger motive behind all this. I have even heard that Austin stopped the governor when he tried to request more soldiers from Mexico. Are you telling me that Stephen Austin is planning to rebel against the Mexican government? That sounds a little too extreme, don't you think? Maybe you see it that way now, but you'll see, soon he'll show his true intentions. Some people were already warning about the danger Stephen Austin represented. Harry, however, thought his neighbor simply hated him. But those warnings would soon become reality. Completely oblivious to what was happening across Texas, Stephen Austin was brimming with confidence. The people of Texas will follow me, he thought as he prepared to give a speech in San Antonio. Texas pioneer Stephen Austin is giving an important speech about the future of Texas. Everyone is invited to attend. To attract as many people as possible, he had mobilized the Texas militia to advertise the event. Stephen Austin promoted himself as the pioneer of Texas, although in reality there were already settlements before his arrival. If there had been no previous colony, Texas would never have been recognized as part of New Spain during the colonial era. Stephen Austin is going to give a speech. A speech? Is there something important going on? They say it's about the future of Texas. It sounds serious. Then we'll have to go hear it. Spanish settlements in Texas were mostly in the west, in small towns, far from the US border. However, the difference between having an established base and not having one was abysmal, so many American immigrants settled near these previous settlements. One of those places was San Antonio, founded by Spanish missionaries, and one of the oldest settlements in Texas. Now, it had also become the largest. Stephen Austin, dressed in his impeccable suit, stepped onto the improvised podium in San Antonio Square. Hundreds of Texans gathered in the plaza anxiously awaited his first words. Austin looked around for a moment, took a deep breath, and began his speech. Today, here in this beautiful plaza in San Antonio, we have gathered to talk about the future of Texas. Texas, this land, is the fruit of our sweat and blood. We have worked it with our own effort and we have defended it with our own hands. Remember, when thousands of Comanche horsemen attacked Texas, we risked our lives to protect this land. It was a message that emphasized that Texas was the result of the efforts of Texans alone. Most people nodded in agreement at Stephen Austin's words, but some were skeptical, thinking, is it possible? Stephen Austin continued, the defense troops sent by the Mexican government do not exceed 1,000. Yet, the central government of the Mexican Empire does not recognize our sacrifices. Now, they are building a railroad that threatens our freedom. When this railroad is finished, they will try to dismantle our militia, endangering the security and freedom we have defended for decades. They also have their eyes on our land. They want to take away the land we have cultivated and worked for years, claiming that they already have too much. Their greed will not stop here. They will impose more taxes on us and try to control our lives. It was all a deceptive manipulation. Control in this era meant strength. The increased power of the central government meant that troops would come into Texas, and there would then be no need for the overstrength Texas militia. So its disbandment would be the norm. The claims about land confiscation were similar. Recovering land that the Mexican government had already granted was entirely reasonable. And on the subject of taxes, many Texans were paying a ridiculously low amount compared to the amount of land they owned. It was not a tax increase, but simply a normalization. Stephen Austin knew all this, but he didn't care. He believed this was the right thing to do for Texans. The militia, large tracts of land, and taxes would not be a problem if they joined the United States. Therefore, this would be something beneficial for the Texans. We, the Texans, must unite. Our voices must resonate throughout Texas. We must demonstrate our unity so that our rights cannot be infringed. In a corner of the square, Major Ricardo, with his hood up and his face covered, was reflecting the unity of the Texans, just as His Highness said. Even though he was a bit skeptical, he continued with the mission. But it was only because it was the prince's command. He even managed to match the exact words. The rumors about his genius are true. However, can he really predict this? While Major Richard admired the prince's insight, Stephen Austin continued his speech. If we stand together today, we can create a powerful community that no one can challenge. Today we are making history here. It is time to join forces to build a Texas for Texans. He did not directly say that they should fight against the Mexican government to gain their independence. Even for him, that would be too radical. It would not happen overnight. They would have to work for months or years to form public opinion. What he considered crucial as a first step was to create the identity of Texan. If they could establish that identity and present the Mexican government as an outside power that oppressed Texans, then they would achieve their ultimate goal. When the speech ended, members of the Texas militia in the crowd began to clap and cheer. The common people soon got carried away by the atmosphere. Wow. Texans of American origin had almost no Mexican identity. In Texas, Mexicans were a minority, so they rarely had contact with them, and thought they had not received anything from the Mexican government. Texan? What do you think? We are not American, and it's hard to tell that we are Mexican. Texan definitely sounds more appropriate. Many people thought so, but there were others who did not agree. They were mainly immigrants from Europe. The Mexican government hasn't given us anything. The lands we own, the tools and seeds for farming, the food that was provided to us until we harvested, and we were even brought to the settlements for free by stagecoach. A small group of Mexicans was outraged. That gringo is talking nonsense. So what, are you saying you want to become independent from the Mexican Empire? Stephen Austin's speech spread quickly throughout Texas. He was undoubtedly the most recognized leader in the region, and his speech contained powerful content. The atmosphere in Galveston, a rapidly growing port that had seen a massive influx of European immigrants, was tense. In a tavern in Galveston, two men were sitting, drinking, and talking. I don't understand what the problem is with Stephen's speech. Exactly. If we are not Texans, then what are we? The two men, large and robust, spoke loudly, making sure that everyone present could hear them. The people in the bar watched them warily, noticing their imposing figure. At that moment, someone intervened. You are making an unbearable noise. The tavern fell into an awkward silence. The men stood up. What did you say? The one who had made the comment also stood up. I said it was an unbearable noise. Just by looking at your skin color, I know who you are. A half-breed, right? The robust man, seeing his opponent's face, became arrogant, convinced that he had won. Texas belongs to us, to the Texans. Your Mexico has done nothing to us. And what does that mean? Are you saying that you plan to rebel against the Mexican Empire? The Mexican laughed contemptuously. The robust man, although he had not thought about it, blurted out the first thing that came to his mind out of anger. If it takes my life to protect the rights and freedoms of Texans, I'm willing to give it. With those strong words from the robust man, the tension in the bar increased. Enough. As the customers began to quietly leave, the bar owner stepped in. Pulling out his gun, he shouted, "Hey, if you're going to fight, go outside and do it. Don't disturb my business." We'll see. Bang. The men left the tavern, slamming the door shut, as if to vent their anger. Similar events were occurring throughout Texas. In inns, taverns, and even on the streets, fights broke out. While residents of older settlements like San Antonio were largely supportive of Stephen Austin, those in newer places like Galveston were dismissive of his remarks. This was probably due to the different priorities and interests between immigrants established in the United States and those who had recently arrived from Mexico and Europe. Stephen Austin began touring the different settlements, starting with San Antonio, to give speeches. While one man was on the move on the front line, there were others operating in the dark. Dude, have you heard the news about Stephen Austin's speech? Yes. A shiver ran through my body. How could he possibly have found out about this? I have only anticipated their dark plans. But there are people who are being incited, and that worries me. Looking at his neighbor, who had predicted that Stephen Austin would use the term Texans to blame the Mexican Empire, Harry made a decision. We must act. What can we do? At the very least, our community must not cooperate with Stephen Austin. We must warn them that, if they fall into his trap, they will only be sacrificed for his ambitions. Harry spoke with determination, and his neighbor replied, "That's right. The Mexican government is not an easy target, and we don't need to risk losing our lives for no reason. We must protect our people." The two men nodded solemnly, aware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 55, Texas, 4. After touring major cities and towns in Texas for several days giving speeches, Stephen Austin was ready to move on to the next step. If I had time, I could proceed calmly, but at this moment there was a time constraint. That railway is coming up fast. We can't wait years. Yes. They are said to be building at a very fast pace. We need to move on to the next phase. Michael, one of the 3 leaders of the Texas militia, spoke up. Okay, prepare your speech. Yeah. This time, Jonathan responded. He was a dynamic man, considered a leader of action. It had only been 2 weeks since his first speech, but the impact had been so great that, even in this cold winter, news of his speech had reached every corner of Texas. Texan Stephen Austin will give a speech again. Everyone to the Central Plaza. Texas militia members began promoting the event again. Another speech? Of course we have to go. He's our Texas representative. Exactly. Since Stephen Austin had a strong support in San Antonio, most of the reactions were positive. What nonsense is that American going to say now? Let's go and listen, at least then we can argue. Those who did not support him also gathered. Stephen Austin smiled as he looked at the crowd gathering in the Central Plaza, a group that was at least twice as large as the last. He deluded himself into thinking that they were all his supporters. Under the intense San Antonio sun, he began his speech with a firm voice. My fellow Texans, I want to express my sincere appreciation for the passion and support you have shown in the past. Your support has been the driving force that drives us to face the challenges and difficulties that we face. Now is the time to look for a new path, a next step. We will establish a political committee for Texas, the Texas Democratic Committee. This body will focus on unifying our voices and representing our interests. We will emphasize the importance of a democratic political system, reflecting the opinions of all Texans, and creating a fair and transparent political process in which we can all participate. It was an announcement of the creation of a democratic committee in a monarchical empire, and although it was masked with pleasant words, it was in essence a declaration of rebellion against the central government of Mexico. Brian, an American, upon hearing about the speech, borrowed a room on the second floor of a nearby building. What he was watching wasn't Stephen Austin, but the reaction of the citizens of San Antonio. For Brian, this next phase seemed a little premature. As he watched people's reactions, Stephen Austin continued, I know some of you have concerns about fighting for rebellion or independence. But our goal is not violence. We will claim our rights in a peaceful and reasonable manner. Our Central Committee will serve as a democratic political body for Texans, and its role will be to effectively transmit our voices to the Mexican government. Stephen Austin's lies had a dramatic effect. Many of the citizens who had been showing concern during his speech began to look more relieved. You're asking for weapons, but you have no intention of using violence? Ridiculous. Brian thought that, although that might sound ridiculous, this was all for a greater cause, so he didn't give it much importance. Brian, an officer in the Army Intelligence Unit, began plotting the next step in this scenario. We must intensify resentment towards the Mexican government. Let it be said that they have issued orders to increase taxes or confiscate land from Texans. Stephen Austin would make a gesture of opposition to that. And if later the rumor spread that the Mexican government had arrested the leaders of the Texas militia, Brian smiled as he thought about it. Stephen Austin's speech was heading toward its conclusion. The founding of this organization gives us all an important role. We must join forces for our future. We must support each other, exchange ideas, and above all, cooperate for the prosperity of Texas. Our strength comes from our unity. I pledge through this committee to solve the problems we face and to improve the lives of Texans. We will fight peacefully and reasonably for our rights, and our goal is to provide a better future for all Texans. This is our promise and our mission. Thank you. Our future is bright. Our strength comes from our cohesion. If we are together, we can overcome any difficulties. As expected, Texans began cheering and applauding in various places, and soon the townspeople joined in as well. Wah! Texas. 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 Yes. Our Texas needed a collective voice. Stephen Austin watched this and thought his speech had been a success, but Brian felt something strange. Wait, there's something weird here. He quickly took out his notebook and began to write down the expressions of each citizen, trying to capture their emotions. During the speech, most of them had almost unchanged expressions, but when the clamor began, the faces of the citizens showed a clear contrast. The expressions were divided into two, those who supported and showed enthusiasm and those who did not support, with faces full of hostility. The proportion of non-supporters is higher than I thought. Brian felt a growing uneasiness as he continued to watch the crowd. In the midst of his distraction, someone was watching him. I found it. It was Colonel Ricardo, hiding in an alley with his hood down. His Highness certainly said that the United States would be behind Stephen Austin. And he also predicted that an American agent would observe the reaction once Austin began to incite the people. Can a genius even foresee this? He felt a deep admiration for the prince, but he had no time to dwell on those thoughts. On the second floor, there was someone who was observing people's expressions and writing intently in his notebook. That definitely didn't seem normal. That must be the culprit. Colonel Ricardo pulled his hood tighter around his neck and began to follow. At Stephen Austin's mansion, Stephen Austin had shut out all his subordinates except Jonathan and Michael and had secretly invited a stranger. Ahem. Looks like I've gotten enough support to receive the weapons, huh? The visitor was a man named Brian, who claimed to be an American arms dealer. Stephen Austin was convinced that he was an agent of the American government, so he thought it was not good to show this transaction place to others. Well, first of all, we will proceed to hand over the weapons. Although he felt a strange foreboding, he had gathered public opinion, so he had to keep his promise. First of all, tell me exactly how much you plan to give. In the first instance, I will offer 1,500 muskets and 100,000 bullets. Stephen Austin frowned. It's considerably less than I expected. What can be done with it? We are not about to pick a fight with Mexico, are we? For now, focus more on the approval in Texas. TSK, an arms dealer talking about approval. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll call you back. Once negotiations began, if Brian, the United States, decided not to support, Stephen Austin would have no choice but to give in. The weapons will be here in 3 days. So, see you later. Brian left with that. Wait and see. When I own Texas, you won't treat me like this. Stephen Austin blurted out those words full of resentment. If the boss becomes governor, I doubt he'll treat you that way, Jonathan commented. Michael joined the conversation. That's true. In the United States, which is a federation of states, becoming a governor means being the representative of a region. The position of governor is right after the president and vice president. Michael failed to mention that with 24 states in the United States, even if Texas became the 25th, there would still be 24 people in the same position. Now was not the time for Stephen to sink into disillusionment. He must continue to move forward rapidly. Unlike the two optimists about the future, Michael was not so optimistic about the current situation. The Texas police officers looked at Carlos with distrust. Are you Spanish? And you want to join the Texas Police and the Texas Democratic Committee? I'm not Mexican, I'm Spanish. Now I'm Texan. Isn't that what our organization stands for? Carlos responded firmly. Although a friend who lived nearby had recommended him, the admission process did not end there. Well, you're right. It's okay. I welcome you as a member of the Texas Police Department and the Texas Democratic Committee, brother. Thank you. Carlos didn't worry too much about his size. After all, he didn't have time to think deeply. Before him were many people he had to manage. Many men from San Antonio came to join the Texas Police or the Texas Democratic Committee. Many were signing up for both organizations. Carlos, who had successfully infiltrated Stephen Austin's organization, thought, it wasn't as difficult as I expected. Well, should I start executing the next plan? The next operation was a little more risky, creating allies within the organization. He didn't need more subordinates, he needed to find someone with more authority and access to valuable information. I must aim for a high position. Carlos spent several days working hard at the Texas Police and the Democratic Committee, trying to get noticed. except for a small group of senior officials. Most had their own jobs, so people like Carlos, who were completely dedicated to committee activities, were rare. I see you a lot lately. Don't you find it tiring? For me, that's nothing if it's for Texas. The police and the committee offered no remuneration, but Carlos's daily dedication brought him to the attention of the higher-ups. I think it's time to start. At that moment, while many Texas figures were moving with different objectives, the fleet of the Mexican Empire arrived at the port of Galveston. With a ship of the line and 2 frigates protecting the transports, the soldiers began to disembark from the ships. There were 2,500 men in total. What is an army of that size doing here? Perhaps Stephen? Silence. Don't talk nonsense. Keep quiet. You don't want to get into trouble. Understood. The Prince of the Mexican Empire had come to command his army. It was an alarming pace for those concerned about the railway, which would not be completed for several months. Chapter 56, Texas. 5. I took my first step off the dock at Galveston Harbor and took a deep breath of the Texas air. Is this my first time in Texas? Texas. A vast land, larger than France, ideal for agriculture and livestock, brimming with resources of all kinds. In addition, it would become the front line against the United States. It's as important as California. No, thinking about oil, maybe more. While waiting briefly for the army to be ready, Diego brought what he had been waiting for. Your Highness, this is a letter from Major Richard. It seems he is using the false name of Alexander. My assistant, Diego, handed me the envelope he had in his hand. Thank you, Diego. I said that as I unfolded the letter and began to read Ricardo's words. He has encrypted it correctly, as instructed. As a result, I had to spend some time deciphering it. Once finished, the content of the letter was as follows. Major Ricardo had recruited local informants, based on his previous contacts. I suppose they must be the Cuban sailors you told me about, who settled in Texas. Through these informants, Major Ricardo had successfully prevented Stephen Austin from gaining popular support. One of the informants had even infiltrated Austin's organization. This was a considerable achievement in itself, but he also reported that they had found and were tracking an American spy. Major Ricardo is doing an excellent job. I turned to Diego and the officers. We will march towards San Antonio immediately. Diego asked, shall we leave right now, Your Highness? Yes, there is no reason to waste time. I felt that establishing an intelligence agency was worth the effort. Unlike California, where we were flying blind, I felt that Texas was now in my hands. Unfortunately, we couldn't carry out a surprise attack. Even here in Galveston there must be Stephen Austin sympathizers, and seeing the army, they will surely have already gone out to transmit the information. Also, this is not a fully mounted army, and since we brought artillery, moving the cannons won't allow us to advance as quickly. Texas is so vast that the distance from Galveston in the southeast to San Antonio in the west is considerable. From Galveston to San Antonio is 360 kilometers, a trip of approximately 2 weeks. Even on horseback, it would take us at least a week. That means Stephen Austin only has a week left. In a week, what will you be able to do? That day, Stephen Austin was also giving a speech in San Antonio's Central Plaza. Not even the winter cold could stop Stephen Austin's ambitions. Our unity is building the future of Texas. Together, we can accomplish anything. When Stephen Austin finished his speech, cheers and applause echoed throughout the square, but Austin felt something strange. What American Brian had sensed long before, Austin was just beginning to notice. Among the members of the Texan militia who cheered him, there were citizens whose eyes showed skepticism. Her indifference and distrust began to sow uncertainty in Stephen Austin's heart. Wait, is this weird? Has popular support always been this low? Stephen Austin finished his speech, and, as he looked out over the square, he fell into deep thought. He felt impatient. I must secure firmer support. Determined, he gave instructions to the Texan militia. Collect signatures from citizens to show your support for the Texas Democratic Committee. The instructions were clear. Collect signatures supporting the committee. At Stephen's command, Michael came up with a trick. Start by signing yourselves. Put your names and those of your families. All members of the Texas militia, including Stephen Austin and his team, first signed the list of support for the committee, also filling it out with the names of their families. Although they had not yet collected a single signature from citizens on the streets, they already had a list of thousands of sympathizers. This simple trick began to have an astonishing effect. Have so many people signed already? Yes, this is what the people of Texas really think. Join us. Alright. The long list of thousands of names inspired confidence among citizens. Even those who initially felt aversion to Stephen Austin began to doubt, asking themselves, is this the true public opinion? We have already surpassed 3,000 signatures. Everyone should join in. Texas. Texas. The young men of the Texas militia chanted excitedly, and the central square of San Antonio began to fill with increasing fervor. Stephen Austin smiled with satisfaction at seeing that everything was going according to plan. However, the enthusiasm for the petition drive also had unintended effects. A competition to collect more signatures began among some members of the militia, and Michael subtly encouraged it. Come on, just sign. How hard can it be? Texas Democratic Committee? I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Damn you. Bang. One of the largest of them hit a man in the face who refused to sign. The man, who never imagined he would be beaten for something like this, quickly signed and ran away. You should have done it from the beginning. Those who could not read were tricked into believing they were signing something else, and in some cases, signatures were obtained through threats or even violence. Such incidents did not only occur in San Antonio, but also in other towns. The formula that had worked once was repeated successfully. The Texan militiamen from each town began signing their own names and those of their families. Then they showed the list saying, in San Antonio, more than half of the citizens have already signed. Really? It seemed that everything was going according to Stephen Austin's plan. But at that moment, unexpected news arrived in the square, right in the middle of the petition campaign. The Prince of the Mexican Empire has arrived with his army in Texas. They are marching from Galveston to San Antonio. The news immediately shook the square. The faces of the citizens were filled with uncertainty and confusion, and panic began to spread even among members of the Texan militia. Damn. I almost had it. Stephen Austin cursed as soon as he heard the news. That night, he sat in his office, lost in thought. How could they have responded so quickly? Less than 2 months had passed since, upon hearing the news from the United States, he decided to fight for the independence of Texas. Barely a little more than a month had passed since then. The public had first learned of the cause through the speech the Texans. Even if the government of the Mexican Empire had been informed immediately, the speed with which they had responded was incomprehensible. The trip from Mexico City to Galveston alone should have taken them more than 2 weeks. The speed was astonishing. Stephen Austin couldn't sleep. The fervor that had been generated by the petition drive in support of the Texas Democratic Committee had cooled as quickly as if ice water had been poured on it. On the contrary, more and more citizens were coming forward to cancel their signatures. Once signed, withdrawal is not possible. Go back home. What are you saying? I want to withdraw my support. Let me through. Even some members of the Texas militia, with access to the list of signatures, had begun to quietly erase their own names. Uncertainty was beginning to take hold in San Antonio. Carlos, who had infiltrated Stephen Austin's organization, approached Michael Williams, the third in command. This has become much easier, he thought. Since the news of the arrival of the prince's army had reached him, Michael Williams' already pale face had become even more cadaverous. Michael, usually calm, now showed signs of nervous irritation, evidence that his anxiety had reached its peak. He's so unstable that a slight push will make him give way. This is the right moment, thought Carlos. He went to visit Michael's office. Knock, knock. I'm Carlos. I've come to talk to you, Michael. Carlos. Come in. Carlos came in. Carlos, you said you had something to say. Carlos had quickly integrated himself into the militia and the committee. He devoted all his waking hours to working for the organization, displaying a fervent devotion to the Texan cause. Michael, there are only 5 days left. 5 days? What do you mean there are 5 days left? On the day when His Highness the Prince will arrive with his army to San Antonio. At some point within Stephen Austin's organization, it had become normal to refer to the emperor simply as the emperor and the crown prince as the prince. Carlos had broken that implicit rule. His Highness the Prince. So in the end you two have decided to abandon the principles of the Texans? Michael, you know better than anyone that there is no way to avoid ruin. It was true. The prince was not coming alone, but at the head of thousands of soldiers. Michael knew that, unless he chose to flee to the United States, there was no way to save his life. But Stephen always became furious whenever Michael even hinted at surrender or retreat. Idiot. Without Stephen, they would not accept their exile. If Michael were a simple member, he would have surrendered immediately. At least he could save his life. But he was one of the leaders. He could not escape the charge of inciting a rebellion. Treason is punishable by death. When Michael said nothing, Carlos cast a line. What if there was a way to save your life? HMM. The list of signatures supporting the Texas Democratic Committee. You could use it to negotiate. When some militia members began removing their names from the list, only leaders had access to it. Carlos's proposal was to steal the list and give it to the prince. Even if we manage to steal it, they will immediately notice that it is missing. Then they will know it was me. Stealing it wouldn't be enough. Still, San Antonio was under Stephen's control. He would be captured. That was obvious. What if I provided you with a secret, safe place? A secret place. So you were never really on our side, right? A civilian wouldn't have something like that prepared. I already found it strange that you never dedicated yourself to your regular work, only to committee tasks. Michael spoke with a deep sense of betrayal. Think whatever you want. Now, are you going to do it or not? I suppose you'll protect my family too, right? Of course. I have no choice. I'm not stupid enough to throw myself into a lost cause, even though some people think that's what it means to be a real man. Perfect. There is no time to waste. Let's do it right now. Let's steal the list of signatures and go to the secret location. Carlos urged Michael. There was no time even to collect his personal belongings from the office. Michael took Carlos to the place where the list of signatures was kept. I'll take care of this. Okay. They divided the thick piles of papers in half. The first part of the list, with the most important signatures, was left in Carlos's hands. This is the key. The second half did not matter as much, as there were many signatures obtained under duress. The signatories at the top of the list were the real supporters. We got it. Now take me and my family to safety. Carlos kept his promise. He led Michael and his family to a place so hidden that not even someone as familiar with every corner of San Antonio as Michael would have imagined its existence. Wait a minute. This is not what we agreed on. I promised you a secret and safe place. I kept my word. Now stay here for a while. The safe place was guarded by intelligence agents. Michael was immediately arrested. Wow, Carlos. Getting the list is quite an achievement. Of course. Nothing less than the list of supporters of the rebellion. I still have things to do, so take care of the rest. Don't worry, with the list in our hands, all we have to do is wait for those above to arrive and finish off Stephen Austin. That's right. Just stay calm for 5 more days. Carlos returned to the militia barracks as if nothing had happened. The next day, it wasn't long before the list of signatures was discovered to be missing. Jonathan was the one who checked the safe. What? Come to think of it, we haven't seen Michael since yesterday afternoon, boss. Carlos shouted loudly. The third in command of the organization had stolen the list of signatures and fled. Stephen Austin and the members of the Texas militia panicked. With just 4 days until the prince's army arrived, and with the list gone, Stephen Austin had only one option left. Chapter 57, Texas, 6. Soon, Stephen Austin regained his composure and roared, "Find that fucking Michael Williams." Yes sir. The members of the Texas militia dispersed. Search his house in the city, the farm and the country house, check everything. As befits a high-ranking member, Michael owned 3 properties. The theft of the signature list was a fatal blow. How will Michael Williams use it? He will use it to negotiate. Stephen Austin knew it. After living together for 10 years, he knew Michael would use the list in that way. I should have burned that list instead of keeping it in a safe. If it didn't exist, at least he would have had something to maneuver around, even if it was forced. But if that list, which clearly said Texas Democratic Committee support list, fell into the wrong hands, all would be lost. Under the direct influence of the emperor, the judges of the Mexican Empire could accuse them of conspiracy to rebel just for that phrase. Although even without such a list, both Stephen Austin and the leaders would likely be punished for corruption and other crimes. Ordinary members of the militia had some chance of escaping punishment. If that traitor, Michael Williams, hands over the list to the government of the Mexican Empire, even the ordinary members will not be able to avoid punishment. Stephen Austin hoped he could find Michael Williams and get the list back, but bad news soon arrived. He's not at home in the city. Neither Michael nor his family are there. I thought so. That house is close by, so it was unlikely. Let's wait a little longer. Hours later. He's not at the cottage. He's not at the farm either. Bang. Damn. Stephen Austin slammed his fist on his desk. Michael Williams couldn't have left more than 12 hours ago. Where the hell could he have gone? Check it all again. Yes sir. This time he sent all his officers away except Jonathan. Left alone with him in the building, Stephen Austin said to him, "Jonathan, get the arms dealer. We need more weapons." "Yes, boss." Stephen Austin did not even consider the last option that Michael had mentioned to him before leaving, exile in the United States. It was not possible for all the militia members to leave. That would create a huge diplomatic conflict. Escape secretly with just his family? Or surrender and accept the punishment? I would rather die fighting like a man than suffer such humiliation. Hours later, his men began to return. "I'm sorry, but there's no sign of Michael. We haven't been able to find him anywhere." Michael Williams had not been found. "We have not been able to locate the arms dealer either. He seems to have disappeared as well." The arms dealer was nowhere to be seen either. Things were starting to get strange. Had she decided to cut her ties, or had something unexpected happened? It doesn't matter. I never considered exile, but now the last escape route has been cut off. There is no choice but to fight. In the time that remained, Stephen Austin gathered his remaining followers throughout Texas. In the middle of the vast open plains of Texas, Stephen Austin stood surrounded by militia members. Although the number had been greatly reduced, many of the comrades who had defended Texas alongside him for years came. But not only them. Many passionate young Texans, newly enlisted, also joined the cause. With a determined face, Stephen looked at the militia members and began his final speech. "Comrades, the Prince of the Mexican Empire is marching towards us with his army. Our signature list has fallen into the hands of the enemy, and we have nowhere to retreat. The moment I told you about has come a little earlier. The oppressors of the Mexican Empire would eventually have sent their troops to crush us. We are all children of Texas. We are ready to fight against the oppression of the Mexican Empire. Our weapons are already prepared. The enemy is stronger than us, but here we are, 2,000 comrades who have remained until the end. We have enough of a chance. For the past 12 years, we have fought to defend this land, Texas, from the Comanche tribe. No one knows this terrain as well as we do. Now our choice is clear. Fight or be executed by Mexico. In that case, I will fight alongside you to the end. Onward, comrades. For our land, for our freedom, for our future. For Texas. A surprise attack? But what does it matter if we already know everything? Apparently, he does not suspect that there could be a spy within his own organization. Stephen Austin's movements have been constantly reported to me by an agent infiltrated in his group. We won't know exactly where the surprise attack will take place. That would be asking too much. We don't have real-time communication. But knowing the departure time, we can estimate it. Agent Collis plans to defect before the battle begins. Stephen Austin, I thought you might have tried to escape on your own by now. It's obvious that surrendering means execution, so it's not surprising that he decided not to take that option. But if he were to flee alone, he could at least save his life. Would you rather lose everything and fight? Frankly, I don't see that as a good choice. The only pitiful thing is his family and his subordinates. A noble sacrifice? That kind of heroism is only romanticized if they succeed and are absorbed into the United States. When the American media paints it that way, the Battle of the Alamo and David Crockett are a good example of this. For Mexico, Crockett was nothing more than an American who came to our territory to fight for its independence and died in an absurd attempt. Like Stephen Austin, who is called the father of Texas, David Crockett became a hero in American history books, but in this timeline, he will survive, as he will not immigrate to Texas until 1835. In the original story he was successful, so he was idealized. But here he will fail, so it would be better for everyone if he never came. The last letter brought by the messenger reported that Stephen Austin and the Texan militia had left 3 days ago. Considering the distance, they will be able to launch the surprise attack this very night. We have reports that the enemy may attempt a surprise attack at dawn. Prepare accordingly. I directly supervise 4 senior officers. The infantry commander, who leads 1,000 soldiers, to cavalry commanders, each commanding 500 cavalrymen, and the artillery commander, who leads 500 artillerymen. The infantry commander was the highest ranking officer. He replied, "Yes, Your Highness. We cannot deprive the men of all sleep, but we will reinforce the vigilance and order them to sleep fully armed." Very well. Make sure both the cavalry and artillery are ready to respond immediately, and increase the number of scouts in the cavalry. Yes, Your Highness. Our army arrived at the town of Gonzales, on the road to San Antonio, and we began to prepare camp on the outskirts of the place. Gonzales. He sounds familiar from somewhere. Boss, over 100 men have deserted today as well, Jonathan reported to Stephen Austin. Damn it. We can't afford any more delays. I agree. Especially now that this Carlos guy has also defected. Does this mean that morale is at rock bottom? Yeah. Escaping while defending our homeland, you damn cowards. We are going to launch the surprise attack tonight. Get ready. In the darkness of dawn, Stephen Austin and the Texan militia prepared for the attack. When they left, the militia numbered 2,000 men, but in the last 3 days they had been reduced by more than 400. They tried to stop the desertions that occurred every morning, but even those tasked with preventing escapes joined the deserters. 2,500 men against 1,600. Although the numerical difference was considerable, Stephen Austin believed that a surprise attack would give them the advantage. Comrades who have remained here, you are the ones who truly love our homeland Texas. If we overcome this last test, there will be great rewards for all. Stephen Austin encouraged those who remained until the end. Half of them had remained because of the camaraderie forged during years of fighting in the Texas militia. The other half were young people who, seduced by Stephen Austin's discourse on Texan identity, firmly believed that this was the true way to protect their home. Those who sought only success and rewards were the first to desert when battle approached. Stephen Austin organized his men into 2 regiments, divided into 16 companies. Although they were irregular forces, they had accumulated considerable combat experience after years of fighting the Comanche tribe. Texas militia, advance. Stephen Austin gave the order in a small but firm voice. In the moonlight, the soldiers of the Mexican Empire could barely be seen in the camp, and everything was silent. We're almost there. That they let us get so close without noticing what a mess they have in their army. The closer he got, the more exciting it became for Stephen Austin. He had no intention of firing from afar. Without cannons, they had to resort to hand-to-hand combat to take advantage of surprise and neutralize the enemy artillery. It's time. Attack. When you arrive, set fire to the tents. They were there. All that was left to do was run a little further. That's what Stephen Austin thought as he gave the order. Fire at will. Bang. Rat-ta-ta-ta. Suddenly, fully armed soldiers with rifles emerged from all the shops. Damn it. Run as fast as you can. Stephen Austin screamed and started running too. The response from the Mexican side, which had already anticipated the attack, was swift. Infantry, form ranks. Yes sir. Artillery, fire as soon as you are ready. Yes, sir. Fire as soon as you're ready. 1st Cavalry Regiment, flank on the left. 2nd Cavalry Regiment, flank on the right and attack. Understood, sir. In everyone's eyes, the surprise attack had failed. The enemy was responding perfectly. The Texan militia, surprised by the sudden counter-offensive, fell into chaos. How the hell did those bastards find out about us? I don't know. Damn it. Keep running. Don't stop. The surprise attack was their only hope, but when it failed, though distraught, they did not flee, but ran on. They had not yet suffered great losses, and their leader, Stephen Austin, was running with them. Sons of Texas, follow me. The Texan militia members regained their courage when they heard the shout of Stephen Austin, who was leading the charge. It was then that it was heard. Fire. Bang. Boom. Bang. Boom. Bang. One of his fellow militiamen running alongside him was torn to pieces. Ah! Damn you, bastards of the Mexican Empire. There was no turning back now. While running, Stephen Austin thought, the surprise attack has failed. The enemy infantry is already forming ranks. There is no point in advancing further. The enemy soldiers, who had already formed their ranks, began to shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat. Stephen Austin shouted at the top of his lungs, brothers, spread out. Use the terrain as cover. With that, he ran towards a nearby rock. Fire. Those who had deserted left their weapons and ammunition behind, as if they had any conscience left, which meant that those who remained had enough bullets. Rat-ta-ta-ta. The area near the town of Gonzales was not a completely open plain. The Texan militia members hid behind trees, rocks, hills, and buildings, thus beginning a shooting war. Rat-ta-ta-ta. Veterans with experience in battles against the Comanche tribe managed to inflict significant damage on the infantry of the Mexican Empire, but the cost in lives was desperate. The Prince of the Mexican Empire, Jerónimo, watched the scene and commented, it was a good idea to bring the new weapons. The power of the breech-loading rifles is impressive. Diego, the aide who had followed the prince to the battlefield, added, yes, your highness. It seems that 300 men with breech-loading rifles can fire at twice the speed of those with muzzle-loading rifles. The Texan militia also realized this. Jonathan, the militia's second-in-command, shouted, Chief, the enemy's weapons are too powerful. We can't continue like this. Damn it. Go back to the town of Gonzales. Use all the terrain to your advantage. There were civilians in the village. Giving that order could draw them into the fight, an irresponsible act, but it was part of Stephen Austin's plan. If we go into the village, they won't be able to use their cannons. The town was not large enough for a true urban battle, but the various obstacles would diminish the effectiveness of enemy cavalry. Thanks to his quick order to disperse and take cover, he prevented them from suffering devastating casualties. Considering the difference in weapons, numbers and training, they were not in such a bad situation. There is still hope. Everyone, retreat towards the town of Gonzales. Pass the order. The Texan militia began to move differently, running towards the town of Gonzales. The Mexican army also noticed this. Are they really trying to involve civilians? That's why we positioned ourselves far from the village. Your Highness, it seems that man is giving the orders. He must be the commander. As he watched the battlefield, Diego spoke. Hearing his words, the prince reacted quickly and gave orders to the signalman. Send the signal to the cavalry to capture Stephen Austin. If they can't capture him, they should kill him. The organization was completely dependent on Stephen Austin's leadership. If they lost their leader, they would disperse. If they managed to capture him alive and put him on trial, it would be a good image, but it was not worth risking the lives of his soldiers for it. The officer in charge sent the prearranged signal. The 2nd Cavalry Regiment, which was attacking the right flank and hunting down the militia members, saw the signal. Behind Stephen Austin, who was running towards the town of Gonzales, the cavalry began to gallop at full speed. Chapter 58, Texas. 7. Stephen Austin's heart began to beat faster as he heard the relentless hooves of the cavalry approaching. The battlefield before him was bleak, but he had decided to fight to the end. I will fight until the last moment. He gave up on running and instead took shelter behind a rock and began loading his musket. His hands moved quickly and precisely while, at the same time, he kept an eye on the horsemen who were chasing him. Bang! One of the leading riders fired his pistol. The bullet grazed Stephen's ear. At that moment, he felt death reaching him, but he quickly recovered and pointed his weapon at the enemy. The rider who had fired the shot still had it in his sights. He shot her, and he's still aiming. He doesn't even know he shot her? Damn idiot. It was a shame that his last confrontation was against such a foolish enemy, but Stephen prepared to pull the trigger. In his heart, He was determined to take at least one of his enemies with him. However, something unexpected happened. Bang! The rider, who had already fired once, fired again. Stephen fell to the ground immediately. One of the riders approached him, put away his revolver, and checked his condition. In a cold voice he said, "We won't be able to take him alive." Damn, I wanted to hit him in the leg, but he turned around and pointed his gun at me. It doesn't matter. At least let's get the body back. Okay. Stephen listened to their conversation as his final moments approached. At that instant, the voice of his loyal subordinate, Jonathan, rang out. Stephen. Rat-a-tat-tat. Jonathan had run towards him to save him, but was shot down by the cavalry's bullets and fell instantly. Their brave attempt was in vain. The two principal leaders of the Texan militia lost their lives in the blink of an eye. The commander of the cavalry regiment shouted loudly, "Surrender. Stephen Austin is dead. If you want to live, throw down your weapons and surrender." That cry echoed across the battlefield. The shocked Texan militia soldiers threw down their weapons and surrendered. The Mexican Empire's cavalry pursued the fleeing troops, while the infantry cleared the battlefield. The prince, watching from above, remarked, "A total victory. Yes, it seems we have suffered hardly any casualties." Shortly afterward, the army of the Mexican Empire entered San Antonio with more than 1,000 prisoners. The city was plunged into absolute silence. As the army of the Mexican Empire marched towards San Antonio, Major Ricardo pursued his target. How many days had passed already? That American spy was incredibly elusive. In the vast and desolate lands of Texas, the two had been engaged in a prolonged chase for days. But now, it was all about to end. Bang! Hee-I-E-I-E-I-E-I. Damn bastard. I finally caught you. It was his last bullet. Loading a rifle, while mounted on horseback is no easy task, especially when the target is also mounted and moving. Major Ricardo had discovered this damned American some time ago. He had found out where he was hiding, and began to keep an eye on him. He took advantage of a moment when the American came out to stealthily follow him, but somehow, he noticed him, and began to flee. That was 4 days ago. This wretch had even talked nonsense after falling from his horse. Wait. I'm an American citizen. I'm just a common businessman. A common merchant who flees for 4 days? Bang. Major Ricardo hit him with the butt of his rifle, silencing his nonsense. Finally, he tied the prisoner tightly and lifted him onto the horse, sighing, "Ah, the return trip will also be long." San Antonio was silent. The citizens did not leave their homes and only watched cautiously from the windows. I gave orders to my officers. First, make sure the injured receive proper treatment. Many had been brought from the battlefield after receiving only emergency medical care. Yes, Your Highness. There are many things that need to be resolved. Those who rebelled and those who supported them also had to be punished. They say that some sign under threat, so this will have to be investigated thoroughly. As soon as we arrived in San Antonio, someone who introduced himself as Carlos came to see me. Knowing the content of the encrypted messages, there was no doubt that it was him. "Thanks to you, we have reduced the casualties among our troops. I appreciate it." He had really made a great contribution. I patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you, Your Highness. Okay, I'll congratulate you later. First, let's look at that list you were talking about." "Yes, I'll bring it right away." Shortly after, he returned with a stack of papers and brought a man with him. "Your Highness, this is Michael Williams. He was third in command in the Texas militia, but he eventually decided to join us. So he betrayed his own. Your Highness, I never intended to rebel against the Mexican Empire. It was all Stephen's doing." Michael screamed desperately. "HMM. As third in command, I imagine you have useful information. You must know a lot about Stephen Austin's corruption and crimes, right?" "Yes, Your Highness. I know everything. I won't leave anything out. I remember everything exactly." "Fine. If you cooperate properly, I will consider lightening your punishment." "Thank you, Your Highness. I will do my best." The next day, the formal trial began, and everything went exactly as planned. The top officials, such as the governor and judges, did not dare to say a single word to me. They must have had their reasons for feeling guilty. Did you really think that, if you just kept quiet, this would go unnoticed? Although I had to deal with the trials of the rebels first, those corrupt officials would not escape punishment. THIS court passes sentence on the 1,057 members of the Texas militia who participated in the rebellion led by Stephen Austin and the resulting fighting. Their actions are deemed to constitute a serious violation of law and order. They are therefore sentenced to 20 years of hard labor and confiscation of their property. Bang, bang, bang. At first he intended to sentence them to death, but there was a use for them. The next trial continued immediately. It is true that Michael Williams, a former officer of the Texas militia, participated in the rebellion, but considering that in the final stage of the insurrection he reconsidered and cooperated with the government of the Mexican Empire, this court sentences him to 10 years of forced labor and confiscation of his property. Michael's relaxed face in court tensed for a moment, but he seemed to understand that he should be grateful for the sentence and silently accepted it. With the harsh sentences imposed on the militia, the atmosphere in San Antonio worsened. Michael Williams, displaying his much vaunted memory, compiled in one day a complete list of the officials Stephen Austin had bribed. Wow, it seems harder to find someone who hasn't taken bribes. Ahem. My apologies. Even Michael, ashamed of his own list, hung his head. The stench of corruption is all over Texas. We need major surgery. Yes, Your Highness. The men I had anticipated have arrived at the port of Galveston. They'll be here in a week. Then, well, it's not a bad idea to get started right away. Yes, Your Highness. We will begin the operation. The officers responded to my order and quickly dispersed. From the governor's office on the top floor of the 3-story building, I watched events unfold. Miguel, governor of Texas, you are under arrest for accepting bribes from Stephen Austin. Antonio, Texas judge, you two are under arrest for accepting bribes from Stephen Austin. A freezing wind began to blow across Texas. The governor, the judges, the garrison commander and almost all government employees were arrested. Wait a minute, Your Highness. Your Highness, please give me a chance. It was all Stephen Austin's fault. He threatened me into doing it. Are you telling me that man was watching you so closely that you couldn't even report the situation in Texas? Also, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you attend the opening ceremony of the railroad in the capital recently? TCH. How pathetic. And to think that those who call themselves imperialists would be so needy. If they had just done their job properly, I would have made sure they got some valuable information about railroad related properties, but no, they were stupid. I looked at the prisoners kneeling unchained and turned to the two cavalry commanders. It seems that San Antonio is already under control. Leave the rest to the infantry and go arrest the criminals in other settlements. Yes, Your Highness. We will capture them all. 1,000 horsemen set out across Texas. Good. Since the officials have been arrested, only the most delicate problems remain. There were people who signed on behalf of Stephen Austin, either under duress or coercion. I didn't mean to be too hard on them, but I couldn't let it go either. However, we also need to resolve the land issues, and the list of signatures gives us a perfect excuse to disperse them. Stephen Austin had granted land to immigrants beyond what was allowed by agreements with the Mexican government, in order to attract more settlers. Those immigrants would feel cheated, but they couldn't just acknowledge what Austin had done. DIEGO. Take the infantry and begin investigating the lands here in San Antonio. I will join you to oversee the process. Yes, Your Highness. He began an extensive survey of lands in San Antonio and the surrounding haciendas and ranches. Wow, Stephen Austin is crazy. He doesn't know the meaning of moderation. Yes, it is excessive. He has created a real hacienda in Texas. His lands amounted to no less than 30,000 acres. And he brought a great number of black slaves. Yes, it seems that black slaves have spread considerably here in Texas. Most are owned by immigrants from the United States. They had replicated the culture of the southern United States. Given this situation, it is not surprising that they call themselves Texans and so on. Texas had a radically different culture than the Mexican Empire. Like Texas, California had also received many immigrants, but things there were very different. In each town, it was ensured that Mexican officials and citizens played a central role. Furthermore, the nationality of the inhabitants of each town was intentionally mixed, and those who spoke Spanish were naturally promoted as leaders, forcing the settlers to learn the language if they wanted to integrate. By the third generation, they will have forgotten their original language. Since most settlers arrived as a family, it was common for the second generation to come all together, and if not, couples would arrive, so in 15 or 20 years the third generation would already be present. Texas must be similarly transformed. The further the investigation into the lands in Texas progressed, the more irregularities were discovered. He shrewdly favored American immigrants. He also gave more land to those who joined the Texas militia. Yes, it seems like he was trying to create some kind of hierarchy. A week passed, and the people he had prepared arrived in San Antonio. They were the new governor of Texas, the chief judges, immigration officials, and other employees of the different departments, all appointed by my father. Welcome. We were waiting for you. It is an honor that your highness receives us personally. The new governor, a member of an imperialist family, seemed deeply moved by my warm reception. They will have a lot of work ahead of them. Their main task would be to dismantle and redistribute American immigrants throughout Texas. It might seem like an extreme measure, but since they supported the rebellion and signed their support, it could not be considered a disproportionate punishment. It was the only way to overcome the deep cultural differences between Texas and the Mexican Empire. It was not necessary to relocate all American immigrants. In small settlements, only the land that was granted to them in excess of what was agreed in the contracts would be reclaimed. The most important thing was the cities, especially San Antonio and other densely populated areas, where it was necessary to ensure that Mexican culture prevailed. About half of the American immigrants, some 17,000, would be resettled. Many of them lived in San Antonio, and were Stephen Austin's main supporters. Now they would learn to live as part of the Mexican Empire. It will be a new beginning for them in Texas. Chapter 59. Texas. 8. It is fine to relocate Texans who come from the United States, but there are two problems. Both are related to the natives. The first is about the natives who still live in Texas. There are still many natives in Texas. In the west is the territory of the Comanche tribe, but many other tribes also live there, such as the Apache, the Caddo, the Karankawa and the Tonkawa. And not only that. Soon, the Cherokees will also be pushed into Texas by the United States. Part of the Cherokee tribe, which originally lived in the southeastern United States, will migrate to Texas at this time. All this due to the Indian Removal Act, Indian Disposal Act, of US President Andrew Jackson. They should call it the Indian Removal Act or the Indian Removal Act, not the Removal Act. The word removal has the sense of relocation, but using the word transfer for what is a threat of death, if they don't leave, is too soft. Especially in the case of the Cherokees, known for their tragic history and the Trail of Tears in 1835. During the forced relocation process imposed by the United States, some 4,000 Cherokees, 20% or 25% of their estimated population at that time, died en route. The problem is that this happened within the territory of the United States, which made it difficult to intervene. But still, I'll have to find a solution. The second problem is related to the natives and the missions. Just like in California, there are missions in Texas as well, and a large number of natives are held captive there. Even San Antonio is a city founded by missionaries, and it also has missions. If I want the natives of Texas to accept the sovereignty of the Mexican Empire using a carrot and stick strategy, I will have to solve the problem of the natives who are captive in the missions. Just as the Chumash tribe could never forget their resentment toward the missions, the natives of Texas must also feel a great aversion toward them. So I gathered together the priests who operated the missions in Texas. In theory, missions are places of religious conversion, but in practice they are estates in the hands of the clergy. And that is why this negotiation is possible. I'll be direct. Fathers, release the natives you have held in the missions. In exchange, we will provide you with labor that has been sentenced to forced labor. Ahem. Cough cough. As he finished speaking, nervous coughs were heard all around. Your Majesty, however reasonable it may seem, we cannot accept such treatment. Our missions do not exist only to use the natives as labor, but to evangelize them. The same old excuse. The California missions also said the same thing. Let's see if they don't fall for the following proposition. I will also provide you with mechanical mowers free of charge, in quantities appropriate to the size of each mission. Even if you have to pay rent to the workers later, it will still be profitable for you. The missions had not yet adopted mechanical reapers. Since they did not pay the captive natives, there was no need to replace that labor with machines. Ahem, still, offering them mechanical mowers, which cost more than 100 pesos each, and on top of that for free, seemed to tempt the priests, although they were not entirely sure about accepting it yet. The freed natives will be able to live on their lands, but I will have a church built in each settlement, so that they can continue their religious life. And you, the priests, will be the ones to send missionaries to these churches, won't you? In this way, the purpose of the missions, which is to evangelize the natives, will be properly fulfilled. Even though the missions are practically farms, they need a pretext to continue existing, and I was providing them with that pretext. He offered them to train priests, like in a seminary, to send them to the settlements. More than a royal order, this was a way of showing them that he would recognize their authority over the missions. In that case, it's fine. What do you think? The priest of the Valero mission in San Antonio, who acted as leader of the Texas missions, spoke. Everyone, looking around, nodded. As I expected, the situation is developing identically to what happened in California. The owners of the missions in California also reacted in the same way. There was not a single missionary in the true sense of the word. Okay, I'll soon be sending prisoners sentenced to forced labor along with the mechanical reapers on every mission. It was not difficult to persuade priests who could not resist the temptation of material desire. While sorting out the issues of land distribution and missions, cavalrymen began arresting corrupt criminals throughout Texas. Recently, a judge who had handed down sentences was now in the dock as the accused. A judge, who should be the guardian of justice and have impartiality as his greatest virtue, has accepted bribes in pursuit of personal interests, seriously damaging the foundations of our judicial system. This court sentences the accused to 5 years in prison and confiscation of property worth 100 times more than the bribe received. Bang, bang, bang. The governor and other officials received similar punishments. Prison sentences ranged from 2 to 5 years, and their property was confiscated in an amount equal to 100 times the bribes. It was practically a sentence that took away everything they had. I immediately began the next operation. RODOLFO, I trust you with this. Yes, Your Majesty. Although this task is great, we have already done it thousands of times. We will do it perfectly. He had specially brought the head of immigration, Rodolfo Nunes, from Veracruz, since he had to reassign about 20,000 immigrants from the United States, and he needed his experience. As we talked about before, distribute the people in the settlements in a way that makes it easier for them to assimilate the culture and language of our Mexican empire. But there is something else you must keep in mind. What would it be? Avoid the areas marked on this map that belong to the natives. Understood? With the help of the natives we had freed from the missions, we marked the territories of each tribe on the map. Digo, I want you to do the same thing you did in California. I don't need to show you how, do I? Of course, Your Majesty. Trust me. I will make sure that the natives of Texas become citizens of our Mexican empire without the need for violent conflict. The basic strategy was still the same as in California, a combination of carrot and stick. However, this time I planned to first free the natives held in the missions before a rebellion broke out, thus gaining their trust. I hope we don't have to fight. The commander of the infantry regiment, who was the highest ranking officer brought from California, and Digo set out to negotiate with the native tribes of Texas, accompanied by the natives we had liberated from the missions. Meanwhile, in the government offices, Rodolfo and the new governor were personally working on pending matters. Naturally, the officials under their charge were also working tirelessly. I briefly watched that scene before heading to the basement. In a dark, gloomy room at the back, I saw Major Ricardo and a man tied to a chair. Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to come here. The situation isn't exactly pleasant to look at, but don't worry, Major Ricardo. How's the information gathering going? Well, we haven't even started the actual torture yet, but this man confessed everything right away. What? You didn't start the torture? I've heard you say dozens of times that water has the answers. You fucking lunatic. The American man shouted indignantly upon hearing Major Ricardo's response. Ahem, Your Majesty, this man's name is Brian Taylor. I understand. It seems the water gave its answer after all. I turned to Brian. Listen, Brian, have you confessed everything? You even admit that the US government sent you? Of course. It's something we all know. The United States will never officially recognize it anyway, so there's no point in hiding it. Are you really okay with admitting it so easily? Don't you have family in the United States? No, my parents died a long time ago, and I have no wife or children. Although espionage warfare was not so widespread at this time, it seemed that the level of American intelligence operations was deplorable. I see. So, America sent you to support Stephen Austin? Okay, you already confessed the location where you hid the weapons, so please, I beg you, let me live. What a pathetic guy. Killing him would be the easiest option. However, the information he could provide us with about the American intelligence unit would also be useful. We will decide, based on the reaction of the United States. The location he mentioned turned out to be true. We found 2,000 muskets and 10 cannons. They are American weapons, but all traces have been removed. The serial numbers, which should have been engraved, were completely scraped off with some sharp object, making them unrecognizable. Pack up your weapons, and let's go back to Mexico City. Yes, Your Majesty. Our left ego and the army in Texas. They would need the troops to help settle the native tribes, and with the local militias gone, the army would be needed to contain the Comanches and maintain order. With Major Ricardo, American spy Brian, traitor Michael Williams, and my guards, I headed toward the port of Galveston. Hopefully we'll soon have the railroad connecting California and Texas finished. With that in mind, we rode for a week to the port of Galveston. February 1834. Just as I had planned, I solved the Texas problem in 3 months and returned. With California and Texas stabilized, both the western and eastern parts of the Northern Territory are under control. Only New Mexico remains. There was still Comanche territory, but facing the Comanches, with a population of 40,000 and a cavalry force of at least 10,000 men, was not going to be something that was resolved immediately. It would be necessary to prepare properly for a war. But first, there were other matters to attend to. I went to my father's office to inform him. Father, as I expected, matters in Texas have developed as I anticipated. I crushed them before the conflict escalated. My father, who had already received detailed reports of what had happened in Texas, sighed with relief. If it weren't for you, we would have had a full-blown rebellion in about a year. Good job, Jerome. All thanks to your firm support, Father. As we anticipated, there were provocations from the United States. We captured a spy sent by them, and we also seized weapons and cannons from the United States. Do you think the Americans will admit their involvement? Exactly. The United States will never admit it. Unless we are willing to confront them directly, we cannot expect to gain anything from this evidence alone. We can't fight now. Not yet. A war with the United States is inevitable. Their desire for expansion continues to grow, and in about 10 years, when they have colonized as far as our borders, they will look for any excuse to create a conflict. But to fight now would be madness. Although we are already much stronger than the Mexico of the original story, the more time passes, the stronger we will become, not only in size, but also in weapons systems. It would be foolish to start a war at this point. Yes, they won't admit it, but I think we can use this to negotiate something reasonable. It is virtually impossible to force the United States to acknowledge that it fomented the rebellion in Texas, but if the Mexican Empire makes this information public, it could cause tremendous political pressure on the United States. With this letter, we could negotiate something, at least. I won't ask for anything too big. In fact, I will make an offer that suits the United States as well, so it shouldn't damage relations between the two countries. The next day, I summoned the American ambassador, Anthony Butler. Chapter 60, Universities and Slavery. 1. U.S. Ambassador Anthony Butler. Normally, meeting this brazen individual would be an unpleasant experience, but today is different. Ambassador, I haven't seen you since the wedding. What a joy to see you again. I greeted him enthusiastically when he arrived at the palace, and he looked somewhat bewildered. Thank you for the warm welcome, Your Majesty. I didn't expect you to call me, but it's a nice surprise. It was clear that he was wondering why I had suddenly summoned him. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I offered him tea. The attendant poured the drink. Drip. We have plenty of time, so first, enjoy a cup of tea. Thank you. Just as he took a sip, I dropped the bomb. They were up to some mischief in Texas, weren't they? Cough, excuse me? What do you mean? Unfortunately, he didn't choke. That's what it seems. We've captured an agent sent by the United States. Since you have a close relationship with President Andrew Jackson, you're sure to know about it, right? Butler was a direct selection of Andrew Jackson, meaning he is in his inner circle. I don't understand what you're talking about. An agent? Our nation has no knowledge of any of that. It was the typical predictable denial. The agent has confessed everything. We have also recovered a good number of weapons that you left behind in Texas. In addition, we have obtained your testimony, in which you claim that the US government sent those weapons to support the rebellion in Texas. And, by the way, we have already confiscated those weapons, so don't waste your time trying to get them back. Our government sent these weapons? It must be a madman. We know nothing about it. Without hesitation, Anthony Butler turned his own agent into a madman. That's the fate of captured spies, but even so, it seemed excessive to me. Then you won't have any problem if I hand over the information and evidence to Henry Clay, right? If he raises any suspicions, the Mexican Empire will confirm them. We will not hesitate to publicly accuse your President Andrew Jackson of inciting a rebellion on our territory. Henry Clay, a United States Senator and a leading opponent of Andrew Jackson, was about to found the Whig Party in this same year, 1834. He was a highly influential political figure and a staunch critic of Jackson, especially regarding his war on the bank policy. If I give him the opportunity to attack Jackson, he won't waste it. As soon as I finished speaking, Anthony Butler stood up from his seat. I cannot listen to any more of this. The idea that our country has been involved in a rebellion is a blatant lie. Yes, we may not control all the weapons in circulation, but to say that we incited a rebellion? Do you really think we would accept such an absurd accusation? If the Mexican Empire makes such claims, it will only cause diplomatic friction and achieve nothing. With a red face, Butler said those words and prepared to leave. He was right that with the current evidence, it would be difficult to force the United States to acknowledge its involvement in the rebellion. But the political damage to Andrew Jackson could be considerable. A competent diplomat would not leave like this. He should be thinking about negotiating. It is obvious how much they underestimate us. If we were considered equals in diplomacy, his reaction would have been different. I spoke to him just as he was about to put on his coat. Wait, don't be hasty. Let's talk a little more. There doesn't have to be a conflict if we both come to a reasonable agreement. In a calm tone, I suggested that he continue the conversation. Butler, realizing that he had lost his temper, put his coat back down and sat down. My apologies, Your Majesty. I got a little worked up. I'm willing to discuss possible arrangements. What an amateur. This is the limit of a diplomat appointed by connections. While I scoffed internally, I presented him with something I knew would catch his attention. I've been noticing that President Andrew Jackson has implemented the Indian Removal Act. It seems he wants to get rid of them. Is that correct? It's not so much about expelling them, but rather relocating them to a more suitable place. We both knew there was no such thing as a right place. As the Americans continued to expand westward and southward, the Indians would be pushed back again and again, until they were all dead. If the Indians agree, they could emigrate to our Mexican Empire. But the United States government must take them humanely to a city on our border, where we will set up an immigration office. Excuse me? Are you serious? If we do this, will you just let it go? Anthony had a look of surprise on his face, as if he couldn't believe his luck. We, accepting a problem that only caused him difficulties in exchange for covering up a political scandal? His face showed an almost amused disbelief. Of course, there are more conditions. Or do you think that the Mexican Empire does charitable works? Seeing my expression, Anthony Butler quickly adjusted his posture. May I know what those conditions are? FORMALLY. In exchange for signing an indigenous immigration treaty, the Mexican Empire expects that half of our debt, that is, 400,000 pesos, will be forgiven. If they accept, we will also stop insisting on the matter of the rebellion in Texas. After confiscating the plantations in Cuba, we had begun to pay part of the capital of the debt, leaving an outstanding balance of 800,000 pesos. Anthony Butler appeared to be seriously weighing the offer, surely considering all possibilities in his mind. If it's $200,000, Jackson could present this as a major achievement. At $300,000, he could still justify it. But if we are talking about $400,000, they'd probably consider it a loss. Andrew Jackson would withstand some political pressure, but if we drop the issue of the rebellion in Texas, the deal would be reasonable for him. Finally, Anthony Butler responded, I will have to consult with my government, but I think we can consider it positively. Perfect. I look forward to receiving a formal response as soon as possible. I gave Anthony Butler a firm handshake. As I watched him walk away, I thought to myself, you will regret this decision. The United States wanted to get rid of the Indians because they needed their land. Instead of relocating them within their own territory, they would be happy to send them to the Mexican Empire. Although I stipulated that we would only accept tribes that consented to migrate, I knew that the United States would use force to obtain that consent. And during that process, resentment toward the United States will reach its peak. I planned to settle these tribes along the US border. Like European immigrants, we would give them land, food, and farming tools. However, unlike the natives already living in our territory, I would not allow these tribes to live together. To speed up their integration, we would treat them like any other immigrants under our assimilation policies. I won't even need to use the carrot and stick strategy. By the time they reach the Mexican border, they would have suffered devastating defeats in wars with the United States and walked the painful trail of tears, fully aware of the cruel reality. Even if I scattered them, they would not have the strength to resist, and once they experience the benefits of being colonists in our empire, their desire to resist would gradually fade away. These Native Americans would revitalize our lands as small farmers, and within 10 years, the United States would deeply regret this treaty. When he returned to Mexico City, Major Ricardo was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. I personally recommended him to my father, detailing his achievements. He became the head of a newly created military intelligence unit. It was a unit that did not officially exist, and whose existence was only known to a small group of people. The 20 agents personally selected by my father were elite officers, the most loyal to the emperor. From young officers in their 20s to experienced officers in their 40s, they were all lined up in front of me. I started talking to them. You will have the most dangerous and complex missions of our entire army of the Mexican Empire. I looked each of them in the eyes. But don't worry, your patriotism and loyalty will be rewarded. It was the first time we were operating an intelligence unit. We had no background or experience in espionage. This unit, although it does not officially exist, is the most important in our empire. They can be proud of their mission. Then I approached Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo, who was in front. Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo, I trust you. He replied with a determined expression. I will do my best to become the eyes and ears of the Imperial House. Loyalty. I accepted his military salute. At the discreet, hushed inauguration ceremony for the military intelligence unit, there was one more person present. At the end of the line of uniformed officers stood Michael Williams, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Why that face? Your Majesty, I wonder if I should really be here. After all, you have already been sentenced to hard labor. Or would you rather go to the mines? No, that's not it. He had been assigned to this unit because he would be carrying out a special mission. The training will be a little more difficult for you than for others, but keep up the good work. These are the first intelligence officers, and obviously, there is no established training program yet. Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo and the other officers will create a training plan tailored to the needs of intelligence officers, and the recruits here will test it first then to assess its effectiveness. The training will be at the standards of elite officers, so it will be extremely rigorous. Michael Williams will have to complete it successfully. If you plan to take over the immigration company and gather information in the United States, you will need to put in the effort in your training, especially if you don't want to get caught. Hearing my words, Michael Williams turned pale. I'll do my best. I hope so. Even though Stephen Austin was dead, immigration from the United States had to continue. There was no better person to handle this task than Michael Williams. He already had experience on the ground, he knew how things worked, and I could easily control him. If you do your job well, your family will live comfortably. I patted him on the shoulder. The flow of population from the United States must continue. We might not be able to offer such attractive benefits as Stephen Austin, who had been a fraudster, but in reality, the number of immigrants might even increase. He planned to structure the immigration operation similarly to European immigration companies, with a tiered scheme. Stephen Austin had made his fortune building huge plantations and bribing Texas officials, but with Michael Williams at the helm, things would be different. Michael would receive no commission for being at the top of this scheme, making the operation more profitable than those in Europe. I'll have to pay him a salary, at least. Although he was technically sentenced to hard labor, he would need a financial incentive to motivate him, since he would also be running the immigration company and acting as a spy in the United States. Also, while you are in the United States, you will receive a generous allowance to cover your activities, so don't worry. Understood, Your Majesty. Michael would spend the next 3 months undergoing extreme training before being deployed to the United States along with the other agents. After the opening ceremony of the intelligence unit, I returned to the palace. One of the maids informed me, Your Majesty, you have a visitor who arrived before you. He is Deputy Pedro, from the Republican Party. It seems like the day is not over yet. Chapter 61, Universities and Slavery. 2. I figured you'd come soon. The young leader of the Republican Party, Deputy Pedro, came to look for me. So, do you want me to help you with the foundation of the university? I remember that our agreement was only until the law was passed. The creation of a secular university is also crucial to the renewal of our Mexican empire, but for the Republicans it is a cause for which they are willing to risk their lives. In any country, and at any time, university students tend to be the most progressive group, which meant that in Mexico, where landowners and the Catholic Church had overwhelming power, only religious universities existed. I helped pass the law establishing secular universities in exchange for their support for the introduction of the metric system. Our agreement ended there, and the actual implementation was the responsibility of the Republican Party. I understand. I'm not just here to ask for help, but to make another deal, like last time. Another deal? Deputy Pedro Gonzalez. Although he has a strong commitment to Republican ideals, he is only 30 years old and a political novice. He became leader of the Republican Party in his late 20s, an impressive feat. However, with many of the veterans, such as the party's former chairman, Rafael, and other leaders having defected to the side of the landowners or the emperor, taking on the powerful church would not be easy. Still, I was surprised that he was already looking for a shortcut. I've heard that the Catholic Church is putting pressure on them, but it's disappointing that you're asking me for help without having tried to fight back. From the point of view of the Republicans, the Imperial House, although it presents itself as a constitutional monarchy, is almost an enemy, given the powerful authority of the emperor, comparable to that of an absolute monarch. Although the power of the Republicans has diminished in recent times, they still have considerable influence, and instead of taking advantage of their own power, they have decided to ask for help from someone who, in theory, should be their adversary. Disappointed. Deputy Pedro seemed surprised by my words. Yes. Did you really think that just by passing the law, the church forces would accept everything without a fight? In Mexico, the power of the Catholic Church is immense. The imperialists, the landowners, and the Republicans are all devout Catholics. Over the centuries, Catholicism had spread throughout Mexico, not only among whites and mestizos, but also among local indigenous elites. There was rarely anyone who was not Catholic. In the original story, when the Republicans tried to carry out secular reforms, they faced great rebellions. And not once, but twice, the Reform War in 1857 and the Cristero War in 1926. Although there was a 70-year gap between these two events, the reason for the revolts was the same, an attempt to weaken the power of the Catholic Church. Although the Church lost the First War, it managed to maintain its influence for another 70 years. It's really amazing, when you think about it. Of course, I didn't think they would accept everything without resistance. But they have gone too far. According to what Pedro explained to me, the church was crossing legal and illegal boundaries, putting pressure on the Republicans in every possible way. Not only were they delivering sermons, organizing conferences, and publishing material against them, but they were also putting political pressure on legislators to delay the budget allocation needed to establish the secular universities. They were even spreading unfounded rumors and launching personal attacks against those who were pushing for the creation of these universities. It's true that a young party like the Republicans has a hard time taking on an institution that has perfected these tactics for centuries. The Catholic Church had a long history of demonizing anything that went against its interests, calling it immoral. They had not built up that experience overnight. Despite my thoughts, I spoke firmly. DEPUTY Pedro, is that all you have? Complaining that the church is manipulating public opinion with sermons and publications? If so, then go out and give speeches yourself. Explain why we need secular universities, refute the church's arguments and attack the contradictions in its speeches on morality and justice. That would be like declaring open war against the Catholic Church, wouldn't it? Fear. It is understandable to be afraid if you understand the power that the Catholic Church has in Mexico. What they have done so far is nothing more than a warning. If the confrontation escalates, they could even resort to physical violence, such as threats of murder. Pedro must know this, but where is the courage you showed at the party? Overcoming fear is what defines a reformer. If you have the illusion that you can achieve reforms without sacrificing anything, you better wake up from that dream. I reprimanded him in a firm tone. A reformer must fight. If he is not capable of doing so, he has no right to occupy the position of leader of the Republican Party. If Deputy Pedro did not meet my expectations and did not overcome his fear, I would have to replace him with someone more competent, even if that created a new risk for the Imperial House. I never imagined that I would receive such reproaches from Your Highness when I came to propose a deal. I feel as if I have been slapped awake. Peter's face turned red with embarrassment, but he continued speaking. The worst thing is that I can't deny that he's right. Since I suddenly became leader of the Republican Party, I've been thinking too much. Let's forget about the deal. Now I see a spark in your eyes. May I know what you plan to do? Pedro looked at me with a determined expression. I'm going to show what our Republican Party is really made of. I'm glad to hear that. It is true that the Catholic Church is powerful, but the Republicans are not weak either. Although their influence has diminished in this reality, the Republicans of Mexico's original history demonstrated impressive power. It was an endless cycle of dictators rising to power, only to be overthrown by Republicans. In that process, the hero who overthrew the dictator often became the next tyrant, and so the cycle continued. The first dictator in that cycle was Agustín I in the end. However, the Republicans prevailed, and despite major rebellions instigated by the Catholic Church, it was the Republican government of Mexico that emerged victorious. Republicans and the Catholic Church, two forces so powerful that they were bound to clash. In fact, as has happened in history, they were destined to clash. But since the Republican Party is weaker in this reality, perhaps I should give them a little hint. If the situation becomes too violent, the Imperial House will intervene, so keep things under control. It was both a warning to avoid bloodshed and a hint that he shouldn't worry about going that far. Peter got the message. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Instead, there's something I'll need your help with. I'm sure you'll be interested. Huh? What's it about? Pedro looked at me, thinking that we had ruled out any kind of agreement. Since we are here, let's take advantage of the opportunity to resolve this. I want there to be no more slaves in our empire. The abolition of slavery? Your Highness always surprises with your unpredictable words. In the original story, the abolition of slavery in Mexico occurred in 1829. One might think that this measure would provoke a strong reaction from conservatives, but at least in this Mexico, there was no great opposition. It's logical, since there are almost no slaves. Following the Valladolid controversy, enslaving indigenous people was officially prohibited. Although they continued to be exploited in practice through debt or missions, they were not officially considered slaves, which made the abolition of slavery not a significant burden. Instead, the measure provoked a fierce reaction from Texans, who had established plantations with large numbers of African slaves, as in the southern United States. Your Highness, the Republican Party obviously supports the abolition of slavery, but are you sure about this? Peter asked cautiously. Yes, I'm sure. I can handle the consequences. I would like you to present the proposal to Congress. We will, Your Highness. He had delayed the abolition of slavery, in part because of the Texas problem, but if that were the only obstacle, he would have forced the measure through more quickly. However, in this reality, there was an additional problem. That obstacle was nothing more and nothing less, Cuba, a territory that did not exist in the Mexico of the original story. The plantations in Cuba were mostly owned by Spaniards, so after the annexation, these lands became property of the government of the Mexican Empire. In short, the owner of Cuba's vast plantations was now the Mexican government. So I reached an agreement with my father and the finance minister. Instead of simply freeing the slaves, they would be transformed into tenant farmers or wage workers. In exchange, we would provide specialized planters and mechanical harvesters for the sugar and coffee plantations, along with dams and irrigation systems at reduced prices. To convince them, I made a detailed calculation of the costs and benefits they would obtain if they accepted my conditions. With the introduction of mechanical harvesters, surplus labor could be moved to the mainland to work in other jobs or participate in colonization. With the situation in Texas under control, there were no longer any forces capable of opposing the abolition of slavery. The next day, the problem of secular universities that Deputy Pedro had reminded me of was still on my mind. Universities, I've never worked directly with anything other than engineering, but it's always been a topic that I'm passionate about. Maybe in this world I can build many universities. At the moment, the Mexican Empire has too many problems that require my attention. Among the most urgent are the construction of the port and the shipyard in Veracruz, as well as the problem with the Comanches. However, the creation of universities is also crucial, especially because the time between planting the seed and harvesting the fruits is long. In a sense, it is an urgent matter as well. If I considered the entire process of mediation between the church and the Republicans, the budget allocation, the acquisition of land, the design, the construction, the recruitment of teachers and students, the minimum time to open the doors would be 3 years, or even 5, if I were conservative in my calculations. He planned to create a 4-year university, so the first graduates would take at least 7 years. If you added the time needed for them to accumulate experience and achieve results, we would be talking about 12 years from now. Making him wait any longer could be a disaster. CILIA, it looks like we won't be traveling to Veracruz anytime soon, so you don't need to pack your bags yet. Huh? Why? I have some things to attend to in Mexico City for a while. OH. Cecilia, who had been looking forward to returning to our little home in Veracruz, could not hide her disappointment, but there was no other option. If I was going to create a secular university, I wanted to design it myself from start to finish. It would be a gigantic university, incomparable to the small religious universities of today. It would be better if the university itself were a work of art. He planned to establish all the necessary faculties. To do this, he would need to recruit teachers and ensure that they had access to appropriate books to develop the curricula. It's time to start the search for talent again. This time, instead of looking for experts in specific technical skills, I would make an effort to attract renowned academics from around the world. I will also have to import and translate some of the most influential books up to modern times. With that idea in mind, I began to write a letter to Reginald in England. Chapter 62, The University and Slavery. 3. Pedro Gonzalez called the Republican deputies together early in the morning. He wanted to talk to them about his meeting with the Crown Prince. There was no deal. He told his companions frankly. He had gone to negotiate, but the prince rebuked him. Although his blood boiled, he could not refute him, because everything he said was true. On second thought, I wasn't wrong. It's true that I was too naive. But it was a decision we all made. Why should it be your fault? His colleagues told him. However, Peter thought differently. He looked around at his fellow deputies. They were certainly young. Although there were some deputies in their 40s and 50s, compared to other groups, the average age was at least 10 years younger. Because of my clumsiness, I have made these young people feel ashamed too, thought Peter, feeling a pang of shame. He resolved that from now on, things would be different. The secular university is something that we, the Republicans, can never give up. If this is the case, we must strengthen our resolve. We will not be able to achieve this without confronting the church. Peter told his companions, and they agreed. We must also communicate this to our followers. We must let them know that now is when the real battle begins. The strength of the Republicans did not lie solely in the number of seats. Many local military commanders, especially high-ranking ones who had fought for independence, shared Republican convictions. Resistance to Spain, which had exploited Mexico for centuries, often translated into a rejection of the monarchy and support for republicanism. You're right. From now on, a war is coming, and internal discipline will be crucial. The Catholic Church. There was no one who would not feel fear when facing this colossal enemy. But if they remembered their faith in republicanism and their commitment to the people, they could endure the battle. That is what Deputy Pedro believed. His companions began writing letters to their followers, while Peter set about drafting his address to the people. Within a few months, after having been repeatedly struck down by the church's statesmanship, the spirits of the Republican deputies, which had been low, began to rise again. As soon as Peter finished writing his speech, he ran to the square. There was no promotion announcing that the Republican leader would give a speech, nor was there a large podium prepared. He got a wooden box and climbed onto it. Citizens of the Mexican Empire. I'm Deputy Pedro Gonzalez. Today I want to talk to you about a crucial issue, the creation of a secular university. Peter began his speech in the street. Only 20 people stopped to listen to him, but he was not discouraged and continued speaking. The law on the creation of a secular university was recognized as necessary by Congress and was approved by the majority. However, due to certain obstacles, its implementation has been delayed. Today I want to tell you about the benefits of this university. First, education is the key to the modernization and progress of our country. To catch up with global progress, we must establish an educational system based on science and technology. This is essential for the development of our economy and the strengthening of our national competitiveness. The United States, the United Kingdom, France and other major powers have already established numerous secular universities and are still continuing to establish them. In a country like ours, which does not yet have a single secular university, any attempt to block this could cause irreparable damage to our competitiveness. He used examples from world powers. Although religious influence remained strong in the United States and Europe, a different wind began to blow towards the end of the 18th century. Universities gradually began to secularize. As early as the 19th century, some universities were founded on completely secular principles, such as the University of Virginia, established in 1819 by Thomas Jefferson, and the University of Berlin, founded in Prussia in 1810. National competitiveness. I suppose that, if more people receive a university education, the possibility of inventing things like these trains will also increase. A Creole who was passing by murmured these words. Seeing that the reaction of the citizens was not bad, Deputy Pedro continued his speech. Secondly, there is the contribution to economic development. Secular universities will foster the advancement of science and technology, which in turn will boost the growth of our industries. This will result in the creation of more jobs and become the basis for the country's economic growth. This was something that most citizens of Mexico City could feel directly. Why were so many people flocking to the city lately? Precisely because of employment. The world was changing radically compared to the times when only agriculture and basic trade existed. Thirdly, we must strengthen national cohesion and identity. Secular education will help to form a sense of community that transcends religious and regional differences. And finally, improving access to education. Secular universities will be built in greater numbers and on a much larger scale than today's religious universities, both in the size of their faculties and in the variety of programs they will offer. This will only be possible in a secular university, where not only clerics, but anyone with knowledge, can become a professor. We will be able to offer education to ordinary citizens, which until now has been monopolized by clerics and the landed class. Deputy Pedro deliberately avoided mentioning terms such as the development of critical thinking, human rights or freedom of thought. Instead, he selected only the key points that would attract the interest of citizens. As he expected, the public reaction was positive. That thing about secular universities doesn't sound so bad, does it? Yes, and if all goes well, maybe we can send our children to university. Deputy Pedro traveled to different parts of Mexico City, giving several speeches a day, until he lost his voice. Meanwhile, the proposal for the abolition of slavery, pushed by the Republicans and supported by the monarchists, was approved, and the Catholic Church began to mobilize seriously. In Texas, the black slave Samuel also heard the news. The plantation owner has died? Yes, they say he confronted a government bigwig and got shot. He thought he was a king, but in the end he died at the hands of someone more powerful. So, what will happen to us? I don't know. I guess they'll just change the owner. The brief feeling of euphoria Samuel felt faded at his friend's words, bringing him back to his harsh reality. Yes, I guess so. The huge plantation and ranch that Stephen had built with so much money were confiscated as state property. The government, already accustomed to these situations, sent an official to manage the plantation, and it seemed that the condition of the slaves would not change. Until one day, something happened. Everyone gather around. The voice of a white foreman echoed. The terrified black slaves rushed together, knowing that any delay would cost them severe punishment. In front of them, next to the stern-looking foreman, stood a government official. Looking at the slaves, who were barely eating and wearing ragged clothes, the official spoke. Under the great mercy of His Majesty the Emperor and the infinite grace of His Highness the Crown Prince, slavery has been officially abolished in the Mexican Empire. From now on, you will no longer be bound by the chains of oppression, and will be able to begin a life of freedom. He spoke in Spanish, so the slaves did not understand, but the foreman did. Well, translate quickly. Is what you just said true? Yeah. So, who will do the work on the plantation? They will be paid a salary and hired as employees. The foreman thought about objecting, that this would reduce profits, but then remembered that the man in front of him was not the owner of the plantation, but a government official. Understood. Then he translated what the official had said to the slaves, who watched with tense faces, not knowing what they were talking about. By the grace of His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince, from this moment on, you are freed from the chains of slavery. It was a rather simplified version. The slaves could not comprehend what he had just said. Suddenly freed from the chains of slavery? Faced with this shocking declaration, Samuel did the unthinkable. Is that true? Are we really free? Samuel. Asking questions to the overseer was strictly forbidden. Only words of obedience were to come out of a slave's mouth. So his friend, taking a risk, called him to warn him. Fortunately, the foreman only frowned slightly, not showing too much anger. You should be grateful for the mercy of the imperial family of the Mexican Empire. Even despicable beings, like you, are granted freedom, for you are now citizens. The foreman added these words with disdain. Something unimaginable had happened. One of the slaves collapsed, his legs unable to support him. The official, seeing this reaction, thought that the translation had been well understood, so he continued. Now, they can choose between receiving land to farm, or working for a fair wage. The first option gave them benefits as settlers, while the second gave them advantages as urban immigrants. Surprisingly, slaves were almost equally divided between the two options. Those who had no families mostly opted for the second. Landowners were not concerned with keeping black slaves' families together, which meant that many were separated from their loved ones. And even if they were offered land, they knew from experience that it would be difficult to farm it alone. This type of situation occurred not only on Stephen Austin's plantation, but throughout Texas and Cuba. Hey, there. Leave the blacks alone. They only told us that they would confiscate the land. Can't we take what's inside, as they promised us? In Mexico, slavery has been abolished, so that person no longer belongs to you. Leave them. They will now be treated as immigrants. You mean they are going to treat black people as equals to us? The Mexican government has gone crazy. Did you just insult Mexico? The face of the immigration officer, who had been impassively giving orders, contorted with anger. He took out his notebook, crossed out the number 120 he had written, and wrote 100 next to it. Wait, what did you just do? I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. I swear that I will fulfill my duty as a subject of the Mexican Empire. It will not happen again. Please forgive me. The official thought for a moment before speaking. I'll let you off the hook this time. But don't forget that I'm the one who decides how the lands in the colony you're going to are distributed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Several weeks had passed since Congressman Pedro met with them. During this time, the law abolishing slavery was passed without problems, and officials charged with freeing slaves left for Texas and Cuba, accompanied by the army. Your Highness, American Ambassador Anthony Butler has come to see you. Let it pass. The message I was waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 63, The University and Slavery. 4. Anthony Butler visited me a month later. From your visit, it seems that you have already made a decision. Has it been authorized? Yes, Your Majesty. Our government in the United States has decided to accept the terms of the agreement you proposed. Okay. Then, without further delay, let us proceed to sign the treaty. I took out the document I had prepared beforehand. The content was as follows. 1. The government of the Mexican Empire agrees to welcome indigenous individuals and families who have voluntarily agreed to emigrate from the United States to the territory of the Mexican Empire. 2. The United States government, from a humanitarian perspective, is committed to safely transferring the indigenous people to the border cities of the Mexican Empire. 3. In order to strengthen mutual cooperation and friendly relations between both countries, the government of the United States exempts the government of the Mexican Empire from a debt of 4 million pesos. Anthony Butler frowned as he read the document she had handed him. Is point 2 really necessary, Your Majesty? Points 1 and 3 should suffice. That's what he asked me. It is absolutely necessary, I replied firmly. Seeing that he had no intention of changing his mind, Anthony Butler sighed and said, are you sure that, after signing this treaty, you will return to us the arms dealers captured in Texas and the confiscated weapons? That will be a bit difficult. We will return the weapons. Are you going to keep him in the Mexican Empire? He is an American citizen. Anyway, once we return the weapons, there will be no incriminating evidence, so there is no need to take him. Besides, he has already agreed to live as a citizen of our Mexican Empire. If you wish, I can have him verify this in person. If he wants to return to the United States, I will send him immediately. It is clear what would happen to him if he returned to the United States after confessing. Moreover, as a member of the US Military Intelligence Service, he could be of great help to us. If possible, it is better to keep him alive and useful, rather than sending him back to be killed. When I said this, Anthony Butler, surprisingly, didn't give it much thought and commented, well, that's fine. After all, he's just a lunatic with no relevance to our government. He signed the document quickly, as if he wanted to finish as soon as possible. The Treaty on Indigenous Relocation was formally ratified. I don't know how humanely the Americans will relocate the Indians, but since it is an official treaty, they cannot completely ignore the second point. I hope there will be fewer deaths than in the original story, but they won't decrease drastically. The main causes of death in the Trail of Tears were disease, exhaustion, and starvation, and with the technology of this time there's not much that can be done about disease. Natives who arrive in poor condition at border towns will be allowed to recover properly before being sent to their new homelands. The Treaty on the Relocation of Indigenous People signed with the United States was a big issue in that country, but in Mexican society it went almost unnoticed. There were other, more pressing issues. A month had already passed since the Republicans launched their counteroffensive and the Catholic Church had also raised the tone of its criticism. Father Fausto Vasconcelos even began giving public speeches, convinced that speaking only from the church was no longer enough. Dressed in the traditional garb of a Catholic priest, he stepped up to the podium, and to anyone's eye, he looked like a devout cleric. Dear faithful, today, I'm speaking to you about our faith and our traditions. We are currently facing a crucial problem, the creation of a secular university, driven by the demands of the Republicans. His speech, which began with Dear Faithful instead of Dear Citizens, addressed the issue of secular universities and Republicans from the start. We all recognize the value of education. However, education should not be limited to the mere transmission of knowledge, but should inculcate moral values that nourish the growth of the soul. We must carefully consider how a secular university could reflect this essence of education. The Republican proposal has the potential to shake the foundations of our society. They challenge traditional values and family stability, promoting a secular and materialistic education. This could lead to spiritual poverty among our youth, and weaken our foundations of faith and morality. Although his words were criticisms without clear foundations, many of those present nodded in agreement. Father Vasconcelos continued his speech. We must grow spiritually and mature morally through an education based on our faith. Our culture and identity come from the faith and traditions that have been passed down from generation to generation. We must carefully reflect on whether the secular university will respect and preserve our values and identity. I urge all of you to work hard to protect our faith and traditions. We need to take a hard look at the creation of a secular university and carefully assess the potential impact of the Republican proposal on our society. Following God's wisdom and teachings, we must protect our faith and values and work for the unity of our society. We must unite and face this challenge together. May God's blessing be with you all. Amen. Although it was a public address, when the priest finished with an Amen, many people instinctively responded with an Amen. It was a clever tactic to emphasize the sincerity of the message and guide the audience to agree with it. The issue of creating a secular university was becoming a hot topic, not only in Mexico City, but throughout Mexican society. Reginald Greenfield sighed upon receiving a letter from the company's owner, the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire. Just when I thought everything was calm, he loads me with work again. Let's see. There were several names in the letter. Francis Ronalds. How did they discover this man? The name, marked with a star to indicate that it was crucial to recruit him, was accompanied by a brief description. Scientist, inventor, and the first electrical engineer. I'm not sure what that means, but it seems important. But that was not all. There was also a request to investigate professors from renowned European universities, as well as a list of books that he was asked to obtain and send. Liam, can you take care of this? Reginald handed the book list to his colleague Liam Murphy. THIS is not part of my job. What do you mean? You're also an employee of the company. Besides, lately you've been doing nothing but slacking off, while your subordinates run the show. It was true. Liam Murphy, who was responsible for managing Irish immigrants at the company, had already hired dozens of agents. He had made some mistakes at first, which required his supervision, but lately, his only job was to compile reports and write summaries every day. Well, it's not complicated. I'll see what I can do. Liam put on his coat and left, while Reginald headed off to find the whereabouts of Francis Ronalds, the first name on the list. In his mid-40s, Francis Ronalds still retained his passion for science and invention. Although his most important invention, the electric telegraph, had been dismissed by Sir John Barrow, Secretary of the Admiralty, as totally unnecessary, his interest did not wane. Following the failure to implement the electric telegraph, Ronalds turned his attention to other fields, such as mechanical engineering, civil engineering, and astronomy. One day, while he was immersed in his research, a man appeared at his door. So, you're telling me that the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire is interested in my electric telegraph? Francis narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man who had introduced himself as Reginald. I understand that you find it hard to believe. I wouldn't believe it either. But here you go, a letter written directly by His Highness. Read it. Although he wanted to throw out the man who looked like a swindler, Francis decided to be patient and took the letter. Dear Francis Ronalds, Francis omitted the irrelevant parts and went straight to the heart of the letter. His groundbreaking invention, the electric telegraph, was not adequately appreciated in England, but I'm convinced that it has enormous potential. The Mexican Empire believes in the transformative power of such innovations and is committed to supporting people with a vision like his. The rest of the letter described in detail how the electric telegraph was planned to be implemented in a practical way. The understanding and reflection on electricity in the telegraph was evident. Was this content really written by the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire? It seems too technical, Francis said, squinting. I don't know much about the content of the letter, but in the Mexican Empire he is considered a genius. He has a reputation for his respect and support for scientists and engineers. I imagine that is what is mentioned in that letter as well, Reginald Greenfield replied. Support scientists and engineers. Francis continued reading the final part of the letter. Recognizing your pioneering efforts, we would like to propose a collaboration with you. We have plans to establish an electricity and telegraph company in the empire, and we would like you to be at the center of this project. This venture will not only provide you with resources and freedom to develop your research, but will also offer you a stake in the company's shares. We believe that your experience and knowledge will bring a new era of connectivity and progress to our country. If you are interested in our proposal, we will take care of providing everything necessary for your transfer, and we will make sure that your work receives the respect and attention it deserves. For Francis Ronalds, a man who had invented numerous devices, the electric telegraph he had created in his late 20s remained his headache. He proposed this revolutionary means of communication in 1816, but it was dismissed as totally unnecessary, causing him deep disappointment. Indeed, after this rejection, he took 2 years off to make a grand tour of Europe and the Middle East when he was already 30, something unusual for his age. To establish a telegraph company and give me a stake in it. The proposal was certainly tempting, but what attracted him most was the last line of the letter. We are prepared to give you the opportunity for your work to receive the respect and recognition it deserves. Francis still believed in the potential of the telegraph. He knew that, if he did not accept the offer, someone else would implement it and take the credit. After several days of reflection, and after talking with his family, Francis finally made a decision. The telegraph was developed in the early and mid-19th century by several inventors. The most famous in original history is Samuel Morse, who created Morse code. I apologize to him, but I think I'll be the one to use Morse code first. The university was still 3 or 4 years away from opening, but there was no reason to wait. If people with practical skills could already be recruited, companies that were just starting out at that time would receive an injection of at least several $100,000 in startup capital, so they only intended to grant 5% of the shares, although the rights to the company name would remain the same. Francis Ronalds, sitting in front of them, was the first step in that process. How about calling the company Francis Electronics? Chapter 64, The University and Slavery, 5, Summer 1834. My assistant, Diego Lewis, who I had left in Texas, returned. You did a good job, Diego. I realized how much I was missing you. His skin had darkened considerably, probably from all the time he had spent traveling around Texas. Thank you, Your Majesty. What gives me the most satisfaction is serving you. I remembered his discouraged expression when I ordered him to take charge of the cleanup job in Texas, right after California, and I couldn't help but smile. Haha, there's no one I trust more to represent me than you. I patted him on the shoulder in recognition of his hard work and asked, so, how is the situation with the native Texans? At first, I was worried, because the natives in Texas were more hostile, but freeing those held at the missions and taking them with us was a great help. In fact, there was less need to use the whip than in California. This is all thanks to your wise strategy, Your Majesty. Haha, that's excellent. Despite having returned to Mexico City only yesterday, Diego did not come back empty-handed. A report. Yes, it is a compilation of letters sent by administrators and information I have gathered from various government departments. I have an exceptional assistant. Let's see. In the current Mexican Empire, the entire country was practically under construction. Railways, dams, and irrigation systems were under construction simultaneously, absorbing massive amounts of labor. It is no wonder that labor shortages are a constant problem. Perhaps we are rushing into so many infrastructure projects at the same time. It is true that construction projects are demanding a lot of manpower, but it seems that the population is more prosperous than before, and just as you predicted, the population growth rate has increased considerably. The development of the territory was taking place effectively, and the wages paid for these works allowed the workers to live more comfortably. The money issue was also under control, for now. The cost of railway construction was being covered by landowners, the largest hacienda owners in Mexico, through the government budget. My companies continued to reinvest their profits and grow, while the Mora gold mine, which I controlled, had become a giant cash cow. At first glance, everything seemed to be going well, but economic problems always have two sides. Construction is absorbing all the labor that we also need for industrialization. Even my own companies are competing for workers, which is pushing wages up. Just as wages in the United States once surpassed those in London, a similar phenomenon was occurring in the Mexican Empire. Wages, which in 1822 were 1 peso per day, had risen to 1.1, 1.2, and now reached 1.3 pesos. And that was only because we had recently brought in hundreds of thousands of additional workers from farms in the Yucatan Peninsula and southern Mexico, paying middlemen to temporarily ease the shortage. We will have to increase investment in the immigration company, and also expand the countries of origin of immigrants. While leafing through the documents, Digo picked up one of them and read it before commenting, "Your Majesty, the immigration company is already operating at almost no profit. Are you suggesting that you are going to invest your own assets?" That's right. What good is it to accumulate wealth if I can't invest it because I don't have people? I was even willing to use my personal fortune to increase the population of the Mexican Empire. After saying this, a new idea occurred to me. In addition, we should also accept immigrants from South America. Most of them speak Spanish, and Brazilians, who speak Portuguese, can also communicate in Spanish quite well. Learning Spanish is not particularly difficult for them either. It is amazing that I had not thought of this before. Portuguese and Spanish are very closely related languages. They both belong to the same family of Romance languages, and are closely related. Digo, impressed, agreed. You are right, Your Majesty. Although it will not be as numerous as in Europe, given the recent political circumstances, there will probably be a significant demand for immigration. As expected, in present-day South America, there were more countries in unstable situations than stable ones. Right. Find someone to take over the new immigration company for South America. The affected countries will not be very happy about this, but if they want to leave, what can be done? Until real diplomatic conflicts arise, we will continue to accept immigration. I think I should start paying attention to Asia too. Over the past 3 months, the conflict surrounding the secular university had been escalating and was reaching its climax. Are you telling me there was a fight? Yes, Your Majesty. It seems that the faction leaders did not participate directly, but I think the time has come. It seems so. The conflict had escalated from simple speeches with arguments, to mutual criticism, and after a while, to public discussions disguised as debates. We've had enough. The Republicans would not be a problem, as I had warned them in advance, but the church was probably preparing to use force. That fight was the signal that everything was about to explode. Send the army to reinforce security. Immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. With the approval of Agustín I, central troops began to deploy throughout Mexico City under the pretext of maintaining order. It was a clear sign of the intervention of the imperial government. The next morning, summon the Archbishop of Mexico and Congressman Pedro Gonzalez. Let it be this afternoon. Both arrived on time. Archbishop Pedro Mirabit arrived first, and Deputy Pedro Gonzalez arrived almost at the same time. Curiously, they both shared the same name. Your Majesty, it is an honor to see you again since the wedding. I pray that God's grace will always be with you. Thank you, Archbishop. I'm glad to see you again. Deputy Gonzalez, welcome. Thank you for receiving me, Your Majesty. We sat down in the living room. There was a brief silence, and it was I who broke the ice. I'm sure you already know why I have called you together. It is time to resolve the issue of the secular university. Deputy Gonzalez responded first. That is correct, Your Majesty. We Republicans are willing to accept your mediation. When the Archbishop stepped forward, he had no choice but to give in. The Catholic Church is also willing to accept it, but as he was about to continue, I interrupted him. I didn't want him to use that tone characteristic of clerics, in which they drag out their speech, in order to take control of the conversation. Since both of you have agreed to mediation, you should be willing to make mutual concessions. Do you agree? We agree. Everything was practically planned in advance. Deputy Gonzalez agreed immediately. Archbishop Mirabete thought about it for a moment. He did not like the idea of giving in, but rejecting the proposal was not a viable option either. No matter how much power the Catholic Church has in Mexico, taking on both the Republicans and the monarchy would be madness. We agree. It''s fine. In essence, the university itself is not a bad thing, right? Even I agree that universities in the Mexican Empire leave a lot to be desired in terms of size and academic diversity. This is something we need to improve, even for the sake of our national competitiveness. Noticing that I seemed to be advocating the creation of a university, the Archbishop reacted with resistance. Oh, of course, college itself is not bad. But the college that these Republicans want to create will be a place without moral principles. That could encourage materialism and immoral behavior, which would make it better not to have it. Just because it is not directed or taught by clerics does not mean it lacks moral principles. In the traditional European mindset, morality was intrinsically associated with religious values and following the example of the life of Jesus Christ, so the Archbishop was not entirely wrong. But for Deputy Gonzalez, who believed that a morality based on reason, equity and justice was possible, this was an outdated thought. He argued that a secular university should exclude everything related to religion, but I was willing to mediate on that point. Archbishop Mirabete, it seems that you are not opposed to the idea of founding a university per se. So, I think that the Republicans should give in on this point. What do you mean, give in? Deputy Gonzalez, surprised by my words, seemed disconcerted, while the Archbishop smiled at his reaction. It's too early for him to laugh, I thought. I also think that completely eliminating religion is too radical a position. How about we allow the construction of a chapel within the university, establish a faculty of theology, and allow clerics to teach? Since funding would come from the government, administration would be handled by government officials and there would also be lay teachers. But there was no need to mention that yet. That seems reasonable to me. Deputy Gonzalez agreed. And what do you think, Archbishop? It seems that the Republicans have made a great concession. After all, most of the students will probably be faithful to the Catholic Church, and if we build a chapel and allow them to attend religious services, there would be no reason to worry about morality, would there? Although he had received a concession, the Archbishop was not entirely satisfied. However, he did not have a solid reason to reject it either. As influential as the Catholic Church is in Mexico, taking on both the Republicans and the monarchy would be madness. After some thought, the Archbishop finally agreed to the engagement. Okay. After all, in this Mexico, most intellectuals were clerics, which gave them a dominant position in academic fields. Surely he would be rationalizing that most professors would be clerics. What they cannot imagine is that I plan to bring in a large number of foreign professors. The only thing the church will be able to control will be the theology faculty and the chapel, I thought as I continued speaking. It seems we have reached an agreement. If we had made concessions from the beginning, we would have avoided bloodshed. Ha ha ha. Now, why don't you shake hands? Both of them had somewhat dissatisfied expressions, but they finally shook hands. I looked at the scene and said, I will take care to draw up a plan that reflects the opinions of both parties. Archbishop, is that okay with you? Wait. Are you saying that His Majesty will draft the plan personally? Deputy Gonzalez seemed surprised, while the Archbishop, somewhat more pleased, replied, yes, that seems fair to me. Perfect. So we reached an agreement. Although Deputy Gonzalez showed some discontent, the next day, when I explained my plan to him, he changed his attitude completely. Are you saying you'll bring dozens of professors from Europe? THAT''S right. If we left all the teaching positions in the hands of clerics, it would not be a secular university. While we're at it, we should aim to create the best university possible. He always thinks of everything, doesn't he? In that case, I agree. But there is also something you will have to give in. What is it? I want the university to be built in Morelia. Excuse me? Wouldn't it be better to build it in the capital, Mexico City? It is more accessible. After all, isn't it difficult to find suitable land for a university in Mexico City? Didn't you want to build a big majestic university? Mexico City has many disadvantages in various aspects. The city, successor to Tenochtitlan, was built in the center of a lake and has grown as Lake Texcoco has dried up. This makes it an extremely vulnerable city to earthquakes. Mexico City must develop strategically. It is already difficult to control its pace of growth, and if we also build a university here, it will be even more complicated. That's true, but doesn't it have a certain symbolic value? Admittedly, it might seem strange to build the first secular university in a city other than the capital, but I'm prioritizing practicality. Morelia will be connected by rail and can be reached in about 4 hours. I'm willing to donate part of the royal family's lands. In Korea, 4 hours is a considerable amount of time, but in this day and age, and in Mexico, it is a distance that would be considered practically around the corner. Morelia is practically owned by the royal family, so I can donate large tracts of land without any problem. Well, that would certainly save a lot of land costs. But I don't think His Majesty will give away the land without conditions. What else does he demand? I see you know me well by now. The university must be built according to my design and plans. As a result, it will be a much better university than is expected in this day and age, so even for Republicans it will not be a bad choice. I started to break down my plan. Chapter 65, The University and Slavery, 6, September 1834. Your Majesty, the details of the plan and budget for the creation of the secular university have just been approved. Digo informed me about the issue I have been most focused on lately. It finally begins. The law for the creation of the secular university, along with the construction of the port and shipyards in Veracruz, was finally approved, after 18 months just to begin the design. In the end, things only moved forward when I got personally involved. I probably put too much faith in the Republicans from the start. Still, there were some achievements. The Republicans, once a powerful force, but having remained in the shadows for years, finally broke out of their shell and began to confront the church. This time I intervened as a mediator, but the Republicans and the church will surely continue to clash in the future, don't you think? I asked Digo. That seems inevitable, Your Majesty. The church, which fears social change, and the Republicans, who crave it above all else, are destined to clash. That's how it is. Digo, with his innate intelligence and ability to adapt, has become increasingly valuable. He is not part of the landowning class, so his mindset remains flexible. So, everything went according to my plan? Yes, it was approved as you had proposed. In the end, I managed to persuade Deputy Pedro to agree to everything I wanted in the plan. The university will be built in Morelia. In exchange for donating the royal family's lands and funds, it will be called Imperial University of Mexico. Originally I was only planning to donate land, but seeing that the budget they proposed was not sufficient for what I had in mind, I decided to contribute funds as well. Were the works awarded through public tender? Yes, just as you ordered, although given the size of the project, the only company with the proven capacity to carry it out is Ortega Constructions, so it was not difficult to win the contract. In this case, although the public tender was more of a formality, I suggested that it be introduced into government construction projects to start letting other companies take on smaller projects. The budget is 500,000 pesos, which at current exchange rates would be equivalent to about 23 billion won. Typically, universities of this era started with 1 or 2 buildings and expanded as they obtained more funding, but in our Mexican empire there was no comprehensive first-class university, so we decided to make a significant investment. Of those 500,000 pesos, 150,000 will come from the royal family's funds. My father will contribute 50,000, and I will contribute the other 100,000. After all, the land belongs to my father, so he shouldn't complain. Before beginning the formal design, I took the train and headed to inspect the port works and shipyards in Veracruz. I wanted to make sure the project was going well before we embarked on other important projects, as this one was just as crucial as college. Matthew, long time no see. I've been busy since I got back from Texas, but I finally got to visit you. How's everything going at the site? Your Majesty, thank you for your visit. The works are progressing well. The chief architect, whom he had not seen for a long time, replied with a confident voice. I like that confidence. Where are we at? Both the port and the shipyards are more than halfway completed. Mattia pointed to the documents on the large table in his office, detailing the progress of the project. It looks like it will take another 36 months to complete. Mateo, if someone wanted to undertake a similar project, building a port and shipyards at the same time, how much do you think we could shorten the time frame? Although the port and shipyards of Veracruz are large compared to others in the region, they are small when considering the size and needs of the Mexican Empire as a whole. Except for the port of Veracruz, there is no other port city worth mentioning, except Havana in Cuba. We'll have to wait until the work is finished to know for sure, but if the current equipment is moved as is, I think we could shave off at least 6 months. That would mean 30 months. We should have at least 1 in the Pacific, and 1 more in the Atlantic, for a total of 3. Increasing naval capacity is urgently needed. Only in this way can we prevent the French from continuing to extort us so shamelessly. Although we are training crews and building ships with the boats we got from Spain, it is still insufficient in terms of magnitude. Understood. Let's go inspect the place. Yes, Your Majesty. I will guide you. Mattia and I headed to the construction site. On a vast dusty field, workers were busy with their tasks. Large machines moved slowly, making heavy sounds, and construction materials were arranged in their proper places. Overall, it's not bad, Mattia. But the location of the materials and the routes of the workers don't exactly match what I had imagined. The construction followed the plans we designed together with the architects, but I noticed some points that could be improved. There were some small adjustments due to the circumstances at the site. But the working method has not changed. I walked around the place while listening to Mattia's explanations. After examining it, I thought that there was indeed room for improvement. If we put those materials over there and have the workers use this path, it would be more efficient, don't you think? I proposed. Yes, you are right. I will make the adjustments immediately, Your Majesty. I spent the whole day looking for ways to increase work efficiency, and finally we arrived at the shipyard under construction. 5 small docks, 4 medium-sized docks and 3 large docks were being built. 2 of the medium-sized docks and 2 of the large docks were being prepared for the construction of steamships. Everything seems to be progressing well. Have they built the steam cranes I spoke of yet? One of the key innovations of this shipyard compared to others of the time would be the early incorporation of steam cranes. These cranes used essential components compatible with the precision machines at Locke's factory. Yes, Your Majesty. We have set up some experimental cranes there. Would you like to see them? Clear. The use of steam cranes in the shipyard would greatly facilitate the transportation and assembly of large ship parts. These cranes were essential for lifting and moving heavy pieces of steel, boilers, and machinery, making them indispensable in shipyards building steamships. The introduction of steam cranes would significantly increase work efficiency, allowing the construction of larger and more complex ships. Mattia took me to the site of the crane designed by Joseph Locke, the owner of Locke Precision Machinery. This crane was advanced for the technology of the 1830s, consisting of metal frames, thick cables and a huge steam engine in the center. Although it looked small compared to modern cranes, its functionality was evident. When the technician started it up, the machine shook slowly, and steam whistled out. The crane arm took a while to lift a piece of steel, and the control was extremely careful. It's a bit crude, but compared to the manually operated wooden cranes used in most shipyards, this is a big improvement. When the era of steamships comes, these cranes will be adopted, but in this era, shipyards use simple manual cranes made of wheels and ropes. If I can bring in that engineer who is on my recruitment list, the Mexican Empire will be able to get ahead in the construction of steamships. After inspecting the works in Veracruz, I returned to Mexico City. The Veracruz project is important, but I cannot be responsible for all the stages of design and construction. I do not have time to get bogged down in a single project. That is why, in this case too, I had to appoint a suitable person in charge, and I chose one of the main architects of Ortega Constructions, Damian Luna, as the main person in charge. Your Majesty, thank you very much for choosing me as the lead architect for this project. I will put all my knowledge and passion into the design of this university. Damian, dressed in a smart outfit that reminded me of Raman, the director of my textile company, spoke enthusiastically. He had been recommended by Andres, the head of the company, when I asked for someone with an excellent aesthetic sense. Those with a good aesthetic sense definitely stand out at first glance. Actually, this type of design work was not my strong point, so I thought that his aesthetic sense and experience would be of great help for this project. I am glad we can work together on this project. In my office in Mexico City, together with Damian and the architects from Ortega Constructions, we began working on the design of the Imperial University of Mexico. In the original story, universities in Europe and the United States, famous for their beautiful campuses, frequently adopted Gothic, Neo-Gothic or Gothic revival styles, due to their grandeur and majesty. Although Stanford University in the original story also demonstrated that a beautiful university can be created using the Spanish colonial architectural style, an imperial university must be majestic. The Spanish colonial architectural style would certainly better capture the unique character of our Mexican empire, but since this will not be the only university we build, I want at least this imperial university to reflect that grandeur. DAMIAN. I would like the overall design of this university to reflect a beauty that combines neo-Gothic with Romanticism. The design should focus on classical columns, arches, and domes, in harmony with nature. Damian nodded at my comment. Yes, Your Majesty. I will imagine a design that combines classical grandeur with the naturalness of Romanticism. What I wanted to emphasize was the balance between aesthetic beauty and functionality. Buildings must fulfill their educational purpose and, at the same time, be visually appealing. Classrooms should be spacious, with large windows to take advantage of natural light, and high ceilings that convey the solemnity of learning. Damian, while drawing lines on the plans, added, in addition to the classrooms, the library is also crucial, Your Majesty. The library should be a center of knowledge, with an imposing facade and an interior that offers a calm and focused environment for study and research. A&E laboratories and research facilities must reflect contemporary scientific and technological advances. Basic equipment for experiments and a safe environment for research will be needed. We must also pay attention to student residences. They should be simple but comfortable spaces for students to relax in. I fully agree with Your Majesty. I will ensure that the administrative buildings, student residences, auditorium, and concert hall are in perfect harmony. The campus landscape design was also a key aspect. Plazas, parks, fountains, and statues will be key symbols of the aesthetic value of the campus. We must create spaces where students can meet, converse, and relax. Damian, I, and several architects discussed with enthusiasm as we designed and laid out the numerous buildings the university would need on the land donated by the imperial family. These included classrooms, libraries, research facilities, administrative buildings, student residences, an auditorium, sports facilities, and a chapel. I recalled the images of many beautiful campuses I had seen in my past life when I was bored. With Damian's aesthetic sense, those images began to take shape and synergy. For the first time, in this life and the previous one, I had the feeling that we were designing an architectural masterpiece. Chapter 66, The University and Slavery. 7. As he moved forward with the design of the university, he continued to recruit talents and welcomed them with enthusiasm, assigning them to the most suitable places. Francis Electronics, founded under the leadership of Francis Ronalds, had been established in Morelia. You made this in 1816. To my genuine admiration, Francis smiled shyly and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Allow me to explain in detail." He brought with him a device he had created earlier. Although it was an early model, his device was capable of sending electrical signals over a distance of 8 miles. Although his invention worked, there were many aspects that could be improved. So it uses a spinning disc with letters on it to transmit messages. Yes, Your Majesty. The system consists of turning the dial to the desired letter, and the moment the wire is grounded, the receiver notes the letter that appears on his dial. It was an ingenious method, but inefficient and with a high risk of failure. I see. In addition, the use of glass-coated wires made the process very expensive. If we shift the focus from electrostatics to electromagnetic induction and we use Morse code for message transmission, we will get the telegraph that I know. The first battery, developed by Italian physicist Alessandro Volta in 1799, made this breakthrough possible. As I mentioned in my letter, I also have some ideas about the telegraph. Have you heard of batteries? Yes, Your Majesty. They are devices that generate electrical energy through chemical reactions, right? Are you thinking of using them for the telegraph? Exactly. With this, we will be able to send electrical signals in a different way. I explained to Francis my idea of using electromagnetic induction. So if we use this method to send electrical signals, how would the messages be transmitted? It**s simple. We combine long and short signals to represent letters. For example, a short signal could represent the letter A and a long signal the letter B. In this way, we could encode the Spanish alphabet, numbers and other characters. So we would create a unique combination of signs for each letter. It's a very innovative idea, Your Majesty. Thank you. What I need you to do now is to improve your invention and turn my idea into reality. Can you do that? Yes, Your Majesty. The idea is so clear that all that remains is to build it. He seemed impatient, eager to create an improved version of the electric telegraph. I will provide you with copper wires and batteries as quickly as possible, but first complete the code system. I hadn't memorized Morse code in my previous life, so I would have to recreate it. Yes, Your Majesty. I will do my best. How about calling this code system the Iturbide code? After all, you are the one who came up with it. Okay, call it that. The telegraph system would be very useful in many sectors. Although it would initially be too expensive to deploy nationwide, in areas such as government agencies, the military, railways and finance, it would significantly improve operational efficiency. I received a letter from Reginald Greenfield of England about the result of the recruitment of an important figure. Well, he says he'll make a decision after seeing it with his own eyes. This is the first time something like this has happened. Someone wanted to see for themselves if what he had written in the letter was true. It was John Ericsson. I heard about him from Joseph Loke. When I asked him if he knew any engineer who could build a steam-powered ship, he mentioned him to me. Joseph, do you have a good relationship with him? I wouldn't say we were close, but when I was in England, we talked a lot. We also talked a lot about steamships. I understand. Joseph Loke, after a long time without seeing his old friend, crossed Mexico by train in the hope of helping in his recruitment. I think he's coming, Your Highness. I'm glad I didn't wait too long. John Ericsson, 31, born in Sweden, and emigrated to England, was a tall man. Seeing our clothes, he seemed to guess who we were and quickly approached. How are you? It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. I'm John Ericsson. Nice to meet you. It must have been a long journey. You already know this man, right? Yes, I know him well. After answering me, he turned to Joseph Loke. I had heard that you had gone to the Mexican Empire, but I didn't expect to see you here. I was wondering how the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire knew about me, and now I see that it was you. That's right. I recommended you. I remembered the conversations we had during the Rainhill Trials days. Anyway, it's nice to see you again after such a long time. Ericsson and Loke greeted each other enthusiastically. The Rainhill Trials was a locomotive competition on the Liverpool to Manchester line held in England. The John Ericsson designed locomotive, the Novelty, also took part in that event, where the rocket, designed by George Stephenson and Joseph Loke, won first place. It seems that the engineers who took part in that event maintained a certain level of contact with each other. Well, since you're all caught up, let's go see what you've been wanting to see. Yes, Your Highness. I look forward to seeing you. The plan I proposed to Ericsson to convince him was as follows. First, we plan to mass produce steamboats. Second, we are building a large shipyard with a dock dedicated exclusively to steamships. Third, we will provide the most advanced equipment such as steam cranes, steam hammers, rolling mills, lathes and drilling machines for the construction of steamships. Let's start by visiting the construction of the steamship-only dock. I took Ericsson to the construction site of the shipyard, which was already beginning to take shape. The shipyard is quite large. It is spacious, both in general terms, and at each dock, so that there is enough space to install all kinds of machinery. If you look closely, we have already prepared the bases for fixing the steam cranes. Although it was still under construction, there wasn't much to show. I took it to the warehouse, where we kept the equipment that would be installed in the shipyard once it was finished. Now I leave the explanation to you, Loke. Yes, Your Highness. Ericsson, let's start with the steam crane. You'll be amazed. Since all the machines came from Loke Precision Machinery, I'll let Loke himself do the introducing. Ericsson, when testing the steam-operated crane, seemed to have discovered a new world from the very first moment. He thoroughly examined each machine, not only the crane, but also the steam hammer, the rolling mill, the lathe and the drilling machine. Ericsson, having not eaten a single bite since arriving in Mexico, spent several hours in the warehouse, exploring the equipment in admiration. Awesome. Everything exceeded my expectations. From there, things flowed smoothly. During the meal, Ericsson asked Joseph Loke several questions about life in the Mexican Empire, and by the end of the meal, he had made up his mind. I want to accept the challenge of making steamboats. He spoke with a serious expression. Perfect. We will help you set up a company, although as it is a public company, we unfortunately cannot put your name on it, as in the case of Loke. Is that okay with you? Yes, it's a little disappointing, but it's okay. This shipyard is a government facility, originally ordered by the Navy. It is not something I can use as I please. Originally I didn't want to get too involved in the marine industry as it's not my area of expertise. I had brought 50 top-notch naval engineers from Spain in the hope that they would take care of everything, but the Mexican Imperial Navy did not meet my expectations. I could not simply walk away, as the shipbuilding industry is not only related to the Navy, but also to trade, so I proposed to the government the creation of a public company, offering both trained personnel and capital investment. As I mentioned in the letter, I will give you 2% of the shares in the position of director. However, the majority shareholder will be the government of the Mexican Empire, so if there are no results within a reasonable time, it could be a problem. Don't worry. Although there will be some mistakes along the way, I have many designs that I have been planning for a long time. Plus, we have 50 top-notch naval engineers from Spain, so I have full confidence. We decided that the public company would be called Destileras Mexicanas Mexican Shipyards, a simple but meaningful name. The government would own 70% of the shares. I would have 28% and John Ericsson 2%. The 50 naval engineers we brought from Spain would also be affiliated with this company. John Ericsson would return to England to prepare his move to the Mexican Empire. January 1835. Construction of the Imperial Mexican University has begun. Although it was the middle of winter, the weather was not so cold as to stop the work. The climate is really nice. It's not cold in winter and not too hot in summer. Although it was January, the average temperature was about 15 degrees, quite different from Seattle, where temperatures are often below freezing at this time of year. We will begin construction of the engineering faculty building as planned, Your Highness. Good. I really like the design, so make sure the construction goes as planned. Yes, Your Highness. Even at a large university, it is not common to build all the buildings at once before opening its doors. Typically, 1 or 2 buildings are started, and, as more funding is obtained, more are built. This is an approach that many modern universities follow. Although money was not a problem in this project, time was. Designing and beginning construction of a university of this magnitude will take at least a year or more. The layout of the buildings and the design style were decided first, starting with 4 key structures: the engineering faculty, the dormitories, the chapel and the library. Under Damian's direction, construction began to move forward. Watching the place transform filled me with deep emotion. Although I had come to the construction site, there was not much I could do other than point out some safety issues and improve the logistics of the work. There was a time in Sacramento where I was just picking up a saw myself and cutting wood, and now we have a team of architects who are running everything. Ha ha ha, we were all surprised back then. We never imagined that His Highness the Crown Prince would teach us how to use a saw. Digo replied with a smile. Ah, ha, I can imagine. The decision to start engineering school was a personal necessity. I know that areas such as literature, philosophy, art, science, mathematics, and economics are important, and faculties for these disciplines will eventually be established, but now we are in the era of the Industrial Revolution and inventions. If we do not rapidly expand our national strength, we could find ourselves in a dangerous situation. We need engineers in mechanics, civil engineering, shipbuilding, chemistry, electricity, metallurgy and military technology, among other disciplines. In fact, most of the talents we are recruiting right now are engineers. Although I plan to recruit experts in other areas later, while the university is being built, this is the priority for now. As I looked at the work, I made a decision. I'll leave this in Damian's hands and start putting the next plan in motion. Although I would love to remain involved and participate more, there are still other equally important and urgent tasks that require my attention. Diego, let's go back to Mexico City. Chapter 67, The Campaign Against the Comanches. 1. We have successfully integrated the native tribes of California, including the Chumash tribe, as subjects of the Mexican Empire. Furthermore, after quelling the rebellions in Texas and accepting the native tribes there is only one place left to pacify. This is the Comanche tribe in New Mexico. Once we stabilize that region, we can finally secure control of the vast northern territories of our empire. Although I don't need to manage everything personally, the strength of the Mexican Empire would be enough to resolve it without major problems. In the end, we will win, but we will suffer much greater losses than expected in the process. They are not enemies that we can defeat in one fell swoop. Like the United States in the original story, we will also suffer heavy casualties. The accumulated resentment will affect not only the soldiers, but also the civilians who are not directly involved in the fighting. We won't be able to avoid bloodshed, but I don't want to exterminate them all. In the Mexican history books I read in my previous life, there were chapters dedicated to the Comanches, detailing the damage they caused to the Mexican Empire. During the decade from 1830 to 1840, more than 2,600 Mexicans were killed in dozens of raids, and more than 100,000 head of cattle were stolen. The situation is completely different than that of the Chumash tribe. While the Chumash were fighting for revenge against oppression and to regain their freedom, the Comanches were more of a nomadic society dedicated to plundering. It will not be easy to resolve this conflict as it was with the Chumash. It is very likely that the Comanches have already mastered guerrilla warfare. The Comanches are not easy enemies. They are much more powerful than Spain. It is estimated that, at this time, their population was between 30,000 and 40,000 people, with at least 10,000 mounted warriors, dominating a vast region known as Comancheria. There are even records of the Comanches defeating the American army on several occasions. It won't be a short war. There will be dozens or even hundreds of battles to be fought. But we can't leave them unchallenged either. We must act before they continue to strengthen and reach their peak. The Comanches, who had been expanding their power since the early 19th century, reached their peak in the 1840s. Some scholars view this period of Comancheria as a kind of nomadic kingdom. I looked for Agustín I. Father, we have resolved the problems with the Indians in California and Texas. Now it is time to move on to the next phase. You mean the Comanche tribe? Mexico was already aware of the existence and power of the Comanches, especially since several villages in the north had been sacked by them. Yes, to subdue them, we will need considerable force. That's the tricky part. Even though the army is under my command, the declaration of war needs the approval of Congress. If we mobilize an army of that size without their consent, there could be strong opposition. We need an army on par with a real war. In history, this conflict was known as the Comanche-Mexican War, 1821 to 1845. It was not a decisive war that determined the fate of the country, but it lasted 24 years. And it ended not because Mexico won, but because the United States took the territory. It was also accompanied by the Texas Comanche War, 1820 to 1875. These records show the true strength of the Comanches at that time. Throughout the conflict with Mexico and the United States, the Comanches managed to maintain their power until they were finally defeated by a much stronger American army in 1875. If we are going to confront them, we cannot do so with a mediocre force. We need to deploy a real army, as if it were an all-out war. I could make a deal with the Republicans to solve the problem of Congress, but making deals on war issues could spark fierce opposition. Father, I will personally take charge of convincing Congress. National pride and patriotism for the Mexican Empire also reside in the members of Congress. If they understood the danger posed by the Comanches, who, although within our territory, are an external enemy, many would be willing to approve it, leaving aside political calculations. And if it doesn't work, I can always resort to agreements. Okay, I'll prepare the meeting soon, so start writing your speech. Yes, Father. Agustín I issued a call to Congress. All deputies attended the Congress. Although an official notice had been issued, no one arrived late after learning that the Crown Prince was going to give a speech. Murmurs filled the room. The topic of the speech had not been reported, so everyone was speculating about what it might be about. Have you invented something new? Why would he announce this in Congress? I think he will propose a new territorial development plan. As the Crown Prince took the podium, President Raphael banged his gavel to focus attention on the speaker. Bang, bang, bang. With all eyes on him, the Crown Prince began to speak. Respected members of Congress, today I come to speak to you about the problems posed by the great Comanche indigenous tribe, which is located within our imperial territory. After having stabilized California and Texas, the only place that still escapes the control of our empire is the center of the Northern Territory, that is, New Mexico. However, the Comanche tribe in New Mexico is no easy foe. This nomadic tribe, which follows the bison across the vast plains, is estimated to have a population of 40,000 people. The Crown Prince paused at this point, giving the deputies time to absorb the information. As they had expected him to talk about some invention or development plan, the mention of an indigenous tribe took them by surprise. Hearing the size of their population, many showed expressions of astonishment. The Crown Prince took a sip of water before continuing. Our military force consists of at least 10,000 horsemen, half of whom are armed with rifles. As some of you may know, there have recently been frequent raids by the Comanches on towns in Texas and the north of our empire. They have stolen our food, livestock and even our people. If we let them do their thing, their raids will become more frequent and bolder, and their power will continue to grow, putting us against more than 10,000 armed horsemen. What I propose today is that we eliminate this threat now, before they become even stronger, and thus eliminate any future danger. With these words, the Crown Prince ended his speech. Members of the imperialist faction applauded vigorously, while those of the landlord and Republican factions were more divided, with some applauding, and others remaining silent. President Raphael took the floor. Your Highness, may I ask you a few questions? Of course, go ahead. Is there a reason why this matter should be resolved immediately? As you well know, Your Highness, with all the infrastructure projects going on, the government's budget is not in its best shape. Although the question hinted at opposition, the Crown Prince, already prepared for it, immediately answered. I'm not suggesting that we leave immediately. Since it will be a big battle, we will need several months of preparation. From an economic point of view, if we are not going to leave our territory, sooner or later we will have to face them. Confronting them before they become stronger is undoubtedly the most economical option. Raphael, expecting such an answer, asked another question. Thank you for your reply, Your Highness. But wouldn't it be possible to reinforce local forces instead of deploying a large army from the center? That could stop the raids and repel them. It was a question with clear intent, and several landowner deputies nodded in support. The Comanche tribe is a master of guerrilla tactics. Since local forces are forced to defend villages and towns, it would be difficult to concentrate troops in one place. That would weaken our defenses and only increase raids. Without succeeding in driving the Comanches out, they will not face a large army. Wouldn't it be possible to invest enough in local forces so that they can defend and attack at the same time? If we make a massive investment in local forces to the point of matching the capacity of the central army, perhaps it will work. But we already have a central army that plays that role. As you yourself pointed out, we also have to take into account the budget problem. Raphael's attempt to promote the strengthening of local forces was quickly dismantled. The leader of the imperialist faction, Deputy Robert, raised his hand and Raphael gave him the floor. I agree with the Crown Prince. If we are not going to abandon our territory, sooner or later we will have to face them, and now is the best time. This is for the sake of the interests of the Mexican Empire. If they have no alternative, I suggest we stop opposing them for the sake of opposing them, and proceed with a vote. That's how it is. I agree too. The deputies of the imperialist faction responded enthusiastically, creating an environment in which any opposition that did not propose a viable alternative seemed like a simple political act. Naturally, there was no alternative. Indeed, within our Mexican imperial territory, there was a large armed faction that was not under government control. They had already committed crimes by looting our villages. There was no other option but to mobilize the army and subdue them. While the deputies of the landowner and Republican factions remained silent, observing the situation, the Republican leader, Deputy Pedro, began to gather the support of his group in favor of the proposal. I think that approving this matter is in the best interest of the country. What do you think, comrades? I think so too. Although the Central Army will be further strengthened. That's true, but the proposal to strengthen local forces has already been refuted, and we cannot simply leave the Comanches alone. You're right. I agree that we should approve it. With this favorable trend, the attitude of the landowners also began to change. In any case, if more than 2/3 of Congress voted in favor, the proposal would be approved. Continuing to oppose it without a clear justification would only harm the landowners. Bang, bang, bang. The motion for war against the Comanches has been approved unanimously. President Raphael had no choice but to announce it thus. After settling matters in Congress, I returned to my room in the palace. Thanks to Deputy Pedro's intervention, everything went more smoothly than expected. I had considered getting rid of anyone who opposed the proposal until the end, but fortunately it was not necessary. As I was pondering this, I felt a warm touch on my neck. You've worked hard today, dear. You've worked hard too, Cecilia. Cecilia had always enjoyed reading, but as the daughter of a wealthy family, she was also learning the knowledge necessary to manage her future husband's fortune. She was helping me manage my properties, which were spread across many places. I have good news today, she said with a beaming expression as I placed my hand on her belly. Is that possible? Are you pregnant? Yeah. Although we had been married for quite some time, we had not received news of a pregnancy, which had worried me. The pressure Cecilia had felt as crown princess must have been great, but this joyful news finally reached us. As I caressed her belly, I thought of a promise. I will build a Mexican empire in which this son can grow up safely. Chapter 68, The Campaign Against the Comanches, 2, Losing to those Mexicans. How useless. Not everyone can do things like we can. Puhiwikwaso, known to Americans as Iron Jacket, was a warrior and chief of one of the tribes that were part of the Comanche. He had a good knowledge of the political situation in North America. He obtained this information by negotiating with Americans and Mexicans, or by interrogating kidnapped people. I had heard that the Chumash tribe in the west and Stephen Austin in the east had been defeated by the government of the Mexican Empire. So now they're urging the other tribes to submit to Mexico? What an idiot. It was a story about Miss Hofschno, the former chief of the Chumash tribe. His old friend replied, "Yes, it seems that we will soon have to show them clearly who is the true owner of these plains." The horse, an animal brought to America by the Spanish, had transformed Comanche society economically, culturally, and militarily, turning them into a powerful nomadic tribe of the Great Plains. They lived by following the herds of bison, and had now become expert hunters and horsemen. Although they traded with neighboring tribes and European settlers, exchanging horses and bison skins, their relationship with them was not limited to simple peaceful exchanges. I've heard that after the fall of Stephen Austin, the defenses in Texas have been strengthened. There are plenty of places to loot, no matter what. It won't be long before they let their guard down again. The Comanches made no secret of their power. They came into conflict with neighboring tribes such as the Apache, and regularly raided settlements in the United States, Mexico and Texas, strengthening their hold. Puhiwikwaso shouted to his warriors, "Get ready. This time we are going south." Yeah. The Comanche raids and raids were meticulously planned. Comanche scouts, known for their skill at camouflage, had been sent to several towns in Chihuahua, in northern Mexico, to observe for several days. Puhiwikwaso discussed with his warriors the information brought by the scouts, to decide which village to attack. "Boss, what do you think of Ajinaga? It seems to have pretty weak security. Ascension is not very well defended either. The Mexicans have relaxed, because we have not looted them for a few months." Normally, he would have listened to his men's suggestions, but Puhiwikwaso was uneasy about the recent movements of the Mexican Empire. "We have to become stronger." That thought drove him on. "No, we'll go to Janus. If we are going to attack, let's go big." Puhiwikwaso made a bold decision. Instead of choosing a poorly defended village, he targeted one where the loot would be much greater. Staring into the fire, Puhiwikwaso began to devise his plan of attack. Around him, the tribe's warriors and scouts were gathered, while the crackling sound of the fire broke the silence of the night. After finishing planning, Puhiwikwaso spoke, "As always, we will attack at dawn." Quickly and quietly, the warriors listened with bated breath, full of tension. The first attack will be with bows and spears. When the enemy troops start arriving, then we will use the rifles. But avoid direct confrontation, and make sure to move without being seen. Although the Comanches had a considerable number of pistols and muskets, their primary weapons remained bows. Muskets were awkward to fire from horseback, and although pistols were more manageable, they only fired once, before needing to be reloaded, meaning that to use them effectively, warriors had to carry several at the ready. "Boss, where do we enter?" "WE''LL start from the forest west of the village. That forest will hide our entrance." The warriors looked at each other and nodded. "What do we do with the prisoners?" Prisoners were one of the most valuable commodities in Comanche trade. Capture prisoners if possible, but it is not a priority. Life comes first. After saying this, Puhiwikwaso walked around the campfire, looking each of the warriors in the eye. "The spirit of our ancestors will be with us. For the Comanches. For the Comanches." Led by Puhiwikwaso, 2,000 horsemen silently approached the village of Janus in Mexico in the early morning, ready to attack by surprise. The first attack was carried out with bows, relatively silent weapons. Ping. Bang. One of the tribe's best archers fired an arrow that hit a guard on the watchtower. The sentry fell without a single cry, struck down by an arrow that emerged from the darkness, but someone heard the impact. "It's an attack. TCH. Open fire." Bang. Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Discovered sooner than expected, Puhiwikwaso gave the order to fire. The Comanche warriors entered the village firing bows and pistols. It's a raid. The town of Janus, located near Comanche territory, had suffered such attacks more than once. With a considerable population, and being a recurring target for looting, it had a garrison of 1,000 soldiers for its defense. To the garrison, assemble. The village guards, and the local militia, made up of the heads of households, took up their weapons as soon as they heard the screams, even in the middle of the night. "They're attacking the arsenal. Secure the arsenal first." They could hear the screams of the townspeople from the windows. Soon, gunshots began to be heard from the center of the town as well. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The arsenal was fortified with multiple layers of palisades and parapets to prevent cavalry access. In addition, a company of the garrison had its headquarters right next to the arsenal. Break through the defenses. Brave Comanche warriors. Yeah. Wearing his iron jacket acquired from the Spanish, Puhiwikwaso led the attack from the front line, attempting to break through the defenses. Ratatatatata. Damn, they have more and more guns. I don't know where these savages are getting so many weapons. When they began their battle, the Comanches did not have a single firearm. But somehow they had acquired more and more pistols, and now a large part of their horsemen were armed. Bang. ARGH. The Comanche warriors approached, displaying impressive skill in maneuvering on horseback, dodging parapets and jumping over obstacles. In the past, this type of approach would have allowed the Comanches to unleash their might on the hand-to-hand combat, in which they excelled, inflicting heavy casualties. But this time, the defenders had a secret weapon. The new weapon, recently shipped from the capital, was in the hands of the company defending the arsenal. The captain waited until the Comanches were dangerously close before giving the order. Front line, use your revolvers. Yeah. At last, the real hand-to-hand combat began. The revolvers, capable of firing 6 bullets, demonstrated their power in close-range combat. Bang, 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 bang. ARGH. Those bastards are firing their guns non-stop. Don't stop. Keep moving forward. Despite being at a disadvantage, the Comanche warriors, experts in hand-to-hand combat, gradually managed to fight their way through the company defending the arsenal. Tadok. Meanwhile, other Comanche warriors, who were not directly engaged in defending the arsenal, began setting fire to different parts of the town. As the smell of smoke and the crackling of flames began to fill the air, the garrison and militia finally arrived. The garrison has arrived. Prepare the fire. Surrounded in front by the company defending the arsenal, and behind by the garrison, Puhiwikwaso, seeing the arrival of reinforcement, immediately gave the order to disperse. Dispersion. The Comanche warriors, who until then had attacked the arsenal, quickly scattered to the sides, as if they had never been there. Ratatatatata. Bullets whizzed from behind, but the Comanche warriors scattered in all directions, quickly disappearing into the alleys of the town. Bullets were embedded in the walls. Go get the cattle. Take out everything you can. Despite the thick smoke that made it difficult to see, the Comanches moved like shadows throughout the town, looting everything in their path. In several directions, dozens of cows and horses began to be taken. Not only did they steal livestock and stored grain, but they also began to capture people indiscriminately. AAAH. Sophia. A Comanche warrior who was trying to kidnap a woman saw a man running towards him with a spear in his hand. This could be dangerous. CHST. The warrior released the woman and pushed her. The man, spear in front, quickly swung the shaft to catch the staggering woman. Just as the Comanche warrior was about to aim his bow, a voice interrupted him. Hey, it's too late. Give up. Looking around, he saw that the other Comanche warriors were already retreating in all directions. TCH. He immediately put aside any resentment and began to retreat from the village. The garrison, which had gathered around the arsenal, soon dispersed throughout the town to try to stop the looting, but smoke covered the entire place, impeding vision. There was nothing to be seen. Only smoke, screams, the smell of gunpowder, burning wood and the dust raised by the horses filled the air. The ground was covered with hoof prints, but when they tried to follow them, the Comanche warriors had already disappeared. Even when they did manage to catch up, the Comanches would retreat without hesitation upon seeing the garrison, making it difficult to catch them. No order to retreat was required. Each warrior took what he could and left. Ah, ha, ha. This time it was a big success too. Shut up. Don't you have any common sense? Although the loot was a little smaller than usual, they had captured dozens of horses and cows, as well as grain, various goods and prisoners, so it could not be considered a failure. Since the Mexicans, weak at first, began to reinforce their defenses after the looting that devastated their towns and arsenals, it became almost impossible to completely annihilate their garrisons. The recent strategy was to pretend to attack the arsenal to lure out the garrison, then quickly disperse to loot using their superior mobility. Although the plan had worked, the environment was different this time. What's wrong with you? Even though today's harvest was a little lower, it's not bad at all. Look around you. The warrior, who had been celebrating enthusiastically, looked around slowly and lowered his voice. What? More than 100 dead in such a short time? Yes. They use new weapons. So, you better keep your mouth shut. The warrior, who had been in the rear guard and had not participated in the direct attack on the arsenal, did not know this. While his comrades fought on the front line, he had begun to burn the village and loot it. Puhiwikwasu watched the situation, deep in thought. June 1835. Preparations for war were complete. The troops and supplies were ready. As the owner of an arms company, the first thing I ordered was to increase the production of revolvers, enough not only to equip the cavalry of the Central Army, but also for the garrisons defending the settlements on the borders with Comancheria. The forces consisted of 5,000 infantry, 5,000 cavalry, and 1,500 artillerymen, totaling 11,500 men, accompanied by an impressive supply train. Deep down, I would have liked to have at least 10,000 cavalry with me, but we did not have that many cavalry. Although the Central Army had been growing steadily in recent years, the limitations of the cavalry, a permanent unit, made it impossible to increase it indefinitely. Still, in terms of weaponry, we are overwhelmingly superior. All infantrymen were equipped with Model 1833 breech-loading rifles, known as R-33s, while the cavalrymen carried 6-shot revolvers. Cecilia, her belly already visibly swollen, attended the departure ceremony despite my attempts to dissuade her. I was worried about leaving my pregnant wife behind as I headed off to the front, but there was no way to put off the war. It was likely that he would not be able to be present for the birth. This was not a war that could be resolved with a quick decision. Take care of yourself. Yes, I'll be back soon. With my heart somewhat in turmoil, I controlled myself and set off silently. The battlefield awaited me. Chapter 69. The Campaign Against the Comanches. 3. The state of Chihuahua was one of the northernmost states of what was once Mexico, before it lost its northern territory and bordered the Comanche region, Comancheria. The distance between Chihuahua and Mexico City was about 1,500 kilometers, but fortunately one could take the train to the city of Victoria de Durango, an intermediate stop on the railroad that extended to California. We had saved about 1,000 kilometers of travel. In 2 days of train travel, we had covered those 1,000 kilometers and arrived at Victoria de Durango. From there, we marched for about a month until we reached the town of Llanos, in the extreme north of the state of Chihuahua, a place that was frequently raided by the Comanches. Llanos was already big enough to soon be called a city. It was full of one-story adobe buildings, and the only building in the Baroque style was the church. However, some of the more recent buildings were different. There are buildings that look like urban houses in Morelia. They were not the work of our company. Someone had bought cement and built something similar. I put my surprise aside and we focused on preparations for war. There was no need for a strategy meeting, as everything had been decided and planned in detail in Mexico City. It wasn't easy to make them understand. During the 5 months it took to gather troops and resources, it was also a challenge to get the officers to understand my plan. While I was the commander and my orders had to be followed, this plan required all officers to understand it in detail. Your Majesty, we are ready to begin, the general said. Proceed. The soldiers dispersed into 2 groups and began to move. This is valuable. Handle it with care. An officer shouted as soldiers began burying the telegraph wires. As soon as we get to the next town, we'll try it. Yes, Your Majesty. We had already tried it dozens of times in Mexico City, so I wasn't too worried. The general, who was standing next to me, commented, "It's really amazing. I'm looking forward to this proving its worth in the campaign." The general was already fascinated by the power of the telegraph. "Do you wish to officially implement it in the Imperial Army as soon as possible?" "Yes, Your Majesty. With this device, the enemies will think that we have Napoleon in our ranks." Napoleon? Ah, I see. Napoleon Bonaparte. Despite the chaos that followed the French Revolution, he was one of history's greatest strategists, achieving repeated victories against European coalitions. Although the French and Allied forces were outnumbered compared to their enemies, such as Britain, Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Sweden, Napoleon won on numerous occasions. If we look at it from the perspective of a war, it's true, but in individual battles, it's a different story. In most battles, Napoleon made sure that he had an advantage in numbers, or at least that he fought with comparable forces. Although his total number of troops was smaller, he made up for it with excellent intelligence gathering and maneuvering capabilities. Like most great generals in history, Napoleon understood the importance of information. The systematic and careful use of scouts allowed him to gain information superiority, and based on that information, he emphasized mobility to fight on advantageous terrain. The fact that he offered a reward for methods of food preservation, which led to the invention of canning, is evidence of how much he valued maneuverability. The general was referring to the fact that, with the electric telegraph, we would have an overwhelming speed in the transmission of information, which would translate into faster decisions and more agile movements of the army. Wow, you got it right away. Ha ha ha. The general laughed, surprised at how quickly I caught onto his comment. The telegraph system I had prepared to confront the Comanches would connect in a U-shape the towns near Comancheria, which were frequently attacked. My plan was to completely block the Mexican flank of Comancheria. For this, I invested no less than 100,000 pesos of my own money. Working with Francis, after cutting costs and improving efficiency, the price of telegraph cable was 50 pesos per kilometer. We had manufactured and brought in a total length of 2,000 kilometers. Your Majesty, the telegraph cable has been connected to the neighboring town of Ascension. Oh, faster than I thought. Let's try it right away. We had agreed that they would send the predetermined message from there to here. As he watched, the telegraph operator, with a serious expression, turned the crank of the telegraph machine on the desk and sent the message. Short and long sounds rang out continuously, and the soldier recorded them on paper. The result was, the telegraph operator deciphered it. Trap. It has been transmitted correctly, Your Majesty. Okay, send a confirmation message. The telegraph that will soon be marketed in the United States and Great Britain is unidirectional, but we have already improved the initial version to create a bidirectional telegraph. Although it is not my field of expertise, it was the result of coming up with an engineering concept. Getting back into the role of an engineer to do this was quite a challenge. Fortunately, we managed to develop it in time. If we had failed, the number of telegraph poles would have doubled, the length of the cable would have doubled, and the cost would have doubled as well, amounting to no less than 200,000 pesos. But without using the telegraph, it would be impossible to carry out my plan. It is not easy to confront the Comanche tribe. Facing 10,000 horsemen who possess excellent horsemanship skills trained since childhood and are experts in guerrilla tactics is several times more difficult than facing the Spanish expeditionary army we fought before. That's why even Mexico and the United States in the original story couldn't capture them for so long. We cannot simply march our army into Comancheria and attack. Even women and children are familiar with horse riding, so we cannot gain superiority in a war of speed. If our supply lines become stretched and the army begins to tire, the Antlian trap will begin. They will begin attacking our supply lines and relentlessly harassing the rear of our tired army. In the end, we will end up wasting soldiers' lives and meaningless supplies and turn back. Knowing full well how it would turn out, we can't just attack recklessly. Our army carried out the plan step by step. Potsnaquahipu, who led a band of Comanche tribe, preferred villages with weak defenses, even if there were fewer to plunder. You say that the Ascension people's vigilance has weakened? Yes, we saw a guy wandering around on horseback, but he fled immediately, and the guard force and the town garrison are even smaller than before. Looks like it's time for you to taste a bitter taste. Brace yourselves. At dawn, Comanche warriors crossed the forest with intense gazes. Puhiwikwaso led the warriors in front. The shadows of the forest hid them perfectly. They moved quickly and silently through the forest, and as they crossed the river stones, they adjusted their breathing naturally. Their understanding of the terrain was a powerful weapon. The approach to the village was made at dawn. Puhiwikwaso led 1,000 warriors and silently arrived at the outskirts of the village. The warriors held their breath and observed the situation of the place. As I expected, there aren't many sentries. This is a good opportunity for us, a warrior whispered. The sentries illuminated by the moonlight were sleeping. The Comanche warriors, tense, slowly approached the village. Their movements were cautious and agile. As the vanguard, including Potsnaquahipu, entered the village, they saw empty streets like dawn. Enter quietly. As the soft sounds of hooves continued, the 1,000 warriors entered the village completely. It had been a long time since they had been able to get here so easily without being detected. It was then. Fire. Boom. The scene created by just 3 guns was terrifying. Men and horses were crushed together, forming a path of blood and flesh. Perhaps they aimed for the center to inflict maximum damage, so the leader Potsnaquahipu was unharmed. For a moment, he felt dazed, but his numerous experiences on the battlefield did not fade away. It's a trap. Disperse. At Potsnaquahipu's thunderous cry, the warriors instinctively began to disperse. The soldiers of the Mexican Empire began to shoot, as if they were not going to let them escape. Bang. Bang 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 bang. Ease. AAGH. The Comanche warriors spread out and used the narrow alleys and buildings of the village to engage in mobile combat. Their horsemanship and skill with the archery on horseback twisting at the waist to shoot while dodging obstacles scattered throughout the alleys were almost miraculous. Fire. Puhiwikwasu ordered. The arrows found their targets with precision. ZZZZZ. Ugh. Potsnaquahipu also shot an arrow and killed a soldier. Although the warriors were bewildered, they were not annihilated in vain and continued the battle, but the problem was the number of defenders. There are plenty of guards up ahead. Damn. To the left. It was understandable that the response was quick, as they had fallen into a trap, but the number of troops seemed to be 2 or 3 times greater than usual. As warriors began to fall senseless, Potsnaquahipu gave the order to retreat. EVERYONE, get out of here. His order echoed across the battlefield. Nearby warriors relayed the order. Withdrawal. They began to break through the encirclement and escape. Their movements were quick and precise. As they left the village, scenes could be seen of them avoiding enemy attacks and rescuing their comrades. Over there, a warrior showed them the way. His survival instinct and excellent horsemanship allowed them to evade and break through the siege of the soldiers of the Mexican Empire who surrounded them on all sides. But the Comanche warriors' nightmare did not end there. The sound of cavalry horses' hooves was heard nearby. As it was dark and there were other companions leaving the village, they did not find it strange at first, but something was different. Clop 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 clop. This is not the sound of warriors' hooves escaping from the village. This sound and resonance is that of at least several hundred horsemen. Wait, something's not right. Among the forces in this area, only the Comanches operate a cavalry of this size. However, there is a rule among the bands of the Comanche tribe not to overlap in the places of plunder, so it cannot be another band. It's the Mexicans. Damn it. Did they even bring cavalry? The warriors, who had barely escaped from the village and were just catching their breath, began to run again. There was no time to wait for other companions. The cavalry of the Mexican Empire began to pursue them, firing their revolvers. Bang, 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 bang. Under the bright moonlight, the chase began. Those bastards have repeating pistols. Be careful. The Comanche warriors, who reached the edge of the forest in the midst of a hellish chase, entered it without hesitation. So far, the cavalry commander gave the order. The cavalry of the Mexican Empire retreated. After inflicting moderate damage, they were not pursued any longer than necessary. It was a strategic decision. Of the 1,000 warriors who went out to plunder, barely half returned alive. The economy based on plunder and the buffalo herds are the 2 pillars that support the Comanche tribe. Recently, although the increase in defensive forces had caused greater losses among the warriors, it was the first time that the looting itself failed and half of the warriors died. It was the beginning of his downfall. Chapter 70, The Campaign Against the Comanches. 4. When Potsnaquahipu's band failed in their raid, it was not yet a problem for the whole tribe. In fact, many made fun of them. Who would have thought that the situation would get so bad in just 3 months? With raids blocked, the food situation deteriorated rapidly. It wasn't just his band. Chief, the band led by Mupitsakupu also failed in their raid and more than 300 have died. A warrior reported with news of another band. Lately, it was always like this. Did the damn cavalrymen of the Mexican Empire chase them again this time? Yes, that's right. The same pattern. The Comanche tribe tended to raid mainly east and south, toward Texas and Mexico. The California settlements were concentrated in the west, so they rarely went there because of the distance. The Mupitsakupu band reported that, unusually, he was heading northwest towards California. It was the first time they had gone so far. But they were blocked. They have completely blocked our way. It seemed that the Mexicans intended to completely isolate the Comanche tribe. How many troops have they brought? Puhiwikwasa was terrified by the power of the Mexican Empire. There were dozens of villages bordering the tribe's territory. In the last 3 months, they had not been able to penetrate a single one of these villages. Even towns too small to be considered targets usually knew about their raids in advance and were prepared with sufficient defensive forces. If they delayed engaging the defenders who resisted, even by bringing and firing cannons, the cavalry would soon appear. Click. Puhiwikwasa, who was playing with the gun these guys called a revolver. Even in a situation where they were hunted one-sidedly, such outstanding warriors as him could fight back and kill some of them. Although they recovered the bodies and weapons of their comrades, he was lucky enough to pick up one that had fallen to the ground. Rotate the cylinder. The cavalryman of the Mexican Empire had fired all 6 bullets before he died. As he spun the empty cylinder, he thought, how much longer can we hold out like this? He had to find a way out somehow. That is the chief's job. While he was deep in thought, the tribe became noisy. What's going on? The warriors who were captured by the damned of the Mexican Empire have returned. There were many warriors who, upon going on a raid, were trapped in blockaded villages with no way to escape. These guys held on to the end, as if they wanted to settle all pending accounts. Puhiwikwasa was listening to their stories. How did they manage to escape? Curious people bombarded them with questions. Where did they get the horses? Did the vigilance relax? And so on. The returning warrior spoke. We didn't escape. They freed us. Rising murmurs. Were they released? Why? And the others? The others are still captured. And I was released to transmit an offer of surrender. At these words, the murmuring grew louder. Puhiwikwasa, who had been listening, stepped forward. Speak in detail. They said that if we surrender, only the warriors will be punished, and the rest will be given land to live on. They also promised that the warriors will avoid execution. As he continued speaking, the mood among the tribesmen became somber. The freedman, noticing this, added hastily, nervously, I don't agree with such a proposal either. I just repeated what they said when they asked me to explain in detail. Puhiwikwasa, paying no heed to such excuses, asked what puzzled him. Did you check how many troops they have? Puhiwikwasa tried to find out as much as possible about the situation in Mexico, but it was impossible to obtain any useful information. That was because all the prisoners were locked up in prison, and, after hearing a few words, to pass on to someone who spoke the Comanche language, they were driven out of town on a horse. There's nothing we can do. Now, rest. The tribe members were very negative about the proposal brought by the freed warrior. Do you want us to live by farming the land? The Comanche tribe, before they had horses, and the Comanche tribe with horses had completely different lifestyles. Having become nomads, they no longer did much gathering, much less farming, and now the Comanche tribe supported itself solely by raiding and hunting. They had become accustomed to forcibly seizing the products of harvesting or farming. To ask them to live in this way now was little less than an insult. It's crazy. Even though raiding has become a bit difficult, they have no way of catching us. The tribesmen were negative, but Puhiwikwasa thought a little differently. If we continue like this, there is no future. But they couldn't win either. So should they surrender? Or should they leave for the United States? It was a question that affected the fate of the band he led. While he was unable to make a decision, a week passed. A warrior from another band came to visit them. The Mexicans are gathering their army. Thousands of troops have been confirmed to have assembled. Thousands? We can just evade them easily. The warrior who heard the news with him said that. Puhiwikwasa agreed. If they enter our territory, that suits us. They seem to have become emboldened after stopping us a few times. Finally, we can teach them a lesson. The warriors also spoke with confidence. It was a strategy that always worked. Even an army composed entirely of cavalry could not catch the Comanches. If the chase dragged on, their supplies would start to run low. That's when it all started. They could attack supply lines, or surround them, and pillage villages with weakened defenses, or harass exhausted soldiers on their way back. Not only the Mexican Empire, but many others, including the Texans and the Apache tribe, had actually experienced it. As the oppressive atmosphere of the past 3 months seemed to dissipate, and the warriors smiled, the messenger spoke. This time it might be a little different. The direction they are moving in is. The messenger left the sentence unfinished. Uncharacteristic behavior for a Comanche warrior, who valued masculinity above all else. Puhiwikwa suppressed him, and the fate of the troops of the Mexican Empire, that he heard was shocking. We must call a general meeting of the tribe. Yes, I was going to suggest that to you. The Comanche tribe, which had a population of 40,000 people, was divided into several bands. A general meeting was only called when there were matters that affected the fate of the entire tribe, such as a war. Let's leave immediately. Extensive use of scouts and connection with the electric telegraph system worked well according to my plan. The rapid acquisition of information led to rapid transmission of that information, which resulted in rapid movement of troops. We'll soon have to set up a canning factory. Although there were some unsatisfactory points, we managed to successfully stop the looting itself. The movements of the Comanche cavalry were detected by us in real time, and the villages in that direction were put on alert and moved their troops. The cavalry continued reconnaissance until they confirmed the target village for raiding. They then gathered nearby horsemen to strike at the Comanche cavalry. They probably think our defensive forces number at least 50,000 men. The general said he was reviewing the status of operations with me. If those Comanches had mobilized all their forces to raid simultaneously, they might have discovered us. Even with an army of 10,000 men, if divided among 30 villages, that's only 300 per village. With that number, it would have been difficult to stop the looting, and they might have noticed the weaknesses in our strategy. Unless they are crazy, they would not operate their forces in such a dangerous manner. Moreover, they do not even have a unified command structure. That's how it is. Although many bands of the Comanche tribe share information with each other, a unified command structure is not established until, in times of crisis, a war chief is elected at a tribal council. I guess they are even more dependent on the buffalo herds now. Regardless of the old world or the new world, the food supply of nomadic peoples consists primarily of hunting, raiding, herding, and trading. The proportion varies depending on the environment, climate, and resources available in the area where they live, and in the case of the Comanche tribe, the proportion of raiding and hunting was high, while herding and trading were relatively weak. Until now, raids had been abundant, because the defenses against them were relatively weak, and also because of the natural presence of the buffalo herds. So, it's time to proceed to the next step. Exact. In the original story, the reason the Comanche tribe declined was not only because of military conflicts caused by the United States policy of westward expansion, but also because of the drastic decrease in the number of buffalo. As Americans moved westward, they hunted buffalo indiscriminately, driving the species to the brink of extinction. The Comanche tribe, no longer able to obtain food through raiding, found the decline in the buffalo population synonymous with ruin. There is no need to kill all the buffaloes as the Americans did. If we simply control the nearby areas, they will have no choice but to starve. That is the weak point of the Comanche tribe. Buffalo herds tend to move in large groups, so it is not necessary to control too large an area. Gather the cavalry. Yes, Your Highness. A week later, a cavalry force totaling 7,000 men was assembled, including 5,000 from the Central Forces and cavalry units from local forces in California, Chihuahua, and Texas. We left behind the infantry, artillery, and 1,000 horsemen needed for reconnaissance, in case the Comanche tribe tried to surround us and raid. Move forward. Move forward. The cavalry party, which numbered 7,000 men, raised an enormous cloud of dust. Your Highness, we will take care of properly chasing away the enemy scouts. Do it. As they entered the main territory of the Comanche tribe, the frequency with which enemy scouts appeared gradually increased. The Comanche scouts, in amazement and terror, fled as part of our cavalry charged toward them. While we were confirming that scene, the news we were waiting for arrived. Your Highness, we have located the position of the buffalo herd. It is about 60 miles no, about 95 kilometers from here. Understood. Let's head in that direction. As we approached the place where the buffalo herd was, we felt the ground vibrate. Thump 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 thump. Everyone focused their attention on the sound that could be heard in the distance. On the vast plains in the distance, a huge herd of buffalo moved slowly, their imposing and gigantic presence overwhelming everyone. As our eyes were momentarily lost in that majestic spectacle, I discovered something new. Over there are members of the Comanche tribe hunting buffalo. We will remove them immediately. That's right. Now, this herd of buffalo is ours. Having lost both their plunder and their buffalo, the Comanche tribe had only one option left. Chapter 71, The Campaign Against the Comanches. 5. Are you saying that the damned people of the Mexican Empire are coming to seize the buffalo herds? That's right. They say there are 7,000. 7,000 cavalry alone. Looks like those Mexicans want to wipe it all out. If they take away even our buffaloes, we will. News that the Mexican Empire's cavalry was gathering and heading toward the buffalo herd spread quickly. While many members of the tribe were worried, there were also those who saw the situation differently. The cavalry is gone. This is our chance. True. We haven't actually been able to loot properly because those damn horsemen kept appearing suddenly, but can't we easily outwit the defense forces? They were not wrong. Most of the casualties occurred when the cavalry of the Mexican Empire pursued them frantically, firing their revolvers. It was true that the fact that the cavalry would arrive if time dragged on made looting difficult. Although it was worrying that the defensive forces had increased, could they not succeed in raiding if the cavalry did not come? There were leaders who thought so. This is what it means to turn a crisis into an opportunity. Let's go. Yeah. The defiant spirit of turning crisis into opportunity was admirable, but the result was not satisfactory. We've lost 400 men, and all we got is this? Although, without the time constraint, they attempted aggressive raids. Many more warriors were unable to escape from the villages. The loot was too little compared to the sacrifices. Please attend the general meeting of the tribe. The messenger said. Okay, we'll go right away. The general meeting of the Comanche tribe, which had been postponed due to some reckless chiefs, was held. The elders of the tribe reprimanded them. Because of his hasty judgment, we have lost valuable time to respond to the cavalry of the Mexican Empire. And on top of that, they only sacrificed our warriors and the loot is insignificant. We are sorry. Well, let's now proceed to discuss our countermeasures. At the words of the elders, a chief who led one of the large bands of the Comanche tribe spoke. Needless to say, we must elect a war chief. In other words, it was wartime. The Comanche tribe had a tradition of electing a special leader, a war chief, in situations of conflict. These people assumed responsibility for the war, or for specific military operations, were recognized for their tactical skill, bravery, and leadership, and could exercise authority over the entire Comanche people, dispersed in dozens of bands. The chiefs nodded, but Puhiwikwasu frowned. So this is what it has finally come to? Fighting was their way of life. The Comanche's characteristic bellicosity had created a culture that considered avoiding combat dishonorable, and they would not even consider fleeing north to escape Mexico. In any case, I must take the initiative. Puhiwikwasu actively promoted his candidacy for the position of war chief. Although the band he led was of medium size, his fighting skill and good judgment were already recognized throughout the Comanche tribe. I trust you will do well. Even his competitors for the post of war chief recognized him. I will continue the glory of the Comanches. That's how it is. In this way, he was chosen as war chief. Gather all who can fight. That was his first order. Yeah. The expression all who can fight referred not only to active warriors, but to all men of the Comanche tribe who were neither too young nor too old. The losses suffered during the looting have been too great. In each raid, they lost between 200 and 500 warriors. The warriors, who once numbered 10,000, had been reduced to 6,500, and the enemy cavalry numbered 7,000 men. To confront those who carry such weapons, we need at least 10,000 men. Although he knew that fighting against the Mexican Empire was a foolish choice, he could not go against the flow. He could only do the best he could. The effective range of the revolver is less than that of the bow. It wasn't a huge difference, just a little shorter. But that was enough. The enemy cavalry seemed well trained and had good riding skills, but not on the level of the Comanche tribe, who had ridden horses since childhood. If we take advantage of our numerical superiority and that small difference in range, we can win. Comanche warriors could maintain that small range difference and still cause damage to the enemy. Divided into dozens or hundreds of groups, mounted archers could flee from pursuing enemy cavalry, while simultaneously firing at enemies pursuing other allied groups. The enemies, unable to overcome the difference in range to the end, would drown in the whirlwind of the archer cavalry. When news reached the Mexican Empire that its cavalry had unwittingly driven out a Comanche band that was hunting buffalo, the warriors scattered throughout Comanche area gathered together. The number rose to 10,000, just as Puhiwikwasu wished. Each of them was an excellent horseman and archer who had lived with horses since childhood. Even their skills in hand-to-hand combat, which they had constantly practiced, surpassed those of soldiers in most armies. There were 10,000 such warriors. March. The 10,000 Comanche cavalry warriors headed toward the cavalry of the Mexican Empire Army. Puhiwikwasu's 10,000 cavalry and the 7,000 cavalry of the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire faced each other on the plain. Only 800 meters apart, although they were both cavalry forces, the appearances of the two armies were very different. The cavalry of the Mexican Empire was fully equipped with leather armor, revolvers, abundant ammunition, lances and iron weapons. In contrast, only half of the Comanche warriors wore leather armor made of buffalo hide. Although they had prepared enough arrows, their weapons, bows, wooden spears, stone axes, etc. were clearly inferior to those of the Mexican army. Despite clearly seeing this difference, the Comanche warriors were not at all discouraged. How many enemies who relied on their good weapons had they already defeated? Let it begin, Puhiwikwasu ordered. Do. The Comanche cavalry, which until then had maintained a compact formation, began to disperse rapidly. However, it was not a movement individual completely disorganized. The 10,000 Comanche horsemen dispersed into dozens and hundreds of groups and began to advance. The buffalo herds, which were behind the Mexican army and were already warily watching that huge army, began to flee when the Comanche warriors started running towards the Mexican Empire. Do. In front, 10,000 horsemen. Behind, tens of thousands of buffalo began to move en masse. The ground was shaking so much that the entire body vibrated even when standing still. Just as I expected they would. Yes, it is exactly as His Highness predicted. The cavalry of the Mexican Empire, showing its high level of training, maintained its formation without showing disturbance. Dragons, dismount. Dismount. The 2,500 soldiers, carrying long rifles unusual for cavalry, began to dismount and form a line. On the plain, on a small low hill, the soldiers of the Dragoon unit began to aim their R-33s, Edado breech-loading rifle model 1833. When the enemies came within about 400 meters, the Crown Prince gave the order. Fire. The prince's order was transmitted to the commanders of each unit, and soon the shooting began. Ratatouille. The Comanche cavalry approaching with bows at the ready fell one after another. Watching the scene, the prince thought, the effective range of the bow is 50 meters. An expert archer could achieve effective hits up to 60 meters. On the other hand, the effective range of the revolver is of 45 meters. They must have noticed that difference of 5 to 15 meters in range. But they did not know about the Dragon unit. A unit that moves on horseback, but dismounts as necessary to use rifles in combat, is called a dragon. Dragoons are a troop that combines the mobility of moving on horseback with the ability to fight as infantry by dismounting during combat. Although dragoons are not an official branch of the Mexican Empire, if you arm your cavalry with rifles and train them, aren't they dragoons? The effective range of the R-33 reaches a whopping 400 meters. Ratatouille. The 2,500 soldiers of the temporary Dragoon unit fired their rifles incessantly, and the enemies were rapidly approaching with bewildered expressions. Puhiwikwasu, the Comanche war chief, had not imagined such a scene when he saw some of the enemy dismount. I thought it was crazy, but this was it. Disperse faster. Immediately issuing a response order, Puhiwikwasu gritted his teeth. If you had a powerful weapon like the revolver, it is natural to become complacent. While blaming himself for having carelessly assumed that the enemy only had cavalry, he began to devise countermeasures. We cannot retreat. The buffalo are still in the hands of those Mexicans. If we continue like this, gathering 10,000 warriors will have been of no use. The tribesman would not accept it. Although his body continued to ride, his mind was thinking incessantly. We have no choice but to fight. So what should we do? Swarm tactics may work against enemy cavalry, but in the meantime, those guys firing those long rifles will attack us mercilessly. If we don't eliminate those guys, there's no way to win. Surround. Hunt down those who have dismounted. Yeah. Despite being under one-sided fire, the Comanche warriors did not lose morale. Although enemy gunfire was causing casualties, it was not easy for the dragoon soldiers to hit them as they quickly dispersed and moved in perfect synchronicity. This was because typical infantry combat in a line involved forming a barrage to attack enemy concentrations, rather than carefully targeting individuals. The sight of the Comanche cavalry charging head-on, and then suddenly changing direction to split left and right was spectacular. Ratatouille. Although many horses fell under fire from the Imperial Army, few Comanche riders stumbled over the fallen horses. Rather, they naturally jumped over obstacles and skirted around the flanks. Cavalry, advance. Move forward. At a distance of just 200 meters from the dragons, numerous groups of cavalry began to clash. In response to the Comanche cavalry approaching from the flanks in dozens of groups, the Mexican Empire cavalry also began to move in platoon and company units. Block them. Bang. Some groups really collided with a loud bang, piping, ratata. Just before the collision, some cavalry units brushed past each other, exchanging arrows and bullets. The cavalry led by the outstanding warrior Mupitsakupu was among the first. Bang. The two cavalries collided, producing a great rumble. Mupitsakupu struck the neck of an enemy horseman with an iron axe, obtained through trade with the French. URGH. Ha ha ha. Weaklings. It was a clash of wooden spears against iron spears, stone axes against iron weapons. Moreover, unlike bows, enemy revolvers could be used effectively even at very close range. Naturally, overall, the Comanche tribe's casualties were overwhelmingly greater, but there were also quite a few among them who possessed iron weapons, and some overcame this with excellent equestrian and martial skills. Some, with astonishing skill on horseback, eluded the enemy cavalry and charged towards the dragoon unit. Mupitsakupu and a dozen of his subordinates broke through the lines of the Mexican Empire's cavalry that prevented them from approaching the dragons, thanks to their martial and equestrian prowess. Come on. Let's kill those who are shooting from a safe place. Yeah. They charged bravely, but they sensed something was wrong. Around the dragon unit on the small hill, a circular defense line with a radius of 100 meters had been formed, and fewer than expected had managed to break through it. Naturally, the dragon unit's fire was concentrated on them. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-ta. H-I-I-I. The horses that were running at full speed fell and rolled without stopping, and his subordinates died with broken spines. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-ta. All his men were dead, and a bullet grazed Mupitsakupu's shoulder. Cold sweat began to run down the back of this brave warrior. But at this point, he could not flee. AAAAAH. The distance to the outermost infantryman was now about 60 meters. He was the first to arrive there. He had the ability to hit targets even from that distance. Should I shoot an arrow? No, I must get as close as possible. He thought about aiming his bow at the enemy in flashy clothes, who seemed to be the commander, but that guy was in the center and was too far away. Then, he would get as close as possible. He would approach and smash their heads with his iron axe. Just when he decided that, "Raise your spears," shouted an officer of the Mexican Empire. Yeah. The soldiers picked up the spears that were on the ground and pointed them, with the tips stuck in the ground. In an instant, a forest of iron spears appeared in front of Mupitsakupu. Bad damn. Being the excellent horseman that he was, he tried to quickly turn his horse, but, bang, he was unable to avoid the shot from a distance of 20 meters. The bullet passed through Mupitsakupu's chest. Arg. Mupitsakupu fell from his horse and died. Chapter 72, The Campaign Against the Comanches. 6. The battle between the cavalry of the Comanche tribe, which was trying to break through, and the cavalry of the Mexican Empire, which was trying to block them, greatly favored the Mexican Empire. To break through the defensive line, the Comanches had to physically move closer, which meant they could no longer maintain the range advantage they had hoped to have with their pistols. Bang, bang, ack. The cavalrymen of the Mexican Empire fired their revolvers even in hand-to-hand combat. There was no shortage of bullets. After firing 6 shots, one soldier briefly retreated to reload. A Comanche warrior, enraged by the loss of his companion, attempted to shoot his bow, but a Mexican knight approached him and brandished his sword. The warrior hastily ducked, dodging the blow, but had to give up on firing his bow. These close combats were relentless for the Comanche warriors. They could not fire their bows, while the enemy could still fire their guns. Moreover, their wooden spears and stone axes were easily broken by metal weapons. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Meanwhile, the R-33 rifles of the Dragon units continued to fire. Another warrior fell lifeless. The army of the Mexican Empire, with their revolvers and overwhelming R-33 rifles, and using tactics that exceeded the Comanches' expectations, were cornering them. Despite the desperate situation, some Comanche warriors managed to use their excellent horsemanship to elude the Mexican cavalry, breaking through the defensive lines. However, they were unable to inflict significant damage on the Dragoon units. The Comanches, observing what happened to other warriors like Mapitsakupu, learned that rushing forward recklessly would result in being cut down by the defenders' spears. But there was no way to withstand the intense fire concentrated on those who managed to penetrate the defensive line. So, at best, they fired 1 or 2 arrows before being cut down by bullets. Although the Comanches were failing to inflict significant casualties, the Mexican army was not easily exterminating the Comanche warriors either. Since it was not a line infantry battle, maintaining a formation and hitting the target was not an easy task, which prolonged the fight. "I wish they would surrender," the Crown Prince muttered. At the same time, Pahiwikwasu, the Comanche war chief, also sensed defeat. "Even if we manage to break through their lines, there's nothing we can do afterwards. If we continue like this, we'll only accumulate more losses." If they were facing only cavalry, or only dragon units, they might have found a way to attack, but the combination of the two was impenetrable. If they couldn't win, the logical thing to do would be not to fight, but they weren't in a situation where that was an option. Pahiwikwasu saw no solution. "I was arrogant. Not just me, all of us." The burning desire for victory he had once felt had completely cooled. Only fear, despair and the agonized cries of the dying remained, echoing among the Comanches. "Withdrawal. Stand down." Pahiwikwasu gave the order to retreat. "The order to retreat has been given. Comanche warriors, retreat. Withdrawal." The order spread across the battlefield, and the Comanche warriors began to hastily retreat. "Pursue them, but not too far. If we start to suffer casualties, stop the pursuit, and do not kill those who surrender," the Crown Prince ordered. The battle, which had begun when the sun was at its highest point, ended when dusk began to color the sky. The army of the Mexican Empire would not let them escape so easily. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The Dragoon units finally took advantage of their mobility, spreading out in all directions as they fired at the fleeing Comanches, and the cavalry, gritting their teeth, continued to reload and fire their revolvers relentlessly. Surrender. Only those who surrender will be spared. But the Comanche warriors were not easy to subdue. When the situation escalated into a full-scale pursuit, retaliation began immediately. It was not like when they fled after a failed raid. This time the pursuit involved thousands of people. As they fled at top speed, the warriors shot their arrows at the cavalrymen of the Mexican Empire who pursued their comrades in the distance. Swoosh. Ack. Although the Mexicans were pursuing the victory, casualties among the Imperial cavalry began to mount, even more than during the direct confrontation. Realizing the situation, the cavalry officers gave the order to stop the pursuit. "That's it. Don't go any further." Understood. Ordered to halt the pursuit, the cavalry began to reorganize the battlefield. "Take care of the wounded first, and make sure everyone is collected. Report the number of dead and wounded." "Yes, Your Highness." They had achieved a crushing victory, but they had also suffered losses. Although not many died at the hands of wooden spears or stone axes, a number considerable body was killed by arrows, and surprisingly, many Comanche warriors carried single-shot pistols and metal weapons. Most likely they got them through trade or plunder, as happened in our original story, thought the Crown Prince. Your Highness, you should see this. An officer approached holding a single-shot pistol. French made? France. Not our Mexican Empire, nor the United States, nor England, but France. Although there were many French people living in cities like New Orleans, Louisiana, it was surprising that French weapons had reached this point. We need to find out how they got them. Question the prisoners to see if any of them know anything. Yes, Your Highness. Many wounded Comanche warriors were left behind. Most had been shot in the extremities, rather than in the head, chest or abdomen. The situation of the Comanche tribe that had survived the battlefield was desperate. So, you say 3,500 died? Some may not have died, but they have not returned. For now, that is how it is. Pahiwikwasu regretted it. I should have given the order to retreat much earlier. With raiding stopped, and buffalo hunting impossible, the tribe's fate was doomed to destruction. That reality had been too hard to accept, resulting in their order to retreat coming too late. It's all my fault, Pahiwikwasu lamented. Well, I don't think it would have been much different with someone else's war chief. Instead of blaming yourself, you should think about what to do now, another chief said. Yes, losing 3,500 brothers is heartbreaking, but the important thing now is how to overcome this situation, added another chief. All present were leaders of their own clans, and the well-being of their people was their priority. Overcoming this? Is it really possible? What are our chances of winning if we fight again? One of the bosses expressed his doubt. There are still many warriors left, but can we win if we fight again? For the proud, ever victorious Comanche tribe, this situation is completely new. It's frustrating, but I don't see a way to win this battle. If we continue fighting, we'll only increase our casualties pointlessly. These words, spoken at a meeting of chiefs of the warring Comanche tribe, were difficult to imagine. Yet everyone nodded in agreement. Pahiwikwasu also nodded and spoke. If we cannot win, there are only two options, leave or surrender. If we leave, they will not follow us beyond the border. Even if they have decided on their own, they consider this to be land of the Mexican Empire, and further north, of the country called the United States. Although the Comanche tribe had lived and ruled this region for a long time, they had never fully accepted that this land belonged to the Mexican Empire. But they did not care, because in the end everything was decided by the law of the strongest, and under that logic, they had plundered as they pleased. We better go. Are we really going to obey those damned Mexicans who killed our brothers? A young chief expressed his fury, but the elders did not share his opinion. It's not a question of feelings. If we leave, how will we survive? I've heard that there are bison in the northern plains as well, but there will be competition, and if we try to raid, we'll have to face the Americans. Yes, I don't like Mexicans either, but, after all, we started the looting. What matters is whether the Mexicans are willing to let us live. It was not a bad argument. Unlike other tribes, such as the Chumash, who had been stripped of their land and treated as slaves, the Comanche tribe had never suffered such a fate. On the contrary, their territory, Comancheria, had expanded, and their raids had become more frequent and brutal. They knew that in this conflict there were more aggressors than victims, but they thought that was natural, since they were stronger. The young chief, surprised by these words, replied, "We have only lost once, and they are already cowed. Those bastards are nothing more than greedy invaders of our land. I would rather die than surrender, and live under the orders of the Mexican Empire, working the land like peasants." When the argument began to escalate, Pahiwikwasu stepped in to calm things down. It is better that we listen to what our warriors think, before we continue arguing among ourselves. They did not know if the Mexican Empire would accept their surrender, but continuing to fight would not change reality. That is why Pahiwikwasu suggested listening to the opinions of the rest of the tribe. The other chiefs, knowing that further fighting would be useless, accepted Pahiwikwasu's proposal. Unlike some tribes, such as the Iroquois Confederacy in the east or the Pueblo peoples in the southwest, most Native American tribes maintained a relatively egalitarian society, and the Comanche were no exception. Chiefs consulted their people. I don't like any of the options, but if I have to choose, I'd rather go north. My brother was killed by those damn Mexicans. At first, that was the prevailing opinion. Grief and anger at having lost loved ones in the war filled the Comanche tribe. However, over time, attitudes began to change. But what do we gain by going north? I've heard that the United States is as big as Mexico. I''ve heard that too. Leaving the territory that the Mexican Empire claimed as its own would not solve all their problems. They would not find food out of nowhere. They would have to hunt or raid again, which meant fighting again. At the time, the United States' ability to defend itself from raids was not as strong as that of the Mexican Empire, but the Comanche tribe did not know this. They only feared the strength of Mexico, a nation they had previously underestimated, and thought that the United States would be just as powerful. But if we surrender to the Mexican Empire, they will not leave us alone. That's the problem. The Comanche tribe was divided, engaged in a heated debate between two terrible options. This debate continued until Mexican emissaries arrived with an offer of surrender. So if we surrender now, at least they will spare our lives. Is that it? That's right. This is the decision of the benevolent Crown Prince, so lay down your weapons immediately. Among the Comanche tribe there were those who understood Spanish. Since the time of the Spanish colony, the Comanches had been both raiders and traders. In addition, some of their members were descendants of Spanish captives. There was even a man in the tribe with a Spanish name, Santa Anna. Although within the tribe he was called Santana. Santana spoke, "How can we trust your words? We don't need useless talks. There are only two options, surrender or die. Choose. What if we go north? Will they stop us too? You warriors have committed crimes against our empire. From our perspective, stopping you is only fair. Besides, if you go north, you will only find another country. Surrender. It is best for you." In reality, there was no way to stop the Comanche tribe from moving north. It was not a terrain where a route could be blocked, and stopping thousands of mounted warriors on the plains was impossible. Both sides knew this, but the officer was following the Crown Prince's orders to persuade them to surrender. "We will give you a week. Think carefully about what is the best option for your people." After giving that message, he left. There was no option to continue the conflict with the Mexican Empire. They controlled the Comanche's food supplies, and if they decided to fight again, it would be a suicide mission. In the end, there were only two options, surrender or leave. Puhiwikwasu was leaning toward surrender. If he took full responsibility, at least his family could live in peace. Even if he was sentenced to hard labor, it would not be to death, and at least they would be fed. He trusted in the promises of the Mexican Empire, based on the treatment they had given other tribes, but the opinion of the people was divided. Some, completely forgetting that they had lived by plundering to survive, regarded the Mexican Empire as mere invaders. Others refused to live humbly working the land. Some distrusted the words of the empire, and others simply did not want to submit to forced labor. Although they knew well that to the north was another great country, many wanted to leave for various reasons. Puhiwikwasu, having put his pride aside, advocated surrender, but he could not stop those who wanted to leave. About half. "Why don't you come with us too?" "No, I've decided to stay here. So, I guess this will be the last time." That's how it is. Puhiwikwasu did not want the Comanche tribe to split up, but they had already been living in several clans. Although he was a war chief, his position was temporary, and he did not have the authority to enforce such a major decision. Half of the clans decided to go north. Of the 6,500 warriors who survived, half of them left. They would not stop until they crossed the northern border with their respective clans. Puhiwikwasu had mixed feelings, but there was no time to dwell on them. He decided to surrender to the Mexican Empire. Chapter 73, The Campaign Against the Comanches, 7, October 1835. Half of the Comanche tribe headed north, and the rest decided to surrender to the Mexican Empire. There was no way to stop the Comanches who did not surrender from crossing north. Still, there were more left than I thought. To expect a nomadic and warlike people to submit after a single defeat is too optimistic. They mistakenly believe that we mobilized a much larger army than we actually did, and think that there is no way to win because of our powerful weapons and tactics that can stand up to them. In this situation, some stayed for fear that the situation in the United States would be similar. Even though they collect information through trade, they cannot know the precise details of each country, so they think that the United States, which seems similar in size, has comparable power. Establish settlements on the northern border, and relocate the electric telegraph to the north. We must not allow those who left to return to plunder. Yes, Your Highness. Now that Comanche area, the Comanche territory, is gone, the equipment and telegraph lines we laid around that area have become useless. But we cannot let this valuable equipment go to waste. After relocating them, we should spread them out further to cover the entire border. With the current 2,000 kilometers of telegraph lines, we cannot cover the entire border. The northern border extends for about 3,900 kilometers. The 2,000 kilometers we have were built with my own money and are being used. The rest could be purchased with government funds. They will also be useful for espionage activities. At this point, it must have been a few months since the military intelligence unit began espionage operations against the United States. While I was thinking about that, the verdict for the warriors who surrendered was issued in the Chihuahua City Court. This court has carefully deliberated on the serious harm caused by the Comanche warriors, who, for decades, carried out continuous acts of plunder against various Mexican towns, and rejected offers of peaceful surrender from the government of the Mexican Empire, responding with force. Accordingly, it is recognized that the warriors of the Comanche tribe have committed the crimes of rebellion and plunder, and an appropriate punishment is considered necessary for these serious criminal acts. This court renders judgment based on the relevant laws and social justice. Therefore, each of the Comanche warriors is sentenced to a total of 40 years of hard labor for the combined crimes of rebellion and plunder. It is declared that this judgment recognizes the legal responsibility of the Comanche tribe and seeks to bring justice to the victims. For crimes of this magnitude, it would be appropriate to impose the death penalty, but is it necessary to eliminate those who can be used as labor? In some ways, this could be a harsher punishment than execution. There is no need for compassion if we think of the Mexicans they killed. I have no intention of showing the same consideration to the civilians of the Comanche tribe that we had with the Chumash or other natives. Even those who did not participate directly in the raids have lived off of them. They will not be able to live together with members of their own tribe, nor will they be able to stay in their homeland. We will give them benefits as immigrants, but they will be separated into family units and sent to pioneer towns or cities throughout the country to live. Your name was Puhiwikwasu? Yeah. The man kneeling and tied up in front of me, who was once a war chief, will have a special mission. But before that, there is something to investigate. This French pistol, where did you get it? I bought it from French merchants. With THEM. Perhaps he did not expect to meet the Crown Prince face to face. Sweating cold, he answered my questions in detail, which were summed up as follows. So the French traders, who have been trading with the Comanche tribe since before France sold Louisiana, have recently started selling them guns. It seems they all think along similar lines. The relationship between our Mexican Empire and France is cold, to put it mildly. France, which had already intervened in colonial New Spain before independence, completely broke off relations with us after the war with Spain following independence. We heavily extorted Spain, which was under the influence of France, and to avoid French intervention, we aligned ourselves with Great Britain. It did not matter that Spain had attacked first. France tries to harm our Mexican Empire by using the Comanche tribe. Well, I was planning to do something similar against the United States too, so I won't say it's mean, but we'll have to get revenge one day. The fact that the Comanche tribe has left for Kansas will be a rather annoying problem for the United States. Although we cannot do it as openly as France, if our Mexican Empire secretly trades with them and strengthens its power, it will be even more problematic. I have a message for your compatriots who have left for the United States, and I need you to act as a messenger. What message should I convey? Warn them firmly that, if they try to cross the border of the Mexican Empire again to plunder, the lives of the Comanches left in Mexico will be in danger. You had better convince them well, your life and that of your family depend on it. Hearing my words, Puhiwikwasu's face turned pale. Trembling, he replied, I will warn you for sure. I have no intention of actually carrying this out, but it is a warning, to prevent them from coming back. Tell them also that, if they promise not to return to Mexico, and live well there, we could trade with them. Yes, understood. He replied by bowing deeply. I immediately sent him and some warriors. Work also began on relocating the other warriors and members of the Comanche tribe, and unlike other tribes, a very strict assimilation policy was implemented. Because the tribe was large, if we let them live together, they were likely to maintain their identity and not assimilate into the Mexican Empire. Warriors sentenced to forced labor were sent to industrial sites across the country, and civilian members of the tribe were dispersed to settlements and cities across the nation. I must make sure that they have no time to resent the Mexican Empire. If they do not learn Spanish quickly, it will be difficult for them to survive. Work also began to subjugate the remaining Indian tribes in New Mexico. It was the same policy as in California and Texas. This time, I don't have to leave you behind. Hearing my words, Digo's face lit up. Yes, Your Highness. Immigration officials have also gained experience and understand your intentions, and since I have personally drawn up detailed guidelines, everything will proceed smoothly. Good. Although we cannot organize everything immediately, given the vastness of the Northern Territory, there are no longer any forces that can inflict significant damage on our Mexican Empire. Finally, we have pacified the entire Northern Territory. During the last few months of fighting the Comanche tribe, the railroad construction progressed further, connecting as far as California and southern Texas. We were able to quickly return to Mexico City via the railroad. We had announced in advance that we would return with the army, but an unexpected event awaited us. WAAA. It's His Highness the Crown Prince. I don't know how they knew the arrival date, but from the Mexico City station, citizens were crowding. They say that this time he has completely pacified that vast northern territory. WAAA. I have won many battles, but this is the first time something like this has happened. I don't know where the information was leaked from, but thanks to that, I had to act like a majestic crown prince riding a horse and parade to the imperial palace. Still, seeing people throwing petals and cheering didn't make me feel bad. A decoration ceremony was also held, which is always present on such occasions. It was good to promote my achievements, and since the Central Army officers loyal to the Emperor would be promoted, thus strengthening the Emperor's power, there was no reason to let this opportunity pass. All the officers who participated received decorations, and some who achieved great merit were promoted one rank, who were people I had recommended. The first class decoration and a reward are awarded to the commander of the Expeditionary Army, Agustín Jerónimo de Iturbide. I also received a generous reward. Good job again, Jerónimo. Your tactics were impressive. I think it was a good decision to send you to the military academy. My father told me that while he placed the medal on me. Thank you, father. Although I used knowledge from the future, it is true that what I learned at the military academy was helpful. As soon as the award ceremony was over, I headed to the imperial palace. Fortunately, while I was on the battlefield, Cecilia gave birth without problems. It was a boy. We decided to call him Carlos de Iturbide. It is one of the most common names in the Hispanic world, used by several monarchs, including the King of Spain. It was a name my father had insisted on giving me, even before I was born. Returning to the imperial palace today, I also hugged Cecilia and asked her, is our son sleeping well? Yes, dear. Having a child. Although I've seen it a lot since I got back, the more I look at it, the more amazing it seems. Since I shouldn't wake up the baby who had worked so hard to sleep, I just watched him in silence, but I felt happy. After the award ceremony, and resting for about a week, my father called me. Have you rested well? Yes, I have rested well. I'm sorry to interrupt your rest, but France is causing trouble again. It was about debts. Our Mexican Empire has been paying the interest and principal on its debts steadily. The remaining debts are 10 million pesos to England, 10 million to France and 4 million to the United States, totaling 24 million pesos. In the 13 years since independence, we have paid off no less than 21 million pesos. Of these, 11.5 million pesos of the debt to England was transferred to Spain, and 4 million pesos to the United States were forgiven through the native resettlement agreement, but even excluding that, we have been paying off the principal steadily. It is a remarkable achievement to have paid off this amount of debts to the powers of the time, who demanded such high interest rates that would make usurers look friendly. Have they manipulated the accounting books again? Although England and the United States also do unfair things, France has been crossing the line more and more since the war with Spain. That's right. They've cut 20% compared to our records. Our accounting books are accurate. Our currency, the peso, is a silver coin with the same content as the Spanish thaler and the US dollar. We load these silver pesos onto ships and send them off to pay our debts. Of course, we meticulously check how much we send, but the French absurdly insist that they receive less than we send. England and the United States don't do this kind of dirty thing to us. They may do it to other countries, but at least not to us. It's blatant extortion. That's right. That's why we rushed to build the shipyard. Yes, that's how it was. The reason why France can commit such abuses is because it judges that England, which is also a creditor, will not intervene in this matter. If England does not intervene, France thinks it can easily handle the Mexican Empire, which only has the fleet taken from Spain. In fact, England, despite being aware of the situation, did not intervene. As soon as we finish the shipyard, we start building warships from the naval budget, but the amount that will be required is considerable. That's to be expected. Each liner is said to cost around 300,000 pesos. Steam warships will cost even more. Just to build 3 ships of the line, almost 1 million pesos are needed. The Veracruz shipyard has 3 large docks, 4 medium-sized ones, and 5 small ones, so just to fill this shipyard an astronomical amount of funds is needed. It is a sum that makes us feel the power of the British Empire with its great fleet. Although it is an overwhelming amount, the construction of the fleet must proceed quickly. To pay the debt of 10 million pesos with France, even 20 million pesos would not be enough. We can't just hand all that money over to France. Further, as we mentioned before, I will proceed immediately with the creation of the central bank and the issuance of naval bonds. Okay, at this point, we have no choice but to get it this way to pay. Chapter 74, Central Bank and the Navy. 1. Approximately 18,000 members of the Comanche tribe were relocated to the town of Genes in northern Chihuahua state. There, it was determined where the families would be assigned. Immigration officials explained in detail the benefits of colonization and emigration to the cities. However, if they choose urban migration, they can be assigned to the city, where a member of their family is serving a sentence of forced labor. During their sentence, they will have free time and can go out to join their families. This policy was ordered by the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire to alleviate the severe shortage of industrial labor in the country. All Comanches, from teenagers to healthy middle-aged adults, had been sentenced to hard labor. Being assigned to the towns where their relatives were serving time was a great benefit. Then I will go to the city. Okay, please tell me your name. In this way, the 18,000 Comanches were distributed among various construction sites and industrial sites throughout the Mexican Empire. Just as I mentioned to the condemned prisoners, it would be advisable for you to learn Spanish as soon as possible. Not only is it important for your life in the empire, but the knowledge of Spanish of your condemned relatives will influence your possible reduction of sentence for good behavior. The Crown Prince had accelerated the assimilation process by offering to reduce sentences based on proficiency in Spanish, a measure that affected not only Comanches, but all prisoners sentenced to hard labor. As the north of the empire reorganized, Puhiwikuasu and a group of messengers crossed the border to the north to meet with members of his tribe who had decided to leave. I didn't expect to see you here. Have you finally decided to join us in the north? Chief Potsnakwahipu, who had led the departing band, greeted Puhiwikuasu warmly. He had thought they would never see each other again, but here they were again, face to face. I'm afraid not. I thought as much, not seeing your people with you. So what brings you here? Potsnaquahipu asked, curious. I come by order of the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire. An order from the prince? What do you have to tell us? Potsnaquahipu's tone cooled upon hearing that. He ordered me to warn you, you must not cross into the Mexican Empire again. Ha. This is our original land, we can return whenever we want. Potsnaquahipu still intended to return, if his power grew stronger. They threatened us with the lives of the Comanches who remained in Mexico. If they cross the border, they could suffer the consequences. Oh. However, if you agree not to cross, the Mexican Empire has offered to trade with you. Trade? Will they sell us food? That's right. They will sell us food, and also iron weapons. Interesting. So far, those who had crossed north had not begun to raid. They had only been exploring and gathering information for a week, but they were already facing problems with food supplies. As Potsnaquahipu was pondering, one of the chiefs at his side spoke. What are we thinking? We came here because we knew we couldn't defeat the Mexican Empire. The most sensible thing to do is to solve the food problem and promise not to return. It was a logical statement, but many of those who had come north did so because of deep resentment toward the Mexican Empire. Was it right to give in so easily, just for an offer of trade? After a few moments of thought, Potsnaquahipu made a decision. Well, since our chances of victory are almost zero, and they have hostages, we have no choice. We promise not to cross the border of the Mexican Empire. But I would like to see trade begin as soon as possible. Despite the shortage of food, they had brought back many buffalo hides and looted goods. Thank you for your decision. I will do my best to arrange the trade quickly. I hope so. After saying goodbye to his compatriots, Puhiwikwasu returned to the Mexican Empire. October 1835. The leader of the imperialist faction, Deputy Robert, presented a controversial proposal. As he stepped onto the podium of Congress, he took a breath and stressed the importance of the law requested by the Crown Prince. Dear colleagues, I'm here to highlight the need and relevance of the bill for the creation of the Central Bank of Mexico. Although several nations had already established central banks since the 18th century, this type of institution was still a matter of debate. Even in the United States, 2 central banks had already been founded and abolished in a process plagued by ups and downs. The landowners and Republicans who had been listening with disinterest began to take the proposal more seriously. THIS law is not simply about creating another financial institution. It is about strengthening the economic foundation of our empire and paving the way to prosperity. First, the creation of a central bank is the most effective way to stabilize the value of our currency. The central bank would have monopoly on issuing currency, which would allow its value to remain constant. In addition, anti-counterfeiting measures will be implemented, which will strengthen the credibility of our economy on a global level. The monetary system of the Mexican Empire was a mess. Although the peso, a silver coin bearing the image of Agustín I, was the most widely used, colonial and foreign coins were still in circulation. This disorder complicated administration and trade, and facilitated counterfeiting. Deputy Robert's speech continued. He spoke of how the central bank would promote economic growth through monetary policies, control inflation, would oversee banks and act as the government's financial agent, among other key functions. These were valid points. Although the Mexican Empire was experiencing rapid economic growth, the excess money in circulation was generating inflation, making it urgent to manage the situation. There was also a need to supervise and regulate private banks, which had proliferated, such as the Alfonso Express, which operated virtually nationwide. There was no institution that could supervise these entities, which led to problems. The central bank would also perform crucial functions such as issuing bonds and providing liquidity as the government's financial agent. Ladies and gentlemen, the approval of this project is not just an institutional change, it is an investment in the future of our empire. The creation of the central bank will lead the Mexican Empire towards a stronger and more stable economic system. I urge you to join me in this important step towards Mexico's bright future. Thank you. Despite Robert's impassioned speech, the response from landowners and Republicans was cool. The real controversy was not about the functions of the central bank, but about what it represented, the centralization of power. The growing power of the emperor was evident, and even the landowners, who were opposed to federalism, began to feel threatened. The Republicans, who favored federalism and decentralization, were even more reluctant to cede more power to the central government. One of the landowner deputies took the floor. Representative Robert, while central banking has some advantages, it also carries risks. As you may know, the United States recently decided to abolish its central bank because of its negative effects. In an empire like ours, where the government already has significant economic power, the creation of a central bank could dangerously concentrate even more power. It was true that the Mexican Empire owned vast tracts of land. After the confiscation of haciendas from the Spanish, the government controlled 20% of Mexico's land, excluding the northern territories, and in Cuba, 90% of agricultural land was in government hands. Although government ministers were selected by the Prime Minister and the Congress, the emperor could reject their proposals if he did not like them. Furthermore, the Constitution gave him the right to dismiss any public official. In practice, the government acted according to the will of the emperor. The deputies therefore did not look favorably on the creation of an institution with even greater economic power under government control. Robert tried to persuade them, but the differences of opinion were too deep. Congress President Raphael pretended to listen attentively and then proceeded to vote. We will now proceed to vote on the law for the creation of the central bank. The result was predictable. The law was rejected. I didn't expect this law to be passed on the first try. Although he had delegated the matter to Deputy Robert, he had no high expectations. This was just a maneuver to gain time and accumulate legitimacy. Although central banks are essential today, they were not at that time. Although some European powers, such as Great Britain, had already adopted them, they were not considered essential. A clear example of the controversy was the United States, where President Andrew Jackson had refused to renew the charter of the Second Bank of the United States, which had triggered the so-called bank wars. It was a delicate and contentious issue. In order to get the law passed, another strategy would have to be devised. Do you want us to publish an article about the central bank and bonds? Asked Nacito de Zamacois after hearing my explanation. Exactly. Make sure to highlight the benefits of bonuses. La Espada de Simplicio, one of Mexico's leading conservative newspapers, was owned by an imperialist family, and Zamacois, its editor-in-chief, was also part of the imperialist faction. An annual interest rate of 4% and a nominal value of 100 pesos. Are you sure these conditions are appropriate? In modern times, even government bonds, considered safe assets, have to compete with other investment products, which often drives up interest rates. However, at this time, there were no comparable competitors. In fact, after the wars, interest rates on British bonds, which had risen, began to fall again, from 3% to 2.75%, 2.5% and even 2%. Our government's finances were considered to be in good shape, so with a rate similar to that of England, we could raise funds. However, at the moment we need a larger sum. With a face value of just 100 pesos, even small farmers and urban workers will be able to buy them. It will be a profitable investment opportunity for them. It's totally doable, don't worry. Just make sure that as many people as possible know about these bonds that will be issued when the central bank is established. Understood, Your Highness. Leave it to me. In a stable government, it would be normal to finance itself with low interest rates, but during the War of Independence, the Mexican Independence Army made promises it could not keep. If it were just a matter of paying off a debt, we could do it with sacrifices. However, when they try to squeeze us beyond what is fair, we must show that we are not weak. That's what this massive bond issue is for. Chapter 75, Central Bank and the Navy. 2, November 1835. Kansas, United States. Is it really safe for them to sell us these iron weapons? Why? Are you planning to fight against our Mexican empire again? The Mexican merchant replied with a relaxed air. No, that's not it. Ahem, it was a good deal. So, we'll see each other next time. Although there was no formal contract, only a verbal promise not to cross the border, The Mexican Empire kept its word. The Comanche tribe, having solved their immediate problem of food shortage, soon adapted to the environment of Kansas, which was similar to their homeland. Kansas, with vast plains, some low hills and beautiful natural scenery under an immense sky, offered a new home. Although they had to compete with other native tribes and American settlers, there were also large herds of buffalo. But not only that, it seems like it was a good decision to come north. Yeah, these guys aren't prepared to defend themselves from looting. That suits us perfectly. If we had known, we would have all come. In the United States, there were other nomadic tribes such as the Arapaho, but none had the size or skills of the Comanche. We have to make our tribe grow. That's right. Soon the Americans will become aware of our presence, and eventually we will have to fight them. The defeat at the hands of the Mexican Empire was a hard blow for the Comanches. However, they continued to hunt buffalo and raid, as well as beginning to conquer and absorb other native tribes. This would soon become a nightmare for the Kansas settlers. The United States, always attentive to the movements of the natives, was quick to notice the situation. Are we talking about a nomadic group of 17,000 people? Where did they come from? It looks like they crossed from Mexico. From Mexico? We just signed an agreement on the relocation of natives, and now this is happening. It was not long before this news, discovered by local authorities, reached the central government of the United States. The colonies in Kansas are being destroyed. Shouldn't we protest to Mexico about this? What would be the point of protesting? Mexico does not control these natives. Faced with his advisor's suggestion, President Jackson responded with skepticism. But we could at least ask for more information. That's true. Okay, let's protest to Mexico then. Yes sir. The United States protest was quickly transmitted to the Mexican Empire, but the Mexican response was evasive. Should we allow the Indians to continue to plunder our empire? We sent the army, and they simply fled north when they were overwhelmed. Couldn't they have stopped them from crossing the border? How were we going to stop thousands of horsemen escaping across the plain? Understood. As the Mexican diplomat said, there was not much to do. Those savages are no big deal. They can send in the US Army to wipe them out, and, under the Native Relocation Treaty, they'll be returned to Mexico. Although the Mexican diplomat spoke indifferently, Anthony Butler, who was listening to the conversation, knew that it was no small matter. The Comanches were taking over all of Kansas. Still, he could not show weakness. Okay, that's what we'll do. Anthony Butler had to water down his report to the United States government. After requesting several newspapers close to the imperialist faction to publish articles on the central bank and naval bonds, I went to visit the newly completed shipyards in the port of Veracruz. Ericsson, I see you are in good spirits, I commented to the Swedish engineer John Ericsson, who had moved to the Mexican Empire a few months earlier with his family after leaving his business in England. He replied in somewhat clumsy Spanish, "Thank you, Your Highness, for taking care of us. I see you've learned quite a bit of Spanish these past few months. Well done. How are things going at the shipyard?" The docks, which had been empty when I showed them to him, were now filled with equipment I had prepared in advance. Steam was pouring out of steam-powered machines, and hundreds of workers, including naval engineers brought from Spain, were busy building the warships. As this is the first ship in the yard, we are facing some challenges, but thanks to the excellent facilities, work is progressing faster than I expected. However, we have a problem. Problem? You mean what I'm pointing at? I pointed out the small and medium-sized docks, which, although full of equipment, were not being worked on. Yes, Your Highness. Although we started construction using the remaining naval budget, by order of the Emperor, it is not enough. So we are only working on the large docks, as these take more time. I see. So the problem is financing. Exactly, Your Highness. I'll sort that out soon. In the meantime, focus on the ships already under construction. Understood, Your Highness. The Spanish naval engineers are working with great passion. They have been waiting years to start after participating in the construction of the shipyard. The wooden liner in the dock is progressing very quickly. Wow, really? It was not surprising. The Spanish engineers had been inactive for 4 years, and some had personally asked me to allow them to start as soon as possible. Bringing in experts is the best strategy, I thought. Mexico's naval industry, which would otherwise have taken decades to develop, quickly reached the level of Spain. Of the 3 large docks, one was intended exclusively for wooden ships and the other 2 for steamships. Although Ericsson had expressed his doubts about building 2 steamships at the same time, and had suggested making 2 liners, I insisted on my decision. I liked the plans he had prepared, which he had developed and improved in collaboration with Spanish naval engineers. In my initial idea, steamships were simply wooden ships with steam engines added. However, Ericsson had a different vision. A few months ago, Ericsson came to me as I was preparing for the campaign against the Comanches, and said, "Your Highness, a wooden steam-powered ship is not a real steamship. If we add steam, we need a design that takes advantage of it." He showed me some plans for a wooden ship reinforced with iron plates, a battleship. It will cost a lot, but its defensive capacity will be formidable. Yes, but I've heard that His Highness owns a large steel mill, which makes it very profitable. Did Rock tell you? Yes, Your Highness. The idea of reinforcing with iron is a good one. Technically, it doesn't seem impossible. But if we build a battleship, shouldn't we equip it with larger caliber guns? We could reduce the number of guns. Although I'm not an expert on warships, I knew that ships of the line, which used to have dozens or even more than 100 guns, evolved into ships with only a couple of large caliber guns. I assumed this was because ironclad ships were so tough that smaller caliber guns became ineffective. That's true. Large caliber guns cannot be mounted on wooden ships because of the risk of damage, but with a battleship they could withstand the weight and recoil. You are brilliant, Your Highness. Ericsson accepted my suggestion and praised me. As long as we go in the right direction, everything will be fine. A few weeks later, the revised plans came back to me, and I must say that I was very pleased with them. It was a battleship with a rotating turret. I thought a lot about the idea you suggested, Your Highness, and in the end I came to the conclusion that this was the only possible way. I know that it may seem a bit complicated at first glance. Ericsson, nervous about presenting such an innovative design, tried to explain it in detail, but I interrupted him. It is evident that the development of inventions follows an inevitable logic. No, go ahead with the project. I like it a lot. With that, I set out on the campaign against the Comanches. And now, with the shipyard completed, the ship we had designed back then was in full construction. How is the construction of the Monitor progressing according to the plans? It's progressing well, Your Highness, although we are having difficulties with the manufacturing of the rotating turret, but I think it will be possible. The key element of this ship are the rotating turret, a high-performance steam engine and iron armor. Each of these aspects represents a technical challenge, but they are not impossible to achieve. After consulting with Joseph Rock of Rock Precision Machinery and James Nielsen of Estrada Steel, Ericsson concluded that, although there would be obstacles, the project was feasible. Steady investments in steel making, precision machinery and steam engines over the past few years made it possible. Although I knew that building a new type of warship was a risky bet, I understood that those who do not take risks end up behind. With the experience of Spanish naval engineers, the passion and skills of Ericsson, and our investments in technology, I was confident that we would succeed. Even if we fail, it won't be a disaster. We will gain valuable experience and at least one liner will be finished. With that in mind, I responded to Ericsson, "Don't worry about combat effectiveness. I guarantee it will be a success." After cheering on Ericsson and the shipyard workers, I returned to Mexico City. A few days later, an article appeared about the central bank and naval bonds. Most citizens did not show much interest in the functions of the central bank, such as issuing currency, managing monetary policy, or its role as a financial agent of the government. What really caught their attention were the bonds that would be issued after the creation of the central bank, as the article explained in detail how they would receive interest when they bought them. The government isn't going to rip us off, right? It would be foolish not to buy these bonds. Who doesn't have 100 pesos these days? The daily wage of urban workers and laborers was between 1.2 and 1.3 pesos. Although most of their income was spent on living expenses, those who saved a little could scrape together 100 pesos. Self-employed farmers were also in a similar situation, thanks to the services of the railroad and Rias Express, which allowed them to sell their agricultural products at fair prices. Exactly. The bank doesn't even pay us interest, and on top of that they charge us for keeping the money. But here it says that the law for the creation of the central bank was rejected. So, what's the point? Well, it seems it was all a false hope. Under the active investment of the imperial government, pro-monarchist media not only expanded throughout the major cities of the Mexican highlands, but also began to reach new areas along the railroad lines. Recently, the railroad had been extended to California, Texas, the Yucatan Peninsula, and regions of Central America, allowing residents of these cities and settlements to receive newspapers as well. The news about the central bank and the bonds generated a great reaction among the citizens, and soon reached the ears of the landowners and Republican deputies. Using newspapers, this is undoubtedly the work of the Crown Prince. Congress President Raphael commented seriously. Although he had changed his stance and joined the landlord faction, his position as Congress President was still strong within this faction. I agree. It seems they are planning to take advantage of next year's elections. A landowner deputy responded. There were only 3 months left until the elections of February 1836. We need to act quickly. We should publish a rebuttal article, highlighting the central bank's problems, and mentioning that the United States is in the process of abolishing its own. In the Mexican Empire, the right to vote was restricted to men with property. This measure was decided during the drafting of the detailed laws after independence. Even the Republicans were opposed to universal suffrage, while the conservatives argued that, if there were to be elections, only male property owners should have the right to vote. This was a method also used in England at the time, where only men who owned land with an annual value of more than 40 shillings were entitled to vote in county elections. Agustín I, following the advice of the Crown Prince, promoted voting rights based on property, not land, but the problem was that the threshold for such property was not high enough. It's a good idea. We can't ignore the opinion of workers these days, said one of those present. At the beginning of independence, if you were not a landowner or part of the church, you were usually a tenant farmer, and the best you could do was try to get by without going into debt. Outside of those two classes, there was only a small minority who had accumulated wealth through trade. However, with the Crown Prince leading the industrialization and colonization of the North, some urban workers and self-employed farmers who had saved enough were now eligible to vote. This completely transformed the political landscape. The landowners saw this situation negatively, while the Republicans saw it positively, but on this issue they both agreed. We have to turn public opinion around before the elections, whatever the cost. Otherwise, they would have to pay a high price in the elections. Both landowners and Republicans began preparing to distribute counter-articles nationwide. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.